It's day 3 in the Oslo Esports Cup, and the players, they now seem to get used to all the cameras and all the lights in our esports arena. They are giving us some incredible fighting and entertaining chess. And the player impressing us the most is the 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa. He is in sole lead in the tournament, and today he's going to be sitting in this chair to face Liem. Can he keep up his incredible performance? Welcome everyone to the Oslo Esports Cup. 8 players gathered in the Oslo arena.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
He's shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
We're in for another fun day in the Oslo Esports Cup, and as always, to guide us through it, Grandmaster David Howell. And David, we have been so impressed with the player in sole lead, 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa. Not only has he won both of his game matches, he's won them in only 3 games. I mean, how impressed are you?
Yeah, it's been a very impressive performance, Kaja. It's hard to think that he's only 16 years old. It feels like he's been around forever, still improving. He's won a few tournaments lately, and yeah, it's been amazing so far from him.
Yeah, and within these 2 days, he's surpassed 2,702 tour rating. That is a big goal for any chess player. And not only that, he has a rating performance, okay? Only 6 games, but a rating performance of above 3,000. That's just insane.
Yeah, Kaja, there's only been a handful of performance over 3,000 in chess history. So this is the start of one of the great performances. It's going to be hard to keep it up, of course. He still has to face Magnus, Carlsen and some other strong players, but it could go down as one of the most amazing performances if he wins this event.
Are we seeing now the start of one of the greatest maybe in chess history?
I think maybe. Let's not put too much pressure on him, but it could well be the start for Praggnanandhaa.
Wow. Probably, maybe a future world champion we're seeing in this tournament, Praggnanandhaa. But the current world champion, Magnus Carlsen, he was feeling a little bit sick yesterday, and he really struggled in his match against Liem. Is Magnus Carlsen asleep?
I think it's going to take a miracle for Liem to win this game. That being said, he is creating some sneaky threats, using that black knight, going towards the white king, threatening some checks, and the white king running away to safety, preempting any checks.
Maybe, I'm not sure about that king running away to safety.
No, I was wondering what you do against this move.
Whoa.
Wow,
No,
look,
I mean,
I missed that one as well.
I mean, knight A2. Oh, and look at Magnus. He's shaking his head a bit. Did he just miss Oh my words, look at it.
Look at that
And his mouse
reaction.
slipped.
Oh no.
And Magnus's mouse slipped. He just gave away his queen.
And he's lost.
It's just been chaos from start to finish. We see the position now. We have to do a quick count, as we always do when we jump into a new position. Here, Liem is actually up on material, and he's up big time. Ooh, whoa, playing with fire here,
So
advancing
brave.
his king.
Yeah, I mean, I hate move my king up the board when there's queens in the position, but he wants to defend that pawn in some situations.
With every move, the bar is just having a big reaction.
I think it's just because it's looking at the extra material that Liem has.
Here it comes, the F pawn.
Wow, it's coming.
It's coming.
Yes, this pawn 2 squares away from promotion. Also, a square's opened up for the black knight to jump into.
Such an exciting position.
Just everything is hanging for black. The black bishop is under fire, the black knight is loose, the black rook as well. Very, very vulnerable. And okay, he moves his rook away, but now a rook trade, and black is running out of pieces.
Liem wins the match against world champion Magnus Carlsen on a bad day for Magnus, but a great day for Liem, winning 2 games here. And that means 3 points in that match for Liem, 0 points for Magnus Carlsen losing to Liem. Praggnanandhaa, 3 points after only 3 games against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Jordan van Foreest, he won his match against Erik Hansen. That was an entertaining match, but all 3 points went to Jordan van Foreest. And Jan-Krzysztof after blitz tiebreaks, won the match against Anish Giri. That means 1 point for Anish, 2 points for Jan-Krzysztof. And these are the standings after 2 rounds in the Oslo Esports Cup. Praggnanandhaa in sole lead with 6 points. Anish Giri is in second with 4 points, and we do have 4 players, on 3 points. On bottom of the table, Erik Hansen, he's played some good chess, but struggled to gain the points. Could this be the day for Erik Hansen? As always, also in the studio, International Master Jan-Krzysztof and Grandmaster Simon Williams. And Simon, have you enjoyed the Oslo Esports Cup so far? Do you think it's been entertaining?
I mean, it's been brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's a new thing, a fresh thing. It's never been done before. Everyone in one room, just through there, listening to our commentary and playing all our suggestions. But no, they can't hear us, of course. But no, it's been great. And the atmosphere, you can't really sort of describe just how nice it is. Everyone's going out in the evening, they're having lots of fun, and they're enjoying it here as well. So fantastic, yeah.
Absolutely. And we're going to head out to the lounge. We also have reporter Sverre in the building right now. I think maybe, do you have some of the players who...
I have an Anish Giri who very casually just came in, just as he asked for it.
How are you doing?
I'm very well, but I'm curious how you're doing, because you have a big match today.
Yeah, I'm feeling pumped up. I was terrified, but I saw my score against Magnus. That there was some stat. It said that I have equal score against him in the previous season. So I'm completely pumped up now.
But you guys have had so many battles, but now we've had Magnus starting the first day playing F3 openings, and then yesterday he was quite sick. Does that change your preparation in any way, or?
I think it's a bad sign. Normally, it's like in the casino, yeah, they say that every time it's the same chance, but in reality, if already Magnus stumbled once, the odds that it's going to happen again are much lower. So I'm not that excited, but I am trying to focus on the process, trying to focus on the moves, and hoping for a miracle as always.
But you're a chess player. You know that if the roulette falls down on red 30 times, it's still the same chance of falling down on red next time.
Yeah, but you know, I also know that it's all about chess, all about what happens on the board. But I never feel confident going into the match with Magnus.
Good luck to you, though.
Thank you. I need that.
I'm also here with another player, one who has done extremely well so far. That is the young Pragg, who's really been performing. And how would you characterize your play so far?
It's decent, I would say, because in some games I haven't playing so well, and in some I played good chess. So I would say it's a decent play, and today I try to play better.
I like the fact that you've now played 6 games. You have a rating on those 6 games of over 3,000, and you consider yourself to only have played kind of decent.
I mean, probably not decent, maybe more than decent, but yeah, but not too good, I would say.
We also have your coach here, who's present, Ramesh. I'm sorry, I'm going to pull you into the camera because it must be a privilege as such a renowned chess coach as yourself to have such a talent to work with.
Yeah, really. I feel very honored to be able to get the opportunity to work with such a talent like Pragg. And I just hope this is a beginning and a lot more he can achieve.
and just your quick take. Has he been playing decent or okay, or has he been playing great so far?
No, I have seen him play much better, much consistent, better chess in other tournaments. Here, for example, in 3 games, he was completely in a very tough situation, probably hopelessly lost, but he managed to win all the 3 games. So from that perspective, like to get into trouble in the first hand, probably that's what he means by playing a decent amount of chess.
I wish you the best of luck for the day.
Yeah, thank you.
As we can hear, there's still a notch to go up. I was speaking to Ramesh the other day, and he's pretty convinced that we're talking to the next world champion here. So it remains to be seen.
Incredible. Thanks for that report, Sverre. We're going to check in with you throughout the day. And, well, Jovanka, it definitely seems this is a future world champion, the way he's playing now. And definitely his confidence is just so much bigger now.
Yeah, you know, and you see that with every move that he makes. I mean, they referenced it there. You know, maybe against Jordan he was slightly lucky, but you know, he still managed to turn those positions around. And yesterday, what can I say about his game against Shakhriyar Mammadov? They were spectacular in moments. So absolutely, this could be the start of something special. And like David mentioned earlier, you don't want to put too much pressure on him. You just got to give him the freedom to play without pressure and also just to enjoy the moves.
Definitely. And today, young Praggnanandhaa is up against another great player, Liem, coming from a win yesterday in his match against Magnus Carlsen. We will definitely follow those games. But also, Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen, a big rivalry. Those two will be up against each other in today's match. Jordan van Vriest against Jan-Krzysztof. They're about the same age. They met each other several times. And Shakhriyar Mammadov against Erik Hansen, desperately fighting to gain some points. What are you looking forward to here, David? Which one do you expect the most drama in?
I think there's going to be drama in a lot of these matches, Kaja. I think we might even see a couple of tie breaks. That's how close they will be today. Of course, the headliner is going to be Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen just because of the history there. And yeah, then again, we will keep an eye on Pragg because he's the tournament leader and he's the guy to beat so far.
Definitely. And there will be some focus on Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. It's been a difficult winter for Anish Giri. There's been some health issues in his family, and also most chess fans will be aware of the Twitter hacking happened a few months ago. So after the first game today, we're going to hear Anish Giri talk more in depth about what happened with the Twitter hacking. And also coming up today after game 3, we're going to show you the very fun quiz that we recorded before the tournament. Here's a little taste of what you have to come.
Which player currently has the 3rd highest rating in the tour ratings?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a tough one.
3rd highest rated player.
No idea.
Okay. What? One of you is right. It wasn't Le Quang, it was Jordan.
What? You guessed together. I mean, this is a good guess.
No, I just thought this is a nice guess, yeah.
No, I was very proud of this.
I was also very proud of this one.
How do you spell Praggnanandhaa?
Oh,
fuck. A-N-D-H-A-A.
Same.
Yep.
Same? It's correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, so close, Jack.
Oh, last one, A and D.
I'm way off.
That looks more like a cry for help than a name.
That is only one out of many fun questions in the quiz. I'm going to put you on the spot, Simon. How do you spell?
No.
Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm not very good at spelling. That's not fair. I was going to say P-R-A, but that's the wrong name.
Yeah.
So,
you can do Praggnanandhaa.
Hang on a minute, give me 1 second. Just type it in quickly. No, it's very hard. My spelling is certainly not my top strength, but yeah, I would struggle there, definitely.
Yeah.
So.
Some of the players didn't get it right, but they did struggle in that quiz. Many more fun questions to come after game 3. And here, Magnus Carlsen arriving, still looking a little pale, I have to say, with his hoodie on, but is he feeling better today? That is the big question. Here comes Liem, who won his match against the world champion yesterday. Today to face Praggnanandhaa. Erik Hansen looking confident. He needs to start gaining some points. Will he do it today? Magnus Carlsen, he actually did stop by Sverre for a little comment before it all starts today.
Feeling quite under the weather yesterday. Do you feel better today?
Yeah, slightly better, but it's not going to be easy.
Are you able to play good enough chess, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't play well yesterday, but I didn't play that badly either, apart from some blunders in the last game and that mouse slip in the first. So yeah, it wasn't disastrous. Well, we'll see. Take it one game at a time. I think, like, at least one game I can always play decently. So just try to do that 4 times.
You've played a lot against Anish. Do you feel a special rivalry in these matches?
No.
Thank you. Jordan, you're playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda today. What are the expectations?
It's going to be a tough match for sure. My score against Duda from previous games has not been too good, so I hope to improve on that, but we'll see what happens.
What do you focus specifically on then if you haven't had a good score in the past?
I just take it game by game. I start with the white piece, so it's very important at least not to lose in that game, and maybe try and pressure him a little bit, but yeah, it's just take it game by game.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Anish Giri is up against Magnus Carlsen. Jordan van Forest will face Jan-Krzysztof Duda today, and Anish is ready, waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. This is going to be an intense and spectacular match. And David, what kind of styles, if we take a look at the aim chess stats as well, are up against each other with Anish and Magnus?
So we know that Magnus, the world champion, has a pretty much universal style these days. Of course, he's maybe more dominant than most in the endgame phase. So Magnus will be heading towards the endgame if he can, especially when you're feeling unwell. You want to keep things as simple as possible. Anish, however, he's very much an opening specialist. He prefers maybe strategic stuff in the middle game. These days, he's slightly more dynamic than in the past, but either way, 2 very universal players, very hard to pick weaknesses in their game. And it will come down to those small margins, maybe just 1 or 2 moves here and there deciding this battle.
A little yawn from Anish Giri there. Let's hope he's feeling fresh. Now, we did see the interview with Magnus. Not 100% today.
No, he didn't look quite well there either. But, you know, he has a point. He did say yesterday he was feeling terribly, but he still managed to play relatively decent chess, just making some small slip-ups here and there. So, I mean, they always say that, you know, the worst thing a chess player can be is tired, as opposed to feeling unwell. Because,
really?
Yeah, because then chess is a form of distraction. I actually once played the best chess of my life, having an earache.
Really?
Yeah. It was a nice distraction.
Chess is medicine as well.
Yeah, it is. It is. You're able to focus on the game, use that
Probably the earbud you had in your...
No, I did not have it.
Just checking. So, yeah, okay.
Ah, that's why.
I know you wouldn't do that. I'm joking. Clear.
Well, again, we are waiting for Magnus. Here he comes, about to enter the Oslo Esports arena. Anish Giri is ready for him, and Anish will have the white pieces in game 1. It's the black pieces for Magnus Carlsen as he arrives, and it's going to be interesting to see. With the black pieces and not feeling well, David, do you think he's going to aim for just as little punishment as possible and go for those white games?
Yeah, I think Magnus would love just a solid, safe game here. Anish, meanwhile, I think he needs to strike. He will be able to see that Magnus isn't feeling great. He knows Magnus had a bit of an off day yesterday, and I think if Anish doesn't kind of come out firing from the start, then the game and the match will go in Magnus Carlsen's favour. So I think Anish needs to strike in this first game. Magnus would love just a solid draw, maybe. And okay, we start. It's a Queen's Pawn opening, d4 on move 1. How is Magnus going to react? He's surprised us in the opening many times already in the first 2 days of the Oslo Esports Cup. And here we go. Queen's Gambit. Is he going to accept the Gambit? No. The Gambit has been declined. And we will see just both sides develop their pieces now. Magnus taking a small break there, sipping some water, and then I'm pretty sure he's going to bring a knight out.
Okay, I might. If he's in gambling mode, he's also played c5 here,
this is
which is a gambit line, and I expect Anish is, well, Anish is incredibly well prepared. This one is actually a big surprise. It allows White to play an extremely aggressive setup. This is the triangle variation. Not sure why they call it that. No, it's the triangle. But it's yeah, White can now sacrifice a pawn. So this is very interesting already, I feel.
Yeah. So pushing the central pawn forward to e4 for White would lead to a pawn sacrifice, potentially called the martial attack, I think. And Jovanka.
I was going to say, do you think he's going to do it?
He's gone for it.
Well, he has gone for it by advancing that pawn in the centre. Well, chaos is about to get unleashed. And well,
so is the music.
Those viewers with eagle eyes can kind of zoom in and tell us what he's listening to, Magnus Carlsen there. He's getting his priorities right, getting the music first.
Yeah, Is this a day to have some upspeed music on, do you think, to get as much energy as he possibly can?
He might need it. And here we go. We saw a pawn trade, a check, and black has indeed captured a pawn in the centre of the board. Now we see a trade bishop for knight. Magnus will now take the white knight in the centre of the board. So black is a pawn up, but look at black's development. It's pretty terrible.
I've had loads of games in this. Knight e2 is a very rare move in this position. The old theory was that this actually leads to a draw. There's a book written by Peter Wells, Grandmaster from England. A really good book on the semi-Slav, and I think the theory there still stands. But knight e2 might be a very clever choice to try and trick Magnus here, potentially, who might have been expecting the bishop to go in front of the king. But I love this position for white because of that dark square dominance you get.
Yeah, I must admit, Simon, just a couple of weeks ago, I was at my flat, just lying in bed, and I turned on Twitch. I went to your stream, and I saw you have, I think, this position, but maybe you blocked with the bishop instead.
Right, okay.
And then I saw after black's knight came out to the edge of the board, to the a6 square to attack white's bishop. It didn't happen, but you played a cool move there, putting the white bishop up next to the black king.
And I probably lost a couple of moves later, but we won't go there.
That's not the point, but I was enjoying learning.
It still looked cool.
Yeah. Visually, this is a really cool position for white because you control all the dark squares. Look at white's dark square bishop.
And in fact, the main kind of move, as my understanding goes, is actually for the white queen to dive into the position and plant herself in the d6 square. And it's all about dark squares. I mean, black is going to be facing a vicious attack. But, you know, if Magnus survives, then he will be a pawn up.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily his style to get greedy and grab pawns, so I think it's not purely because of the pawn here, it's more because Magnus thinks he's done his homework well. And I guess Anish, maybe not so experienced in this line. Clearly he's studied it, but not many people actually allow this nowadays. That's why you were so surprised, Simon. I mean, from the black side, it looks so scary.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised they're both going to struggle to recall their theory. I know they've got a tremendous memory, but knight e2 is a bit of a surprise. Anish couldn't have expected this opening, and now Anish is playing against this last move of Magnus's, which is also not a normal move. So they're trying to get into, I feel, a unique-ish position, both players. Jovanka's suggestion of moving the queen straight in is very typical for this position, and even trying to castle queenside. But this is, it's a really interesting gambit line. I think you can always, if you're not sure of the name of a gambit line, you can always just guess Marshall, because there's so many Marshall gambits, and he has gone for your move there, Jovanka. There's the Marshall gambit in Aurora Lopez, the Marshall gambit here, named after the great American attacker.
Yeah, Frank Marshall, also a famous chess club in New York, the Marshall Chess Club.
Is that the same Marshall?
Yeah, yes. I think it's named after him. So, I mean, a lot of players have lots of things named after them.
Yeah.
It's unfair. They stole all the names before we came along and invented our own stuff.
There's nothing left to invent.
It's difficult.
Or is there?
I had a book, actually, recently, the Williams Harry attack. So
is that
3H4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I don't know if I can really claim it. Basman was the first person to do it, so...
We need to start the marketing campaign now, Simon.
Yes.
Williams.
There's also a Howell variation, but it's actually not named after David.
Oh, it's another Howell.
Actually, there's two grandmasters called Howell. I've never actually met the other one, but it's not named after either of us. It's named after someone else.
James Howell. And there's a Williams variation, but it's another Williams as well. So it's like, come on, guys. So maybe we just need to change our names to Marshall. Then we're all okay.
Well, that's a good idea,
so yeah, I'll go Frank. You can go Bob.
Bob Marshall.
So.
What is like the newest sort of opening in chess? The freshest that is actually something that is used a lot, like the Spanish or.
I mean, just while we've got him on camera, Magnus, I'm not sure his eyes are open there, but just while we've got him on camera, there is a Carlsen variation now against the Sicilian, which is relatively new. I think it was only developed a few years ago. It was actually suggested to Magnus and Peter Heine Nielsen, his coach. It was suggested to them by, I think, a FIDE master or an international master. He sent them all the notes, and Carlsen was the first one to play it and first one to kind of bring it to the top level. And now it's super trendy. Everyone's playing this variation.
I mean, I think there's something like 1,600 different openings, roughly around there. It used to be like 1,500 and something. So that have got different names, that is, so something it's a big number, but of course it's so hard now to play a different opening because everything's kind of at the stage being experimented with, at least. So yeah, but it's still, I mean, chess is such a fascinating game. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be lots of interesting things found in certain positions as computers find. things.
Meanwhile, a really interesting move there from Magnus. He's dropped his queen back, offering a trade. It looks very, very close to checkmate already. White's queen looks like it can kind of slide up next to the black king and deliver checkmate, but the two black knights cover any square the white queen wants to use. So no checkmate yet. And big question for Giri, to trade queens or not to trade queens? And conventional wisdom would tell you not to trade queens if you're a pawn down. Giri, remember having sacrificed that pawn. So I'm expecting him to just retreat his queen maybe down to the dark square, to the d2 square, nice and safe, avoid any trades. And as Simon mentioned, white is actually already prepared to castle on this queen side, on the left side. And black, meanwhile, still needs 3 or 4 moves to organise anything like that. So I think that would be my move, my choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have this position against Magnus. I mean, you know, you play a classical game against him, he's so hard to beat. You get a position like this, it's tactics. You know, Magnus can't castle easily. You've got great tactical compensation, quick development. These are the kind of games where I often see Magnus getting in trouble. I mean, I think that's why in previous tours he's lost to other players, like his second, the Russian player, help me here.
Daniil Dubov.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. He lost to him once because he played all this very exciting chess against him. So I think this is you know, Anish has got something to be very happy with here. Yeah. And I like your idea, just coming back with the queen. Looks very, very sensible.
Yeah. Because why not? Why not keep the queens on if you can? As mentioned, you can't come in here yet because it's guarded by a knight. You can't use the other square to deliver checkmate because it's guarded by the other black knight. And if you can't break through yet, why not just prepare and retreat the queen? Some of the ideas are very long-term. For example, black can never really castle on this side yet because the bishop cuts through that. You can't castle through check. And yeah, for example, if black just develops a knight, you could just castle on the queen side. And as Simon mentioned, this is, I mean, this looks fantastic for white. You're lining up the queen and rook already on this open file. You can even drop your bishop back to a different diagonal at some point and start kind of switching your focus. And it looks really, really scary already for Magnus Carlsen. I mean...
Yeah, there's a lot of lines where that bishop goes to the diagonal, you pointed out there anyway, because that's where black's king generally has to go, especially now there's too many pieces in the way on the queen side, and you've always got long-term compensation. You've got 2 bishops anyway. You've got this minority attack, your pawns on the king side, so even if there's nothing immediate, it's long-term problems that Magnus has to overcome. So
throw all the pawns forward.
Yeah,
right, Simon.
Yeah. Why not? Because your king's on the other side. Yep. Typical way to, but a very, very exciting position and very brave of Magnus to play this. I mean, I wonder what Anish is feeling now as well. I mean, surely he's happy. Would you have thought?
I think he's happy. I mean,
yeah.
I'm very surprised by Magnus's choice, primarily because also he doesn't look like he's in the best of health.
Yeah.
And I traditionally kind of associate when you're not in the best of health, maybe you just kind of steer the game into calmer waters, but no. And we see there Anish has rejected the queen trade. And, well, they're following the line that you've suggested, and that's going to be a choice whether you castle the king to the left or maybe you dive in with the bishop.
He's ready to do that, it looks like. Just looking at Anish Giri's screen now, it looks like he's about to click and castle his king over to that side of the board, as we showed. So I'm just surprised. OK, there we go. Anish does castle his king. But I'm surprised he took 3 minutes or so just on the previous move, keeping the queens on. Surely, if you know that you're playing an opponent who's a bit unwell, especially if you're pawn down, you should keep the queens on. So he could have played that move immediately, put pressure on Magnus on the clock as well. So yeah, we have seen Anish in the past. Just one tiny criticism from maybe a couple of years ago was that he would trade queens in positions where he should just go for the attack. We saw that on the tour last season. But these days he's more aggressive, more dynamic, and he did keep the queens on, but maybe just fighting against his natural instincts there.
I mean,
still looking great for white.
I totally agree. I mean, there's many plans that white can play here. I'm just trying to work out what black's going to do. I mean, black will have to move that king. I'm wondering where white puts the f-pawn, because, you know, when we see this idea of the bishop dropping back, I guess, does white push the f-pawn 2 squares to attack the queen, or does he just push it 1 square to control black's pieces and then go for the g-pawn, support the g-pawn? Both these plans look very scary to me. It's only 1 pawn after all. I mean, it's only 1 little guy. We don't mind too much about them, do we, if we're going to get an attack? So it's, yeah, I mean, I'd always take white here. Would anyone take, I mean, you're a pawn grabber, Jovanka.
I am a pawn grabber, but I do like my king to be safe. I mean, it's a bit uncomfortable in this particular position. So here, following kind of my ideas of king safety, I would be tempted actually to pick up the c pawn, push it one square, and just shut that bishop out. You know, I don't care if my queen gets kicked about, as long as my king gets to the right side of the board, and then I can breathe a huge sigh of relief that I'm not going to lose in 20 moves.
Yeah, White's dark square bishop is the MVP, as they say these days, the most valuable piece right now. So it does need to get kicked away. So I advocate for that one as well.
What did you
call it? MVP.
Or MVPs.
MVPs, most valuable piece.
Okay.
Normally, I think it's
never heard of that.
A sporting term, most valuable player.
Yep. It's
But,
always like at the end of like world championships or some sort of tournaments, they have the MVP.
Man of the match.
But then we could also
Or man of the match, yeah.
It's not MVL, Bash the Grub, it's MVP.
Okay, yeah, I was getting like, it's always MVL, yeah. So.
We could also use VIP, very important piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we think we should make that kind of jump.
After every game, we're gonna name the VIP,
yeah,
the MVP.
This is good.
What else?
In the match report, yeah, the MVP was the bishop.
But RSVP won't get you anywhere. Yeah, and whilst Magnus is contemplating how to defend his position, I do want to share with you a selfie from Abhishek. And remember, we love receiving selfies. Remember, take them in landscape mode. And Abhishek is doing coding on Sunday.
Wow.
IT life. But now, how can I miss chess and the amazing show? Yeah, you can't. You can multitask these days. Code, chess.
Impressive.
Do both.
Coding. That sounds like, you know, it's in the same category as chess. Take some brain power to do the coding.
Yeah. I did an event a while ago where I played a simultaneous event against a bunch of programmers, and they were saying there were so many similarities, lots of problem solving in chess and programming. And I don't know too much about this stuff myself. I'm terrible with tech, but that's what I've heard, some similarities.
They originally said like mathematics, or a lot of people thought that, but I don't know if that's true. And then other people think music. I'm not sure, really. I mean...
Oh, there's a cool picture there. You can see Anish's glasses, exactly what part of the board he's looking at.
Yeah, you can basically look at chess through the eyes of Anish Giri right there.
Literally.
Yeah.
I think there's technology being developed that they can, a lot of eye tracking technology, which I think would be amazing for chess to see where the eyes are like zooming in on of the top players. Because I imagine, where players like Anish, Magnus are looking is completely different to lower rated players. So it'd be very interesting, maybe a very good way to sort of show where you should be looking at a position and why. So that could be a new idea for the future.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Some, track those eyes.
Yeah, I reckon the top players in the world, they'll be scanning the whole board. They might know where the action is, but often lower rated players who are less experienced, they'll just be focused purely on one part. They'll forget what's happening on the rest of the board. Yeah. That kind of tunnel vision rather than full board awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, I had an interesting thought the other day, which was just like totally random, which was, okay, so Magnus has in fact kicked away the dark square bishop, and it was, do you think if your native language, if the written kind of word is kind of character-based, is it easier to memorize chess script, chess notation? I've never just had a random thought.
Character-based language.
Like Chinese, it's character-based.
Okay.
I mean, well, like Arabic and English and the Latin-based languages are alphabet-based. I was just wondering whether there was like some. I was just wondering.
No
was just
input
a thought.
for me. I'm not.
I have no idea.
The notations.
We need someone who's multilingual, who understands lots of different languages to answer that question for us, I think.
Yeah. Well.
This move is key, isn't it? So this is maybe a critical little moment here, isn't it? Because this is Black's idea.
Yeah, and I think we have to jump into the board to show this because some chaos is about to happen. Instead of defending his queen, just rewind one move, instead of defending his queen or running away from this attack, Magnus has counterattacked. He's jumped in with his own knight, and actually look at Anish on the camera now. He's just staring straight down. He's not even looking at the screen anymore. Wow. He's trying to calculate, and he's gone into his mind palace to do that. And this is a counterattack, hitting the white queen and hitting the white bishop at the same time. Now, if the black queen is captured, Magnus will simply take the white queen, and yes, black is still a pawn up. There's still some stuff to calculate, but at least the attack against the white bishop means that there's no real time to grab the black knight. The variation continues. For example, Anish could capture this pawn and maybe with a healthy position. The alternative would be to use the white queen and capture the black knight. The white queen was going to fall anyway in that variation, so you might as well give her up for a knight and now win the black queen. And it looks like white is just a piece up. White has an extra bishop, but at the very end, you see knight takes pawn, and Suddenly, there's a fork, a double attack. Both the white rooks are under fire here, and one of them will fall. So here you have to do a count. White is a bishop up, but black has 2 pawns, and black is about to win a knight, a rook for his knight. And yeah, it's just a material equation here. You just count, okay, I'm going to be 2 pawns up. Maybe in a situation like this one, the black knight will be trapped in the corner, just as an example. And you have to work things out there. So there's a lot for Anish to calculate right now.
I think this is very interesting because those 2 lines you pointed out, David, the last line is clearly the more ambitious line. So if Anish now plays queen takes knight, I think that shows really good ambition on his part, that he's actually really trying to take this game and win this game. If he plays the other line, it looks like it's a bit of a cop-out to me. I mean, also, if I was white, I would not want to have allowed this move in the first place. I mean, maybe castling queenside was a bit premature. Maybe he should have played pawn to f3. It's still okay, but the queens are coming off the board, and that is something I'm sure Magnus will be very happy with. So this, you know, just to get the danger a little bit less to his position.
Yeah, fully agreed. The queens are about to come off. Either black is going to take the queen now, or white can give up the queen before it's captured by taking this knight. But the queens are definitely going to depart, and we'll keep you updated on the material imbalance that will arise once the queens do get traded off.
So what do we think that Anish is going to play? Bearing in mind that it's the first game of the day. Tested the waters a little bit.
I think he's going to take the queen. I just have a feeling.
I have a feeling he's going to take the queen.
Okay, I'm going to say he's going to take the knight. Okay. I have to be a bit different, you know.
Oh
yeah. Oh, come on, Anish. Come on, that was bad. I mean, you mentioned this is maybe a little. I don't know which move was even better, but David, you did say that one of his slight issues was that he tries to get the queens off. He tries to maybe keep stable positions too much when it might be better to go for the more unbalanced position, and that's possibly what's happened here.
Yeah, every player has different instincts, right? And that's Anish's instinct. These days, he kind of plays the position more, but sometimes he does go back to kind of back to his character and just he likes to make those trades, likes to play it safe. I think that's maybe one of the things that stopped him kind of becoming the best in the world, but it's something that he's actively working on, so we can't fault him too much. And like you say, Simon, it wasn't clear. Maybe this is even better than the other move, but it is slightly less ambitious, sorry, for white. So right now, it's level material, completely level. The queens have left the board. Black's knight is up for grabs if white wants to take it with his rook or his king, but the white bishop at the top of the board also under fire. So if you move the white bishop, then the black knight has time to save itself, maybe trading off for the other white bishop or capturing a pawn on its way out of the white camp. So, yeah, it's level material. The computer slightly prefers white. I think that's because white's dark square bishop, if he keeps it, is going to be one of the best pieces on the board. I think if you take this black knight off now, though, no real issues for Magnus Carlsen. I think the game would start turning in Magnus's favour, if anything there. So what is Anish going to do? Is he going to move his dark square bishop, which might involve another pawn sacrifice? Or is he going to just play it safe and take that black knight off the board?
And so they both have these intruders in their camps, the white bishop and the black knight. Now, if I was playing, my eyes would only be on that piece. I would definitely feel the threat of another piece being in my camp. Yeah. Are they a big threat, both the bishop and the knight, for these 2 players?
Yes, and you're right, Kaja. Normally, if anything's in your half of the board, you want to kick it out or trade it off or get rid of it. Okay, Anish, his mouse is hovering. Is that over his rook right now? Is he about to capture that black knight? I said that was maybe the least ambitious option again, but it does look like he is focused on taking that black knight off. The problem is, if you move your white bishop out of the way, then the black knight can step back up to the 4th rank and capture a white pawn. Maybe that's the downside. Maybe you can also make an argument for the black knight going and capturing white's light squared bishop. So,
would you? I mean, I would have thought that if Anish does just play the simple move, rook takes knight,
he does,
which he has done. Magnus now has to take the bishop. Let's say he plays g3 or something, that he's still going to be slightly better because his pawn structure. We talked about pawn islands yesterday. He's got 2 pawn islands. Black's got that pawn right on the h file, which is on its own.
So is that a good pawn or a bad pawn?
It's a bad pawn because you want to have their, like, you know, your pawns are like friends. So when you have them together, they can sort of hold hands and look after each other. Yeah. But that little guy over there, the black pawn right over in the corner.
Harry No Mates.
He's Harry No Mates, that's right, yeah. He's like, oh, they've left me alone. I'm a bit smelly today. And, you know, we've talked about that before with chess, but...
Yeah, we need to give him an Airthings device.
Yeah, he definitely does. But so there is that weakness. And also maybe white's minor pieces like the knight has some nice roots, and the bishop seems fine. So
the only thing is this is very much a Magnus Carlsen type of position.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
It's hard to imagine Anish being able to create too much here. He has to take a time out to defend a pawn. The black knight was threatening a pawn over there, and now it might be time for Magnus to develop the black bishop before it gets trapped on that square. Black's bishop and rook in the corner, those are the problem pieces.
Yeah.
And they need to join the game.
And talking about Harry no mates, I mean, the problem is there actually isn't weakness. I mean, as long as it doesn't step forward,
at least not yet.
And it's going to take a long time before a white rook starts looking at that pawn and eyeballing it. So
I mean, I was thinking maybe white could, throw his knight, towards that direction. But I also agree, like going back to the position I was quite excited about, and then this position. Well, I'm not that excited anymore, I'll be honest. But I'm also thinking Magnus is going to be so much more comfortable here because he's got his position, as you said, David. And before, I think he would have been like, he would have been defending some vicious attack, but he's managed to get rid of that attack. So
and that's the thing, exactly, Simon. I mean, this is the type of position that Magnus, even if black is slightly worse, I'm not sure he is, but even if black has a disadvantage, this is the type of position Magnus can defend in his sleep. And even if he's feeling unwell, this is not the type of position where we'll see a massive blunder from Magnus, or it's unlikely to be at least. But in a position where he's being attacked, if he's feeling under the weather as well, everything against you, that's when it's hard to play chess, right? When you feel everything's just going against, everything's not in your favour. So, he jumps in with his knight. That's flashy. And what's his idea here? The knight attacks the white rook.
Is he going to move the bishop next move? Is that... No, he can't do that, can he?
Oh, do you think?
Oh, he's going for a draw. Oh, no, please don't.
Let's check out what's happening on the players' faces. Because we could be about to see a draw, and there we go, anti-climax. It's a three-fold repetition and a draw.
I think there should be some forfeit for that. I mean, maybe they have to do the number of push-ups of moves they've done. So like if you've done like 10-move draw, you have to do 10 push-ups. Don't know. I'm just trying to think. Trying to think of some forfeit.
They lose points on the fighting chess index.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big punishment.
That is, and of course, at the end of the season, there will be a prize based on the fighting chess index.
Yeah. Well, Magnus, he is feeling sick today. He did have the black pieces in this game, so perhaps understandable that he was okay with the quick draw. We do see Anish over there with Sverre, so we're gonna get the reaction from Anish.
And how does that change the outlook for the match now?
It doesn't change it. I think it's a good start.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, we did get in a little bit late into that interview with Anish, but are you disappointed with Anish, David?
Very. I've got to say it. I think Anish, he mentioned there, he thinks it's a good start, but I think that was a terrible start for Anish. He knows Magnus is not feeling well. He had the white pieces, and he just bailed out into a draw. Still plenty of life in that position, even right at the end.
And let's get the full reaction now from Anish Giri.
Yeah. Quick one to begin here. How would you summarize it, Anish?
Yeah, game was also quick. No, there were some very interesting possibilities in the opening, but it transitioned into an endgame, which I think is pretty dry. I can probably play only with rook d1 in the end, but I'm not sure there's much point.
And how does that change the outlook for the match now?
It doesn't change it. I think it's a good start.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, it's a quick first game for Anish, and Magnus, a draw. The next one will start at 7 p.m. sharp CET, so they do have now more than 30 minutes to prepare. We're jumping into game one between the tournament leader, Praggnanandhaa, against Liem, who is feeling confident. He did win his match against world champion Magnus Carlsen yesterday. The bar in this one is slightly over to Pragg's side. So what do you think, David?
Yeah, this one I think we're much happier to see because it's very complicated still. Most of the pieces on the board. And again, white has sacrificed a pawn. That's why the computer slightly prefers black. Black is a pawn up after all, but white has great compensation here. White has centralized rooks. White has two knights in the middle of the board, which kind of have their eyes all over the place. And still some pressure on black. Still some threats potentially for Praggnanandhaa to deal with. So it's not an easy position to handle for either side. Simon, who do you prefer here?
Well, I will, for some reason, I always like being a pawn down. It's probably an issue I've got to get over because it's nice having the extra pawn.
It's good to not be materialistic. So.
Yeah, I think so. And but I mean, I love this kind of position generally. I sort of strive to have 2 pawns in the centre like this with some counterplay. So you can see that White's structure, he has the extra pawn in the middle of the board. White's 2 knights look quite nice. He has some nice lines for his rook. His last move, bringing the rook there, pressurising Black's position. So this is a personal thing, but I always like having the attacking chances. There might be some chances against Black's king, but it's probably more positional against Black's queen side. So, me, I would say White. Just that's me. And I'm sure this is why Liam Lee has gone for this, because he must realise this is going to be the position he's going to get from whatever he's played as White. So he's decided to do this. I don't know. What about you two? I mean, do you have any preference? Or?
Yeah, I kind of play this type of position with the black pieces myself, so I have to stay loyal to that. So I'm just going to say black. But I do like what Praggnanandhaa's done. White's knight was going to be very, very dangerous. So I do like this trade. And of course, he's done my favourite thing. He's got the king to safety. And the problem with White's position, in my opinion, is that as soon as he tries to regain the material, well, Black's position suddenly frees up and he doesn't have any problems anymore. And he does have something amazing, which is that protected pass pawn sitting there on the b4 square.
Yeah, so long term, this is going to be a real trump card up his sleeve. Any endgame, Black is going to win because this pawn is just so strong, protected, as Jovanka said, and once the white queen ever moves away, the pawn is simply 3 squares away from promotion. Black is a pawn up after all, and another point you made there, Jovanka, if White regains the pawn, which he can do right now, if Liem decides that being a pawn down is not to his taste and captures here, then at the very minimum, Black can just recapture. Yes, his queen might be attacked, but once he moves the queen, it's opposite colour bishops, which isn't such a bad thing here for Black. And most of all, he has traded off White's very strong knight. And this pawn is actually under fire in the centre of the board, the rook attacking it, the queen attacking it. And when it's defended, Black can start challenging for the open file. And this is the very minimum, I think, for Praggnanandhaa, where it's probably just equal, roughly, because of the opposite colour bishops balancing each other out. But yeah, I think maybe Liam just looking for something more ambitious here, rather than taking this pawn.
Oh, he has taken it, sorry.
This pawn. Yeah.
Well, he's taken it a different way, though, David, there, actually. Okay. I was thinking he could have moved. Yeah.
You were thinking another option,
Well,
Simon?
I was just thinking maybe you could go e3 and move the bishop all the way home to b1 and go switch sides. Go for Black's king, which doesn't have much protection around it.
So, for example, just slide the bishop back and then kind of line up the queen.
Yeah, maybe something like diagonal. This. And because g6 is not possible, but he has taken on c6, and the question is, can Black now keep his pawn up?
Yeah, can he get greedy as well? Can he take the pawn with his rook?
That's the question, yeah.
Really interesting move. It looks like Black's queen is overloaded, but in this position, yes, you lose your bishop, but you do gain the white knight in the process, and yeah, still a pawn up, still with this protected pass pawn.
I'm not liking White's position as much now, I have to be honest, and I'm starting to prefer Black. So could this be another? I mean, another great start for Pragg. Someone's got to take him down, surely. I mean, he can't just go through the tournament crushing everyone. I mean, he's still a kid. It's not fair. So, but I don't
Still
know.
a lot of calculation to be done. For example, here, I'm just wondering what happens if White jumps in with the knight, attacking the black queen, attacking the black rook over here as well, a double attack. Still very complicated, right?
Very complicated, yeah.
For example, after a rook trade, White can keep an eye on this bishop, keep defending it by retreating his queen and recapturing instead. Still attacking the queen and rook, as mentioned.
Maybe rook d8 there. I mean, it's getting crazy, isn't it? So,
yeah.
I mean, really complicated, as you say. A lot of calculation needed in this position.
We could see a crazy situation with all the pieces coming off, and then suddenly White is actually up on material, a rook for a bishop, but Black's bishops together are super strong. And remember this pawn, any endgame Black is likely to win. So this one unclear, but this is the type of thing going through Pragg's mind right now. Can he get greedy and go for the win by taking this pawn? He's a very ambitious player, all youngsters are, but if he takes this pawn, which he doesn't, I was going to say that one would be all-out aggression for the win. Instead, he brings his bishop to put pressure on White's knight. Also looks very, very sensible.
Yeah, it's a nice move by Praggnanandhaa.
A very sensible move, yeah. And that's one thing I noticed, though, David, that something you said there, that all young players nowadays, they're incredibly ambitious. So if they see an opportunity to grab a pawn, even if it looks really scary, they will generally, trust themselves and grab that pawn. And that seems to be like a really good way to, a good bit of advice for anyone out there. If you're starting off in chess, try to play the most ambitious way you can, because you want to, try to play the best moves, right? So that at least is testing you to do that.
I think that actually might be an indicator kind of his age, because he's so young. He doesn't get into his own head and start overthinking things. Like, for instance, we've seen him time and time again. He's been prepared to sacrifice material. He's been prepared to walk into opponents' preparation. He's like, okay, I'm just going to calculate it out. I think it's good. And he trusts himself. And also, having chatted with Praggnanandhaa, he works incredibly hard. Yeah. And okay, this is the kind of point that I was making. Praggnanandhaa saw that this was going to come, but he's like, okay, it's fine. I'm just going to capture it, and he's calculated that this position is fine for him. I'm assuming that he's going to grab another pawn.
Yeah, so black's actually given up a rook for a knight, but now he has just taken a pawn, as Jovanka mentioned. So the material is white having a rook, black having a bishop and pawn in return. So black's slightly down on material, but it's all about that very strong black pawn on the b file and black's combined bishop pair. Look at that black light squared bishop especially. It's got an open diagonal towards the white king. So white's king is going to be really vulnerable on those light squares later in the game. If Pragg can somehow rearrange for his queen to line up with his light squared bishop towards the white king, it's just going to end in checkmate. And that's maybe why the computer loves black's position so much. Maybe here, can black flick in and attack against the white queen? There we go.
Yeah, nice move.
Yeah, those two black bishops look dominant.
Yeah.
And yeah, Pragg, I mean, we mentioned the age thing, but it's just about lack of fear. And I think when I was that age, I had no fear either. When you get a bit older, you think, oh, I'm material down, it could go a bit wrong. Pragg's not worried about that. He's looking for the plus points in his position. And there we go, attacking the white rook as well. Every move coming with a threat now. Momentum, maybe on black's side.
You could also just see the B pawn, which you've mentioned multiple times, just becoming a queen. I mean, you're just going to push that. It's the only passed pawn in the position. It's incredibly strong, and black's two bishops, so they're really working so well here. I mean, I think this is a dream position for black from an opening, really.
If I were white, I would actually be terrified of the light square bishop that black has. Look how it controls nearly every light square on the board. And if the queen manages to align herself on that diagonal, well, problems.
Game over. Yeah.
And normally we say that rooks are worth 5, bishops are worth 3, but bishops together like this, they look much, much stronger than the white rooks. If you look at the white rook parked behind the white queen, that rook is kind of just a bit stuck right now. And black bishops cover any entry squares the rooks want to use. And Liem's already struggling to find safe squares for his rook that's attacked by the black dark squared bishop. I'm expecting him to slide it across one square, or maybe slide it up the board one square, but either way, Pragg, I mean, it's so easy to play this position as black. You just push pawns, park your bishops on good squares, and for white, it's not clear. Okay, he does attack this black bishop. The black bishop is likely to retreat now. There we go. And is he going to continue starting to kick away those black bishops? Either way, white's position is full of holes.
Yeah, well, and clocks are ticking. Both players are under 2 minutes on the clock. Liem about to go down to 1 minute, and it seems to be drama in the other two games going on as well. The bar all the way over to Duda's side in the first game against Jordan van Foreest. Duda, is he on fire? He won tie breaks against Anish Giri yesterday. Jordan van Foreest fighting for his life in this game. Mamdiar of Hansen, the bar has been over to Eric Hansen's side with the black pieces. But right now, it is roughly to the middle. So who knows what's going to happen in that game. Eric Hansen fighting for some points and a bunch of moves now in this game.
Yeah, a bunch of moves, and Pragg just arranged his queen and light squared bishop, as mentioned earlier, on this nice long diagonal. And the light squares look under black's control, the dark squares look under black's control. Meanwhile, Liem there just lining his rook up on an open file. Is it time to start pushing this pawn? Is it time to maybe use that black light square bishop and attack her rook?
Maybe do everything, right? Push the pawn first and then...
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if you can go bishop h1, which just looks ridiculous, but I guess white has queen f1. But it's kind of one of those stupid moves that you just kind of want to play, and it threatens checkmate, which is always fun, but I don't think it achieves much here. Maybe you shouldn't go for that in this position, but...
I have a feeling he might now after you've said that. That's how it works. As commentators, we say one thing, the players always do the opposite.
It's kind of a cool move to play. I think it was David Smurden, who's an Australian grandmaster. He said the rarest move in a game of chess is moving a bishop to the corner, because there's so many... I mean, what point is there of ever putting a bishop in the corner of the board? It never achieves anything. So there's kind of, some beauty in playing a very rare move. But this is very logical, right? Push the pawn, tie down white's rooks, and aim for a queen. Very, very normal way to play.
Yeah, looks very, very natural. And the only possible downside is that white can push a pawn in the center of the board now and hit black's bishop in the middle. He has to try this, I think.
Yeah.
And now what is Pragg's idea? Is he going to take this pawn, but at the cost of his own very far advanced pawn there? Black's b pawn will drop if he captures this central pawn right now. But if black pushes his pawn down to attack the white rook, I think Liem's just going to leave his rook. The bishops are more important there. So Pragg actually goes for the more ambitious option.
But now bishop h1 is really looking, and he's played it.
Your move,
He's got a bishop in.
Oh, wow.
Checkmate threatened. Black queen wants to come.
Ooh,
wow,
that's a runner, isn't it?
He's running. He's trying to get out.
Play this.
Yeah.
And now this is not quite checkmate anymore because the white king is running to the center of the board.
Look at this.
But the white king is running into danger.
Yeah.
And Pragg finds a couple of checks.
Okay, they're playing so. Are they okay? So he's kind of like saying draw here.
Liem is offering.
No, but isn't it possible to do something with the bishop? Get her out of.
Yeah, the black bishop in the corner now could retreat with a check, maybe. It can retreat 2 squares if it wants to. It's up to Pragg. Pragg with 40 seconds now. He can take a draw if he wants by continuing to check with the black queen, kind of yo-yoing back and forth. But is he going to go for the win? Big question now for the youngster. We said he had no fear. This looks like the type of position where he wants to play for a win, but only 25 seconds now for Pragg. Liem looking very zen.
I think as the clock ticks down, I'm guessing he's going to take the draw.
Maybe this pawn push that I was quite excited about was just a bit premature, and Liam Lee did this very clever move in the middle. It looks like he's got to really practically take the draw now, I think, hasn't he, with so little time, surely?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and now the
seconds.
bishop is caged in. He has to give a check.
It's the second time we've seen that position, second time we've seen this position as well. If white's king goes back, now if Pragg gives a check with his queen, it's a draw immediately. So, moment of truth. Maybe we can see Pragg. Is he nervous? Yeah. Is he shaking? He's only got 20 seconds.
He's thinking about it. But,
draw or no draw? Is he going to play on? If he wants to play on, he'll remove his bishop from the corner of the board, maybe re-centralize it or give a check. Pragg head in his hands, though. Body language shows
10 seconds.
He's going to take the draw.
Yeah. There it is. It's the draw, the first game between Liem Le and Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces for Pragg. In 20 minutes, he's going to have the white pieces in game 2. We're going to follow these two out to the lounge. Wonder if they will give a reaction. They do have a little bit of time now before game 2, so maybe they will stop by. Sverre, do you think Praggnanandhaa, is he happy with this result with the black pieces?
No. I mean, he should be happy with the way he played. He played really well, right? Yeah. But just the result maybe a bit disappointing, and maybe just the clock time determining the fact he had to bail out earlier than he wanted.
And I see Sverre is ready. Let's go out. Sverre, will they stop by to give a reaction?
Let's see. Is it okay if we have a quick chat with you? Liem, how would you summarize this game?
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. I think I was under some pressure in the middle game, and it was worse. But after I found this e4, I think I equalized. But before that, he maybe could have played something else, like instead of b3, he can play maybe rook d8 or bishop f3.
Does it give you confidence to get out of trouble, or do you wish, or does it make you feel like it's an uphill battle because you got in a poor position?
No, for now I'm pretty happy that I saved the draw. I was worried that I may lose this game, so I think this is a good result.
So it seems like Liem Le is considering confidence building to actually get out of this position, and that builds well for the future of those games.
Absolutely. We are looking forward to the future of the match between Liem and Pragg. But we're jumping into game 1 between Jordan and Jan-Krzysztof. The bar heavily over to Jan-Krzysztof Duda's side. Is he winning?
It does look like black is in charge here. If we do a quick count, black has an extra bishop. And that bishop, it's not a great piece right now, but it should kind of decide this game. And white has a couple of pawns for now in return for that bishop. Jordan now trying to bring his rook up to the 7th rank, maybe to target that bishop, target the black king. But as long as black defends calmly here, it feels like it shouldn't be enough. Some tricks to avoid, but it should be a win for Duda. He's got enough time as well. 3.5 minutes, plays Jordan's 40 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. As long as Duda suddenly becomes in defensive mode and starts considering all the threats of his opponent, and he's played the move that I was thinking about, so that white's plan was actually to plonk a rook on the 7th row, but after this queen capture, it's not going to be possible because the queen is going to give a check and trade herself off.
Yeah, white's rook at the bottom of the board comes up to the 7th rank. Yep, queen to d1, swap the queens. And if the queens disappear, extra bishop will count.
He could be resignable, this, I feel. I mean, it's a whole piece. We know that Jordan doesn't like resigning. He likes playing on till the end, which is fine. But it is a whole piece against a pretty decent player. So, OK, so he's trying to do something. The only slight thing Black has to be careful of is the sort of weakness around his king, you could say. There's a lot of holes around the Black king, but they're quite easy to defend with his pieces. So, you know, as long as you're careful, as you say, it's game over here, really.
Duda's used to having a bit of a weak king. Every time I see him play, he seems to take risks, open up his own king and go for some kind of crazy complications. And more often than not, it turns in his favour. So
I wonder if any of the players had a big Saturday night, because we were mentioning earlier that, you know, Magnus might be a bit ill, but is it harder to play, as Jan said, if you play ill? It's not necessarily a problem. I remember Mickey Adams said the same. He said whenever he was ill, England's one of England's top players, if not the top player. He said he actually played better sometimes because it made him just sit there and concentrate.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's fine. But if you're tired, maybe that's bad. What about hangover? Has anyone tried that?
Hangover?
It's not good.
No.
Isn't it?
It's not good.
Not good. No. Have you ever done that, David? Played with a hangover?
No comment.
What about you, Simon?
Oh, clearly never in my life. No. Yes.
Well, who knows if these players enjoyed a Saturday night. They don't look hangover at all, that's for sure. And they're both these two players looking fresh in Puma gear. I have to say, it's kind of cool to see chess now leaping even more into the sports world. Not all players wearing the suits anymore, but wearing the sports Puma gear.
You made me feel left out now, Kaja, in my suit here.
But you're looking very nice in the suit.
But yeah, the player's very comfortable. And I mean, we mentioned the routine, whether to go out in the evenings. I mean, we do start very late in the day, actually.
Yeah.
We start at 6 p.m. Here in Oslo. And that means the players, they do have time to recover or prepare or spend their day as they want. So different players have different strategies there.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, it's different for different players, you say, David, but when you've played such a hard day of mind sports, which it really is. It's like doing an exam for 4 or 5 hours. They finished, right, OK, so that is the end, yeah.
That is the end. Yeah. A win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the first game here. Taking the lead in his match against Jordan van Voorst. And Jordan looking over his shoulder because I think there is a little bit of drama going on in the final first game going on between Mamedyarov and Erik Hansen. Is Erik Hansen about to win?
Looks like Erik Hansen is 2 or 3 moves away from sealing the win in that game. Erik with a big material advantage.
All right, we're going to jump out to Sverre to see if he gets a reaction from Jan-Krzysztof or Jordan.
Let's see. I see Jan-Krzysztof walking in right now, and hopefully he'll stop by quickly. And first of all, Jan-Krzysztof, congratulations on a great result in this first game.
Thank you.
How would you sum it?
Yeah, I think it was a very nice technical game. Yeah, it was typical anti-barrel position with this very specific pawn structure. I didn't have that much practice in this kind of structure with black pieces, but I was happy actually to get it. Yeah, the position was tense, probably around being level most of the time. I honestly don't know when my opponent made a mistake, like a very serious one. Yeah, but I just think that basically I was very solid with 2 bishops and I had only 6, so yeah, I mean, just somehow won the game with black.
You've had a very upward trajectory in this tournament. Do you feel physically like things are going better as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's only the beginning of the match, so I can only tell once it finishes, but yeah, so far I'm happy.
But the turning point was the blitz game against Anand, right?
Yeah.
It's an upbeat, it's a positive Jan-Krzysztof Duda here, and I look forward to seeing the end of that Hansen game because that has been pretty crazy as well.
Yeah, you said it, Sverre. Let's jump into that. The bar now, all the way over to Erik's side. He hasn't won a match so far. He is on 0 points. Could be about to get a great start to day 3.
Yeah, and it looks like he's moments away from winning this game. A really nice move there, bringing the rook across. The rook wants to actually aim down to the first rank to pin the white queen to the white king with a deadly attack. And a quick count, the black rook for the white knight. The black rook clearly the better piece. The only thing black has to be careful of is his king. Don't let the white queen check your king. But Erik has this one in the bag. And under 1 minute, but that should be enough time to win this game. If he can just attack this white knight, it's going to be game over.
He looks so focused. I'm wondering if he's even breathing here, Erik Hansen. Super tense, fighting for a win here. And I wonder if we will see a celebration for him if he wins. That's going to be a great result against the great Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. It's been up and down for Mamedyarov so far in the Oslo Esports Cup. But he is a player that can fight back if this is a loss.
Yeah, with Shakhriyar, white, black, it doesn't really matter so much. Losing with the white pieces for some is disastrous, but Shak has the kind of style where he will fight with either color. And okay, just to check, he's trying to fight. He's maybe creating a ghost of a threat against the black king, but maybe it's not quite enough. Erik now, is he going to go on the attack himself, or is he just going to defend? Is he going to, for example, push a pawn, create another escape square for his king? Lots of choice here for Erik, but 30 seconds. He just has to fight against those nerves.
Yeah, I agree. He can't get flustered. And yeah, he does make an escape route for the king. Good strategy.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's attacking only on light squares. If you can create a dark square for your king to hide on, it should be pretty safe. So Mamedyarov also at 30 seconds. Can he fight back?
I think he's probably going to try to introduce the bishop into the mix, throw it towards the white king. Sorry, not white king, black king.
And okay, he pushes a pawn. Harry the H pawn for both sides there, both marching forward. Okay, the moment of truth. Can Erik continue kind of re-centralizing his queen, maybe bringing it to a square? He needs to keep an eye on all of his pawns, not allow any checks. But he can bring it towards the white king potentially. Is he going to move his rook?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. He's about to push a pawn, it looks like, on his screen. He's going to push the black central pawn forwards.
Which looks okay. I mean, he's probably got a number of ways to win this.
Okay, so
I like this move as well.
It's very calm, it has a threat, and Shak immediately defending that pawn.
He's got to watch his clock,
15 seconds, clock is ticking.
Getting nervous, I think, here.
That's the only thing that can beat Erik now, himself and the clock.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't get nervous, he's winning this game. And okay, the white king marches forward.
Yeah.
Shak trying to confuse Erik, maybe trying to release the white knight on the next move.
I think this is one of those cases where if you're in Shak's position, you've got to move instantaneous. It's the only way to try and confuse things.
And sorry, Simon, the evaluation bar jumped up to plus 100. That means it's a forced checkmate on the board. But okay, is Erik going to find it? He didn't have much time there. Okay, we saw a trade of pawns.
And there's
the
a big
white king's
threat.
really open.
There's a big threat of the black queen sliding one square to the right, giving a check, and that would trade off queens, which would be an immediate loss for Shakhriyar.
Yeah, and the thing is, white's going to run out of checks here, which Erik has very, very cleverly worked out. He can put his king on the dark square, and he can block with his bishop on a dark square against another check.
We'll see it happen.
And that will be the end, I think. The white king is too weak, so yeah, very likely to be over. What a great win for Erik, though. Black pieces against Mamedyarov. Hope I don't, because just I better wait another minute before saying that. But this would be a fantastic result for him because, of course, he hasn't won any money and he's got to pay for all his nights out in Norway somehow. So so he needs this win. It's expensive here.
He's going for that win. He's relocated his rook. I think this is a really nice move. He's about to win this game now. This is just one check, as you mentioned there, Simon. The bishop blocks safely, black's king, safe as houses, and now the black rook is about to swing over and hit the white king. No way to stop it. The white knight, white bishop helpless against the black rook. It's going to be checkmate in a few moves, and therefore Mamedyarov resigns.
It's over. Both of them taking their headsets off. We don't see a celebration from Erik Hansen yet, but maybe as he walks into the hallway, will he give us a little bit of a smile, at least. It's a great, great start to day 3 for the Canadian, winning against the great Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And here he comes. We're going to head out to Sverre again. I bet Erik is going to be a very happy man now, Sverre.
And I'm happy that we get to talk to a happy Erik as well, because he has been here a few times and he's been very willing to talk to us. But now we get to talk to Erik after a very entertaining win. How did you experience it?
Thought I was gonna find a way to lose at the end. It was a pretty exciting game. Shak we had a very interesting position, lots of chances for both sides, which is pretty usual for our matches. And I was up 4 or 5 minutes, had a great position, and then I started getting nervous and making a few mistakes. But overall, I'm pretty happy. First day to start off with a win, so I can't really complain with this.
What does that do to build the confidence?
It goes a long way. I've only won one game so far, and I'm in clear last place, so I'll take that point for sure. And now the main job for me, I got to calm my nerves. I was serious time trouble for like 5-10 minutes, so just try to relax before the next game.
You still had a handy extra minute there when things were getting really complicated compared to your opponent, but congratulations on this game and good luck on the remaining match.
Thank you.
So we can hear a much happier Erik Hansen, who's been very willing to come and talk to us regardless of the results, but the nerves seems to be the main problem for Erik right now.
It's nerves the problem for Magnus Carlsen as well. At least his form has been a problem. Game 2 against Anish Giri is coming up in 7 minutes. We're going to follow that. And Magnus, in that game, will have the white pieces. Will he go for the win? Still 3 games to go in all of the matches today, and we also have some cool content coming up for you. After game 3, we're going to show you the quiz, the big quiz with David Howell testing out a couple of our players. And after the next game, we're going to show you the Champions Challenge with Anish Giri.
Look at the focus on Anish's face as well. Look at that focus.
What's going through your head now, Anish?
Don't talk to me.
Okay, just moving his king, not castling. Anish is moving in for the kill here.
Okay, and then it starts playing well. It's always the same.
Ooh, nice tactic there from Anish. So he's won 2 pieces for just a rook. Okay, still looking decent for Anish, especially after that move, winning a pawn. But a lot of work to do. Rook endgame's notoriously difficult.
It's going to be interesting to see if Anish Giri in the challenge against Magnus at 10 years old, if he can win and if he can win in the Oslo Esports Cup against Magnus today. Their game is coming up in a few minutes. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Hello everyone and welcome to this short introduction to the Roy Lopez. So the Roy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, like replies e5, you play knight f3, like replies knight c6, and now bishop to b5. This is the Roy Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Roy Lopez.
Welcome back to the Oslo Esports Cup. In a few minutes, game 2 between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen will start. It's been a hard winter for Anish Giri. He didn't qualify for the candidates, and also most people in the chess world will be aware of the Twitter hacking incident. And in the late night podcast with David and Askild, Anish opened up about the Twitter hacking incident.
I had this very intense day when I was hacked. And then, so with that virus of my son, also we had to go to hospital as well. Well, we sort of, to be sure, let's say. And there was like very little sleeping and very intense. And I filed a police report. And yeah, it's also like way. I mean, I of course the thing is that I have a lot of I have a very edgy Twitter personality, where I make a lot of jokes. I banter with some people, yeah. But for me there are clear lines that I don't cross, and I felt the tweets, for example, of the hacker crossed that line. Whether other people see these lines, like whether they see it the way I see it, I don't know.
The Late Night podcast with Anish Giri will be released tomorrow, a special video edition for all Chess24 premium users. And it must have been interesting to be able to sit down and talk to Anish about the drama of the Twitter hacking.
Yeah, and I mean, it was fascinating. A lot of people had kind of their own thoughts on that, and Anish touched on lots of subjects, how it was for him, how it was for his family, and kind of the fallout from that. And yeah, actually, we sat down with Anish. We thought we'd be chatting for maybe 1 hour. We ended up talking for 2 hours because we talked about so many topics in the chess world. I mean, the Twitter hack just being one of them.
Definitely. And that podcast is released tomorrow. And the next round of games is coming up. These are the results from round 1 today. A draw between Anish and Magnus. A win for Erik Hansen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Also a win for Duda against Van Foreest. And Praggnanandhaa and Liem, they played a draw. We're gonna head out to Sverre in the lounge. I guess the players are about to get ready in the arena, or is there anyone else hanging out with you?
I actually missed a whole bunch going through here, but it was interesting because the guys who looked the most upbeat right now were actually some of the guys who had been losing. Shakhriyar, he looked like he was ready for this new task. You had also the other guys who really seemed, especially yeah, I'm sorry, the Praggnanandhaa was walking by looking happy. The one who looked the most taken aback right now, or the most serious in his approach, that was Anish Giri. He looks like he has his game mode on. He's been walking around in the lobby, and I think that even though they're saying that this rivalry doesn't mean as more than the others, I think that they're finding it a little more exciting right now than maybe on any given Champions Chess Tour day.
I agree with you, Sverre. We do know there is a rivalry between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. How did Magnus look walking back, Sverre? Is he still definitely feeling sick?
He looks determined. He's not stopping to do any interviews right now. The only one who's in the lobby right now is Erik Hansen, who's making some coffee. He looks quite relaxed at the moment. He's right behind here and trying to prepare in a bit of a different way than some of the other guys. And as you can see, when you win, you smile. Isn't that correct, Erik?
Yeah, I'm smiling because I won and the Calgary Flames won last night. We were talking about some hockey earlier.
So in case you guys are wondering what's happening here, I'm taking the one Canadian I can find to also promote my own passions, NHL hockey, and it's almost playoff time, right?
It is, in a week. So it should be fun. I'm glad this tournament doesn't run at the same time as playoffs, because then I'd be up until 7 a.m., which maybe I was already, but anyways, that's another interview.
As you can see, some of the players spent all their time in between preparing for the next game. Some of them look at the NHL stats from last night.
And enjoy their time at the Good Night Maybe. It's so entertaining to have Erik Hansen in the building, getting ready with a cup of coffee, and Magnus Carlsen is back at his computer, ready for game 2 against Anish Giri with the white pieces, and here we go.
And here we go. It's not St. George's Day anymore, but it's the English opening instead.
Yay!
And Magnus Carlsen pushing his c-pawn forward. He's been kind of just experimenting with a whole variety of openings so far in the Oslo Esports Cup. And here we go. White bringing a knight out. Actually, they've had this before against each other in the past. Giri usually here pushing a pawn in the center. And which pawn is it going to be? It looks like he's about to head for the symmetrical English. It looks like he was about to push the black c-pawn forward, but changing his mind, Anish Giri. So maybe not having expected this opening from Magnus Carlsen, he actually goes for the move I was expecting. This one Giri has played many times before, and Magnus now going for the 4 knights variation of the English and a set of trades. It's called the reverse dragon, this system, because it's like a dragon Sicilian, but with reverse colors, white having an extra move. And still very well-known stuff from both players. Anish about to push the black h-pawn forward. And yeah, a theoretical battle between them. Who's done the better homework? That's the big question. Simon, do you have any experience here? You have released a chessball course on the English opening.
Yeah, I mean, I played these positions when I was young as well, the English opening for most of my life. This is actually one of the reasons I gave up the English, this variation, from the white side. I didn't like giving away the space advantage when I had the white pieces, and you can sort of see that black already has a pawn further advanced than white, and that just wasn't something I enjoyed doing. So again, even if the opening, which is perfectly playable, and maybe even better for white, is the computer says it, you've got to go for what you like playing, the kind of positions you enjoy, and I just didn't like playing these positions. Both of them very well prepared. I mean, I think they've drawn this kind of thing lots of times before, so I would be heading that way if I was going to predict a result. Maybe Jovanka, you've got some more.
Yeah, I've got some stats. So up until this bishop move that Magnus just played, the two were actually repeating a game that they'd played against each other in 2019 in the Gashimov Memorial. After this bishop move, well, Magnus has never played this, but Anish has definitely faced it twice. Once against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave last year in Zagreb, and also in 2020 against Wang Hao. And, well, he has mixed memories because he lost the game to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, but he did defeat Wang Hao with the black pieces in this particular position.
Okay, interesting. So Anish clearly, having studied this position before, Magnus must have done, right? If he's raced into this position, he must have studied Anish's previous games. That's what the top players do. We talk about training camps, opening preparation. Half of it is just looking at your opponent's games, looking for weaknesses, looking for positions you think they weren't comfortable, that they didn't understand well. And, okay, after just a little bit of thought, Anish centralizes his rook. Very sensible stuff so far. Black's queen in the middle of the board. Normally feeling a bit uncomfortable here, especially because white's light squared bishop is on the same diagonal. But anytime white's knight jumps out the way, attacking the black queen, using that white light squared bishop, she'll just retreat and no real harm done.
Mm-hmm. And it comes as no surprise that this is the exact same approach that he employed against Wang Hao.
When he won.
When he won, yeah. You tend to repeat those good memories.
Why mess with a winning recipe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's probably kind of a battle of preparation, isn't it? Because you would have thought that top players will realise this. Magnus, you would have thought, I don't know if it's right or not, would know about this game that Anish has had against Wang Hao, and he would have some improvement somewhere, but that's not always the case. And he is obviously a bit under the weather, so he might not have had a chance to, know about that game. So it's very interesting, these preparational battles, basically, for this kind of encounter.
And I was just going to say, chess is different than before, because before the players didn't play that much, and you could kind of memorize the few hundred games that they had played. Now the players are playing thousands of games online, and they are so flexible with their opening repertoires. We saw Magnus open up with this ridiculous 1f3, and Erwin Lamy, who is Anish's second, actually said, oh no, he has to now prepare a little bit against that, just in case. So, I mean, there's so much information out there, so it's impossible just to...
We were thinking earlier on, I was about to get myself in a lot of trouble.
What were you going to do, Simon?
Well, we were sitting on the chairs. I was sitting on Anish's chair. Jovanka was sitting on Magnus's chair, just for a little photo shoot. And this is probably about, 10 minutes before the game started.
Yeah.
And we thought, what if we move the pawn to f3 on Anisha's board?
And also do the same, likewise, for Magnus's board, just the mirror. And
well, that sounds like... I've had many teachers who have done that same Simon. Yeah, I recognise that hum.
Why am I not surprised?
I do recognise that hum, definitely, yes.
But we chickened out.
I kind of would have liked it, though. It would be interesting to see, would they be angry? Would they smile and laugh?
And then we thought maybe expand the whole idea and do the whole room. Yeah, and just see whether anyone
have a
noticed.
collective laugh and laughing.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a famous story I think I've mentioned before, but the British Championships, I think it was British. One year there was a disgruntled chess player. He'd lost a couple of games. He had some argument with the arbiter. This is going back a lot of years, and he snuck into the tournament hall in the middle of the night with a pack of super glue, and he super glued all the kings down to their squares. Might be a myth, but this is what I heard. And I'm sure it happened somewhere, probably not the British Championships. And all the players went to castle at a certain point, and they tried to lift their kings up, and all the board came up as well. It's like, someone super glued the king to the thing, and he was looking through the window, got his revenge, and then...
funny.
So, was it you, Simon, when you say it was someone else?
No comments.
Naughty Simon.
Devilish Simon.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, would it be even possible, though, to How would you do it if you made the 1f3 move on the board? It's a pre-move?
A pre-move.
Oh,
a pre-move
okay.
for everyone. Have them all. And
that'd be brilliant. So they actually sit down, the first move
exactly,
just
first
played.
move, go. Boop, it comes out for everyone. And it would be like pandemonium.
And panicking and like, no.
I didn't make that move.
Yeah, probably a good thing we didn't do that, actually, in hindsight, I think.
And the arbiters would probably look at us and go, you're bad.
Yeah.
We should mention that our on-site arbiters are very, very nice people, but we wouldn't have been their favourites if we'd done that.
No.
Definitely. The arbiters keeping an eye on all the action happening inside the Oslo Esports arena, making sure everything is in order, that the players are happy, and that they get to play their music. Anish Giri, I know he's playing some sort of Dutch top something list.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
And, well, it's a lot of fun and excitement in the arena. And everyone at home, we love it when you join in the action. And we also really like it when you send us your selfies. And to start everyone off, we have Heidi M. Jawa, who says that watching chess can be anywhere, even at the beach. This Sunday cannot get better. Oh, lucky you, Heidi. And keep on enjoying the show. And Anish retweeting his queen. Gabriel Coelho says, watching all these chess legends playing and commentating. Thank you very much for the nice compliment with my young total legend.
Aww.
Very sweet picture.
Future chess player or a current chess player, probably.
Yeah, definitely. You're current these days, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Future champion. I mean, chess is starting so young.
Yeah.
But talking about questions, there's also a question for you, Kaja.
Ooh.
Coach Casey asks, what is your favourite opening?
Didn't I have a favourite opening? I don't remember what it was anymore. The Dutch.
The English.
What was it?
Najdorf.
The Sicilian Najdorf. Thank you. Yes, I was going to say that. I'm not at that level, actually. Even if I follow chess now every day.
Which pawn do you pick up? Do you pick king's pawn,
yes,
queen's pawn?
usually maybe the king's pawn. No.
Do you just like switch?
Yeah. It's always one of the two pawns. I never do anything crazy stuff with the knights or anything. It's one of those two central pawns I will push.
No pawn to f3.
No pawn to f3, never, ever, ever.
That's
no,
good.
because I would fall into the fool's mate. That's my problem. Yeah, no, I'm not at that level. Might surprise you, even because I do listen to the best chess players every day talk about chess. But I'm having a hard time memorizing those openings. Super hard.
Chessable. Got to get on Chessable.
I know, yes.
That's why it's there.
Yeah.
Right.
And check out your, you have a couple courses on Chessable, right, Simon?
I got a fair few
on
Chessable, and the last one that came out was The Life and Times of Mikhail Tal. So it was actually he wrote this one, and he's one of the most interesting chess players, my favourite chess player of all time.
Yeah.
But I done 15 hours of videos on his games, so it's there's a lot of videos, and he was a great player, but he's also a very interesting character. He had, very funny guy and had some great stories. So we try to talk a bit about that and what he did to become so great. So but there's many courses on Chessable, something for everyone, really. So,
absolutely, yeah. No doubt about it. We do have a few moves on the board. Is it still?
It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, okay.
Both players just kind of marking out their territory. We haven't talked so much about the last few moves because both players were just kind of improving their pieces slowly. If you look at White's army here, it's all kind of camped out on the first 3 ranks, not really kind of pushing forward yet, not really initiating that kind of action between the two sets of forces. Black, meanwhile, spent a lot of moves with the queen. That's why we normally say don't bring your queen out too early, because Black had to use a couple moves to retreat her to a safe square, just to make sure she wouldn't get hit by a set of bishops, maybe hit by some pawns. And now Magnus, with this last pawn push, just getting ready to expand and push White's pawns forward on this left flank. We would call that a minority attack if White's pawns, the 2 pawns there, the A and B pawns, do start to push forward. There are targets as well. Black's knight, not ideally placed. Looks like it's controlling the center, but maybe a white pawn can kick it away later. And the black dark square bishop, again, looks good, but could be a target. Meanwhile, Anish Giri needs to develop his light squared bishop to a good square, maybe bring that rook out from the corner. Lots of choice for him. This pawn structure comes from the Sicilian defense, and it's really hard to handle for both sides. White has an extra central pawn, 2 versus 1, but Black has very active pieces.
I have a question for you, David, because White has kind of signalled his intention, just like you say, he's going to expand on the left side. Time to prevent it or focus
Good question.
on development?
I know that if Magnus Carlsen were Black here, he wouldn't hesitate, right? He would pick up Black's A-pawn and push it 2 squares because he loves gaining space on all sides of the board, every flank. I would probably do the same, but maybe Anish is looking for something a bit more direct. Black, for example, does have the option of planting the knight into the center of the board, offering up some trades there. Usually that's quite a kind of safe approach for Black if he can go for it, but Anish, I think he's debating, whether to pick up Black's A-pawn, push it 2 squares, gain space, maybe bring out the Black light square bishop, or plant the Black knight in the middle.
I think a very normal idea here is to put that light square bishop on where it points at the knight, because one thing that often happens, the Black knight certainly wants to come into the centre of the board. White will probably have to take that knight off, and Black will take with the pawn. I don't know if we can show that, and you get this kind of pawn structure, right, where now Black has an open file, and you've got to try to utilise that open file and bringing a bishop out where it's kind of pointing at that weakness is also a good idea. And I think there's a strategy, actually, that in the Sicilian you see this against the Dragon, which is a reversed version of this, a tempo down, which David mentioned, and it was called the Karpov variation. This is something that I think Karpov played quite often, and I know that because my friend Adam Hunt beat me with this idea once, and he told me it was the Karpov variation, but he could have been fibbing. He just beat me and pretended he was Karpov, and I was like, yeah, I believe you. But similar kind of thing happening anyway, David, here in the game.
So basically the same pawn structure we just demonstrated right there, but instead of taking with his bishop, White traded the knights off, so now it's purely bishops on, so no more tricky knight hops, no more knight forks later to worry about, but it's all about the diagonals, and White's bishops do look very good on these 2 diagonals right now. The Black queen was attacked, so Anish has found a safe square for her in the middle of the board. And she's pretty safe here right now because White really doesn't want to push pawns forward to attack the queen. This would just give away weak squares. And okay, interesting position. It's just about whether White can utilize his bishops. Right now, Black has got everything defended. And as Simon mentioned, there is a bit of a backward pawn. This is maybe a long-term target for Black because anytime it pushes forward, it's just going to get captured by the Black pawn. So yeah, it's a bit of a standoff right now. Personally, I think Magnus will be pretty happy. I was about to say that, and then I saw him on the webcam. But normally, Magnus would be pretty happy with this type of position because it's quite stabilized. There's not too much drama going on. The White king very, very safe. And Magnus at some point will start pushing this pawn forward, maybe moving his bishop out the way and then pushing the other pawn as well. But Anish, he for sure has analysed this type of pawn structure, as Simon mentioned, from a different opening maybe. Anish, after all, did do a chessable course on the Sicilian Dragon himself. And here he's basically playing that opening just with colours reversed. So very tense position, still a lot of action yet to come. And okay, Magnus starts by choosing to offer a trade of bishops. If he can get rid of this dark square bishop, which was actually blocked in, then maybe the Black pawns will become a bit weak. For example, if we see everything fly off the board, lots of exchanges happen. Now White is the one with the targets. White's rooks get very, very active. Okay, and no trades yet. Anish says, you can do it, but on my terms. He pushes forward, and Magnus doing the same. The minority attack is coming. These 2 are going to undermine Black's 3 pawns over here. So, very tense middle game.
It certainly is tense and not easy for Anish. I mean, at first I was quite optimistic about Black's position. I kind of saw, well, the queen is nicely centralised. But in this next, space of few moves, Magnus is suddenly done doing his favourite thing, and when those pawns start rolling, there's going to be problems, especially along that long diagonal for the light-squared bishop.
Yeah, it seems fairly typical, this kind of position for the middle game that you get here. I mean, I suppose the only odd thing from my eyes is where White's bishop is, that dark square bishop. But I agree with you, Vanka. I mean, White has this easy plan, the minority attack of opening up the light square bishop, just trying to win a pawn on the queen side. And I think this is why Anish has played the last move. He wants to try and move that bishop he's positioned into the centre to get rid of White's very strong bishop in front of his king. Yeah.
Nice move by Magnus, though, because Anish wanted to trade off the light square bishops, and Magnus is saying, oh,
very sneaky move.
Yeah. Very sneaky because he can go e4, right? Yeah. The bishop. That's a very good move. Otherwise, I think
Yeah,
we should be happy. Yeah,
we have to show this on the board. Magnus looking very happy with himself after this last move because he's set. Magnus has set a strategic trap.
Is that one of those satisfying moves to make, basically?
Yes, and we got to show why he's so happy with himself, Magnus, there, because this is Black's plan after all, revealed by Black's last move, putting the bishop on the square. As you guys mentioned, White's light squared bishop is one of the key pieces, both from a defensive point of view, but also long-term on this diagonal. So if Black can trade these pieces off, Black is doing very, very well. But Magnus now, he'll push his pawn 2 squares forward, and en passant is possible, it's legal, but it would be a big blunder here. So normally this pawn push would be met by Black capturing, as if the pawn moved just 1 square, but now suddenly loose pieces drop off and the Black queen would fall on this diagonal. So a really interesting move there from Magnus.
Do you think they should make en passant as a rule? You have to capture it, just to mix up a little bit of chess. So if en passant is available, you have to play it.
Oh, that's
nice. That could be, because they had this, idea of trying to sort of make chess a little bit different, and that'd be quite a subtle way of making chess a little bit different, I think.
That means Magnus would win by force if it were this position. If Magnus could push his pawn forward, if Anish had to take it as if it moved 1 square, Anish would lose his queen by force.
That's a threat. E4 is actually a threat to win the queen.
A winning threat.
So it'd be...
As if chess is not difficult enough.
Yeah, just make it a bit more difficult, shall we? Yeah.
But I like the fact there are no forced moves like that in chess. It's like
fair enough,
chess is like warfare after all, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's nice to have options. And okay, with that in mind, the tension between the queens being a bit too much in that variation that we just showed, Black parked the queen on a different square, and he's now maybe trying to trade off the bishops on this diagonal. Magnus meeting that by attacking the Black queen. Interesting. So he's attacking the Black queen, and if we see Black block with the bishops, how is Magnus going to keep the bishops on the board now? Maybe he won't. I'm just trying to work out his plan here.
I think Anish is still doing a very good job here. If he can get rid of the light square bishops, and then the dark square bishops will probably come off. I don't see why he should be worse. I mean, he's got the open e-file. He's keeping the balance, I think.
I think we might be... I was going to say we might be about to see a repetition of moves, but no, Magnus trades things off, and okay, he's lured the Black queen to this square because he wants to create a pin on the 4th rank.
Another example where en passant would be a force win if you had to take it. So yeah.
Again, if Black were just to make a move, for example, pushing Harry down the board, very logical. As you mentioned, Simon, pushing this pawn forward.
Wins.
If en passant was forced, of course, Black doesn't have to capture this pawn, but if he did capture it as if it moved 1 square, then whoops, the queen falls off to the white rook. And this is actually quite a common motif in lots of endgames, when to push en passant, when to kind of prepare it. You often want to trick your opponent. Often it looks like this type of pawn move is just not sensible because your opponent can take it, but you can set it up so that your opponent really can't take the bait. So interesting position. I like what Magnus has done with this idea of a pin on the 4th rank. Anish's queen may be feeling a bit uncomfortable now, stared down by the white rook.
I really struggled with the en passant rule when I was a kid, actually. When I first started learning chess, I was really confused by it. So
I still struggle with it.
Yeah, it's quite a strange one because it's not normal that you can capture on an empty square. That kind of feels like strange. I mean, I think it's capturing passing is what it means, but it's still a bit strange.
And it happens quite rarely, so it's hard to sort of get used to it, I think.
Yeah, especially it's one of the things beginners struggle with, definitely. En passant, just learning it.
I also have to say castling also doesn't make that much sense either. The king suddenly moves 2 squares, rook jumps over it, like, hello?
Yeah. Why are you moving 2 pieces?
And also, I saw a great tweet the other day. It was before the tournament where someone goes, well, chess players get really annoyed when people call rooks castles. But then we castle,
Yeah.
What's the logic in that?
I did this pod thing with Dom Jolly, who's quite a famous comedian, and he was saying all chess players are snobs. They should just call it what they want. Why do they call it rooks? Why can't they call it castles? It's because you're snobs. That's what it was. It's like, okay, we'll call it. I don't mind what we can call it. So
why the knight, not the horsey?
The horsey, exactly.
Yeah, I like the British version.
Just like,
and the pawn is the prawn.
Well, in the Norwegian, it's tower, which is sensible, right?
Yeah.
Well, what is a rook? What is the
it comes
not
from
in
the
chess?
Persian word for, I think, tower, I think.
Oh, okay. So
I'm not quite sure. So if anyone
tower.
does know the answer, then please tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps.
confusing because in English a rook could also mean like a crow-like bird, which makes no sense. In terms of chess, at least. But okay, meanwhile, a couple of moves. The Black Queen we mentioned was uncomfortable on that 4th rank, so she's gone back to reposition herself, and not too much else has changed. So now I'm expecting Magnus to start pushing pawns on this left flank because he's a bit stuck otherwise. Offering up this en passant thing, it's going to remain in the position for a long time, but I don't think now.
Still interesting, isn't it? Still very interesting, actually. I mean, it's a theme that's coming up, David, isn't it? And now, yeah, you could think about it.
Yeah, maybe White could push a pawn forward 2 squares in the centre, hoping for en passant, but it's not forced. So, interesting moment.
But that would probably help White's position if you can move that backwards pawn, which we've noted is a weakness because it's on that open file. And he's played it.
He's done it.
He's done it.
So it wasn't irrelevant, all the stuff we were talking about there. En passant is in the position.
Yeah.
So Black can actually capture this pawn as if it just moved 1 square. And to take or not to take, that is the question. It looks on Anish's screen like he is about to go for it. There we go. En passant did happen. Queen trade very quickly, and White recaptured the pawn. So still level material, but Black has a set of double pawns now on the F file. Black's weaknesses in front of his king now. Maybe hard to attack, but they are there for sure. And now Anish is about to trade off the bishops. Was he changing his mind again?
Does bishop make sense to you then? That the piece is called a bishop. It looks like a bishop.
Yeah, the bishop, I think, is the bishop, queen and king. We can understand why they're called those.
But why a bishop? Why not like a laser beam? or like, arrow.
I agree with
Arrow would make more sense. A bishop is like clergy. I think that's where it comes from. So why are we moving clergymen around?
And would the bishop be a part of the war in ancient times?
Well, I think before in ancient times, the bishop was an advisor to the king. So, the bishop sits next to the king.
Okay, so that makes sense.
That's why that. But also the knight jumping over things doesn't make too much logical sense.
Well, the horse would jump.
A horse would jump over things, maybe.
Yeah, but no other piece does it.
Yeah.
Special powers. Yeah.
Send in your suggestions on Twitter.
You guys are very critical of the game of chess today, I have to say. All of you making a living and being just amazing chess players.
You've got to ask.
Be nice to the game.
You've got to ask those questions, though, haven't you? A bit of philosophy about life.
You've got to be
curious,
right?
You've got to be. Yeah, definitely. It's good to be curious.
Yeah. So you wouldn't actually say that chess is perfect?
Nothing's perfect, Claire.
I kind of think the game chess is a perfect board game. It's the perfect game, if you ask me.
I don't think we'd change anything if you asked us truthfully. I don't think we would change anything because we love it so much. But it's interesting to think of these things, and I'd love to hear the viewers' thoughts on what we should rename the pieces or what rule changes you would suggest.
Yeah, good.
It would be, I think it would be kind of cool if the pawns would be a little bit different. So if the pawns could have a little bit of personality. So the A pawn has a little bit of a thing, and the B pawn, something that differs from the A pawn.
But then when they capture and go onto a new file, do they kind of change personalities?
There's actually a chess variant where they change value according to what line they're on.
Oh.
But I have to say, I really liked it when Pontus Carlsen was here, and he said that in Africa, that they often teach the kids, not necessarily with pawns. Well, they do, but they kind of don't. The value that they ascribe is in terms of animals.
Oh, that's true.
So the rooks were the rhinos. Yeah. I mean, how cool is that?
Very cool.
I think if you bring them to life, it's much easier for kids to learn about them. So that's the point. If you actually give them names, one of the points is you make them something, and kids can say, "Oh, it's I recognise that pawn. It's got a name." So it's sort of it's quite a good tool for to remember stuff, right? So
can you imagine a world championship with a chess set full of animal figurines?
Yeah,
I mean,
that'd be weird, wouldn't it? So,
sorry, carry on, Simon.
I mean, I was just going to say about the position. I mean, I think this is pretty horrible for Anish. I mean, just at first glance. I mean, just because we're talking about the pawn structure, and we know that having 2 pawns doubled, I mean, it is nasty, and also it's a Magnus position, right? Magnus loves playing against small strategic problems, which Anish has. I mean, I guess we go for a nice position for White.
It's all Magnus right now, and also look at the clock times. Magnus at 11 minutes, Anish down to 2 minutes. So a 9-minute advantage for the world champion, and we know he's not feeling well, Magnus Carlsen, but this is the type of position, this is his bread and butter. This is what he's specialised in since he was young, and Anish has just got his strategy all wrong. Okay, he pushes a pawn forward now, just stopping any kind of rook checks maybe. The white rook on the 4th rank was about to swing over, but now there is a target for the white rook, and Anish, it's really hanging by a thread for him already. Trades one set of rooks, but that only improves white's pawn structure. And yeah, if black's pawns on the f-file weren't doubled, if you could put one of them back on the g-file, black is completely fine, but it's just the fact that there are clear weaknesses, and Anish has gone into his opponent's home territory. Anish clearly uncomfortable. He has to use his rook to defend his pawns now on this 5th rank, but Magnus can step a pawn forward in the centre just to protect his bishop. It's
looks horrible for black.
Really bad.
Really bad.
Often, I mean, I've seen openings where you give up a pawn in order to lumber your opponent with this terrible pawn structure that black has on the right side. I mean, it's so weak. Every single one of those pawns doesn't have a friend. And the rook attacks it, but also you can visualise that the king could also be an attacker there as well.
So you've got Harry no mates and Freddie no mates as well. So yeah.
Double Freddie.
Double Freddie no mates. So, right,
yeah, those 2 f pawns would give Beth Harmon nightmares. And okay, Magnus brings his rook across, defends his bishop. Look how flexible white's pawn structure is as well. White can push pretty much any pawn if he wants to. Black's pawns are all pretty much fixed.
That's quite a clever move, because I mean, I was with you, David, that you should, push that pawn to guard the bishop, but this way,
concrete.
Yeah, and the white king might better go where the rook was just placed, I guess, is the idea.
Giri is just completely stuck, actually. He doesn't really want to trade bishops yet, because in a pure rook endgame, his pawns would be even weaker. Black's rook is stuck on the 5th rank, just doing a defensive job, so he has to play with his king alone. And as Simon mentioned, it's very easy for white to actually improve the king as well. First, he's going to push pawns. He's going to try and kind of force Giri to trade off these bishops. I mean, Magnus, he's barely thinking. This is the type of position he can just play purely on instinct. There's zero calculation involved. It's just, okay, where do I want my pawns? Where do I want my pieces? And even if you're really unwell, you can play a position like this. Even if you're really tired, you can play a position like this. Giri, meanwhile, clearly uncomfortable with 2 minutes left.
Oh, wow.
And, I mean, it's purely defensive. He's trying to kind of fight for the draw from move 1 now in Giri in this game, but it's backfired. And Magnus, look at the evaluation bar. Big advantage for him.
Okay, interesting. Will Magnus Carlsen win game 2 here? He has a lot of time on the clock. In the other 3 matches, the bar actually is very much to the middle in all our matches. So will we have a little bit of a drawish round? It's going to be interesting to see. So far in the tournament, a lot of decided games, so that is super fun and entertaining. And Magnus fighting for a win in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to say now, I'll be shocked if Magnus doesn't win this. I know he's not feeling 100%, but just look at his last few moves. He pushed a pawn forward in the centre, solidifying everything. And now the white king kind of making its way towards those isolated, weak, doubled black pawns. At his choosing, he can push a pawn on the other side to kick black's bishop away, force it to trade itself off for white's bishop. The black bishop can never run away from that trade because white's bishop would just go and grab a pawn. Giri's just completely stuck. He just has to wait and do nothing and hope that there's no breakthrough. But
the hardest thing in chess is to do nothing, right?
Exactly.
I mean, this is what is well known. When especially when you're in a worse position, it's much more natural to try and do something. So yeah, I think this is another problem that Anish is going to have here, right?
And with the clock situation, I mean, the temptation, the human instinct, right, is to lash out at some point and calculate your way out of danger, do something, but he can't.
Yeah. And especially if Magnus is sneaky and gives him a chance to break out, but it was a false promise. Okay, so the bishops have been traded. We did speak about that, that there is the urge to do something. The bishops are off. Which pawn should capture the bishop? Both of them kind of look nice.
Both look nice. I would capture towards the centre, using the white B pawn to capture inwards.
You can maybe think about the rook, king and pawn ending, possibly, I guess, or...
The only thing that will make Magnus pause is capturing with the white rook, offering a rook trade, but he's got to be 100% sure there that he's winning. So you don't go into a king and pawn endgame unless you've calculated every single detail, and maybe it wasn't so easy for white to create a passed pawn in that endgame. And suddenly Magnus looking up. Is he just meditating?
Maybe he's thinking, how do I break this down? Because there's that famous thing where you've got to have 2 weaknesses, and how does white actually break through this position? I mean, he doesn't have many ways to get into Black's structure. Black has a couple of weaknesses, as you know, the double pawns, the pawn on the half-open file, but how do you actually break through?
Yeah, and that's, as we saw Magnus looking up, now he's just recomposed himself, and you mentioned, Simon, 2 weaknesses. This one, it's the backward pawn. White's going to attack it soon, and for example, if Black just makes a move, this will tie down the Black rook. Okay, the Black rook's actually gone back already to defend this pawn, preempting that. The other potential weaknesses are these ones, but the Black king is holding them for now. So really interesting. Okay, Magnus, okay, we are actually heading towards this position. Magnus, he does have that question. Is he going to, for example, reroute his king around this way to attack this pawn on the edge of the board, which is isolated? Is he going to maybe maneuver his king around the other way and then free up his rook? For example, in a situation like this, if Black just waits, maybe bring his rook back, swing this rook across this way, and kind of overload the Black army. Anish, meanwhile, just has to move back and forth. Yeah, sitting on his hands. He's doing that, but 30 seconds, maybe 10 minutes.
Maybe there's an a6 break. Black can play a6 first.
Yeah.
Course, but yeah.
I think that's a nice waiting move to have that in advance, just in case Black also was tempted to push the pawn to a6. One idea that I had was to kind of, first of all, just do some magic with your rook. Just reroute it to the F line as David showed. Oh, I didn't expect the pawn to be pushed.
Well, I think he had to play, otherwise White was going to play a6.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting White to do that. I thought White might have it in reserve.
Yeah.
And now Black is actually completely stuck. Black's king is tied down, defending this pawn. It can't move. Black just has to move his rook back and forth on this 7th rank. It's just going to use these squares and wait. And, okay, Magnus, he's going the other way around now. What is his plan? He's forced Black to kind of fix his pawns on these squares. But what's next for Magnus? That's the big question. We know that Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, but Anish Giri has tried to set up a fortress. He's hoping that White can't break through. And, okay, White is just waiting. Anish is just going to rotate with his rooks back and forth, as we mentioned. So fortress or no fortress? That is the question.
I don't think it's a fortress.
I think, I know. I think White should better break through here, because White's still got some pawn breaks. I mean, White has these 2 pawns in the centre, which can potentially move, especially the D pawn, and he's just maybe at the right moment going to play this. And I like the idea you showed earlier, David, bringing the White rook to the F file, hitting those double pawns, and then maybe you transfer the king the other way. Yeah. Still got to be one, but it's certainly not a fortress yet.
Also, your idea of actually breaking in the centre looks also quite dangerous as well. Do them all.
Yeah, just time them well, I think. And look at the time advantage as well. Anish is down to 40 seconds now, which is pretty pretty bad.
Yeah, so these are long-term plans Magnus has to formulate over the next 5-6 moves. But yeah, it's going to be hard for Anish. Every move, Magnus is going to start creating tiny little mini threats, and Anish is going to have to burn his time trying to counter them.
Yeah. Is this a situation as well where it's easy to make inaccuracies that can just ruin the whole thing for Anish?
Maybe not this exact moment, but maybe in 5 or 6 moves' time, once Magnus has started to create those threats. First, Magnus is just improving his king. Then he'll improve his rook. And then the threats might start to come, or the pawn breaks at least, as you guys mentioned.
So it's looking super dangerous for Anish Giri. Clock ticking down to 20 seconds in game 2 against Magnus Carlsen. The first game was a draw. Okay.
Yeah, look at what Anish is doing. Just king up, king back, king up, king back.
It's horrible playing that, isn't it? When you know just waiting for your own doom in some respects, especially when you're playing Magnus. It's like, oh dear.
But on the other hand, there's some kind of joy in the fact that you don't have to think too much. You just shuffle the king backwards and forwards.
So you don't want to think too much. You should probably be playing drafts and not chess, shouldn't you?
Oh, Simon, your move is on the board.
The breakthrough has happened. Is it the right moment? That's the big question. And Giri clearly surprised by that, because it looks like White's giving up a pawn. And, okay, he's not going to take this pawn off the board. Oh, he is. That pawn was just too strong. You couldn't let it march forward. But now this is the point. The White king has entered the game. And Magnus has timed it pretty well, I think, because the Black king is offside. Black's king is kind of on the wrong part of the board right now. And, Giri, look at that. He clicked on his rook, clicked on his king. Under 10 seconds, he's not sure what to do.
Oh, he took a passive decision as well. Ooh.
The White rook is in now. The White rook is in the Black camp.
And White can actually think about advancing the c-pawn 1 square forward.
I don't like that move. I thought the Black king had to come back towards, but...
I think White might even offer a rook trade if he wants.
Yeah,
and just to win Black's pawn in the centre. Black is temporarily a pawn up, but look how many weaknesses Black has. Okay, he does go for this pawn push. Magnus is rushing slightly. I'm slightly concerned about that for him, but he's created a pass pawn. White's a pawn now is a runner. And, okay, Black trying to get active with his rook.
Yeah, I have to say, Magnus did rush it, because now this is a nice move by Anish, because he's getting ready to check the king on the e4 square and then get the rook behind the pawn. And there you see, he really made a very fast move, pre-move.
Yep, so Black's rook giving check, and Magnus, wow, rushing towards his pawn. So it's now a race. It's about whether White's pawn is quick enough to run up the board. Black's rook might have to give itself up for that, but it's just about whether the Black king can start doing its own damage. Magnus decided not to go and grab pawns himself. He's banking on this one guy, Alice the a-pawn, running up the board, and Magnus's king is now going to go and support this pawn. I'm very surprised Magnus is playing so quickly, because there's so much to calculate here. It's pretty much a race, any race, pawn races especially. It's all about, I do this, you do that, I do this, you do that. And this type of position, you can calculate 10 moves in advance, because every move is pretty much forced. But Magnus is just clearly playing by instinct.
And he seems to be making the right moves. The bar is liking it. He is sick. How impressive is it that he's able to play like this?
I don't know. This is bad strategy, actually. We tell our students off for playing like this, because he's not using the clock. And now you can see a pawn race. I mean, it might work because Anish only has just under a minute on the clock, but...
Is he going to bring his rook back and challenge the Black rook?
Yeah, he is. That's a nice tactic.
It's going to get really complicated. But yeah, okay, there we go. This rook offers itself up, but it's purely to distract Black's rook away from defending the White a-pawn promoting. So if the White rook is captured, White will make a new queen. It's still complicated there, but...
I think Anish might have, that might have been a mistake as last move, because he doesn't really want to lose this pawn. It's such a trump. I mean...
And you saw Anish put his head in his hands, as you say that, Simon.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think we're saying maybe Magnus is rushing, but he's the best endgame player of all time. He knows exactly what positions to aim for. And he's probably just playing a winning plan, and he realises that a-pawn's so strong. I don't know, maybe he could have calmed down a little bit.
But he was only just in time, Magnus, by one move.
Yeah.
5 seconds for Anish.
Okay, 5 seconds, and he takes the White rook. White makes a new queen, and it's queen versus rook. Black's pawns are all a bit loose as well, so no fortress in this game. It's just about whether Black's far advanced pawn can promote later. Okay, he's pushing it, but White can stop that pawn with his queen. White can give a check or two first if he wants as well. Or this feels like it's winning now for White.
It does,
Look
doesn't
at
it?
the bar as well, saying 4.8 advantage for Magnus Carlsen endgame 2. And the clock is ticking so fast for Anish Giri. Incredible, the time difference here.
Yeah, White can just give a check, force the Black king back. So go to the g8 square. Okay, that has happened there. And now just go back and stop this Black pawn in the center. You want to stop it from behind. That's the best way to stop pawns. There we go. And actually a couple of pawns now under fire. Black's pieces aren't coordinated. If the Black king was near the rook and near this very strong pawn, then maybe Black could save the game, but the Black king just too far away. It's hopeless now for Anish.
And I think we're going to see a result, actually.
Do you think he's going to resign?
Yeah, because pawns are going to be dropping off. In case if he gives a spite check, okay, king will move. But still, the problem persists. There's 2 pawns on prise. The pawn on the f6 square and the far advanced pawn. And now, well, all he has to do is just move his king to attack the rook. And he's done that. 12 seconds.
No more checks for Black. Black has to put his rook on a passive square. The Black pawn drops. And now it's just a matter of time. The White queen is going to overpower the Black rook. She has easy routes into the Black position. Black's pawns are just too weak. It's hopeless now for Giri.
Ooh. Is he about to resign, Anish Giri?
I think any moment. The Black rook also has no safe squares to park itself on. Okay, it goes active, and Anish taking his earphones out. He's getting ready to give up. One more move, the queen will attack the Black pawns, and that's game over.
Yeah, it's looking like Magnus Carlsen will take the first point in this match against Anish Giri. Game 2 with the white pieces. But Anish Giri, he keeps playing.
Okay, a couple of last moves here.
I suppose his only hope is to get something like queen versus rook, nothing else on the board, which is still winning for White, but it's a bit tricky to win.
Yeah, I think he's just going through the motions. It's
Yeah,
the most painful thing,
Yeah.
just to resign. And Magnus has all the time in the world, actually. Magnus can sit here and wait for 5 minutes and let him suffer.
Are the players allowed to go and have a walk? Maybe he could go and just chill out a little bit, go and get some sushi. Oh, his legs are there, yeah, he's about to go. That's it. Yeah.
That's it. It's over. Magnus Carlsen takes the lead in the match against Anish Giri. Anish Giri, he will have to make a comeback in either Game 3 or Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks or win both of them to win the match. Magnus Carlsen walking towards the lounge. Will he stop for a chat with you, Sverre?
I'm hoping so. He's walking into the room right now. Let's see if we can get a quick response. It's interesting to see, Magnus. You have so much time at the end there, and yet you play so fast. Is that because you're in complete control, or to stress your opponent?
No, it's because I'm not in a state particularly to calculate, so I just play by intuition. But yeah, it worked.
But still, fortresses don't stand.
Not in this case, no.
Thank you, Magnus, and good luck. I'm actually thinking there's still one game being played here with Praggnanandhaa, and if you guys want to join me, we could actually take a walk to what is the rooms where all the players now take their breaks in between games. We can see Johan Sebastian here, the second for Jordan van Forest, who was on my side right now. But we're walking into the corner room. The corner room is where our young gun, Praggnanandhaa, is currently sitting. And I'm going to have a quick chat here with Ramesh, if that's okay by you.
Yes, please.
It seems like the game right now is tilting Pragg's way. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, it looks like the final position from what we have seen after Queen G4, which looks like a big blunder from Lee Kwang. It looks like Pragg is winning after Queen C5. The black king seems really unsafe, and white pieces are coordinating really well.
And so we can say that once again, he's performing well in these situations, at least score-wise. I mean, yes. It must be fun to join as a coach when things are flowing smoothly like this.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I've been with Pragg for almost like 8 years now. So we have seen many ups and downs in our times together. So it's really nice to see Pragg is doing extremely well at such a big platform. And this will give him a world of confidence.
Is it important also for Pragg, you think, to now be physically present with the other players, because it gives a bit of a different dynamic than sitting home in front of your computer?
Yeah, definitely. Pragg has always preferred to play over the board with human opponents, to say. But since the lockdown for the last 1.5 years or so, the over-the-board tournaments have not been happening. So he has been shifting his focus on two things. One, to learn new openings, improving his general strength, and also to keep the motivation going by playing online tournaments. But playing online tournaments, there are pros and cons as well. But he really wants to be the world champion in the standard time control over the board play. So it's really nice to see him getting such a big platform.
You're here then, both as his coach, but also as his second, I would think. But would you say that the match today has gone according to plan?
Yeah, Lee Kwang, he generally has a broad repertoire, but the thing is, like, he's also more predictable, you could say, both ways, because he plays 3 or 4 openings, but we can, to some extent, predict the openings. And he fell into Pragg's preparation, I would say, in the first round with the black pieces. Pragg got close to winning position, but due to time shortage, he let him off hook and settled for a draw. So I think that game was a really nice one, the previous one. And even in this game, like, more or less, we were expecting these lines. And Pragg got decent position, slight advantage right from the opening, and kept the pressure on. And really, I like the way, like, he went for knight g5, h4, very risky ideas with just hardly a minute left on the clock. So that just shows that he believes in himself. That's really a good sign.
A good sign to believe in yourself at the end there, and it seems like Pragg has a really good position now to win this game number 2.
Absolutely, Sverre. It's looking very good on the bar, looking very good in his lounge as well. Amazing to hear from his coach, Ramesh. Is Pragg about to take the lead in this match as well?
It's looking very, very good for him. Liem is a great defender, so we can't write him off, but in the current position, white has a queen and rook against a queen and knight, and with so many open files, the rook should be the key piece here. So a queen trade should be winning for white, still some work there, but more importantly, I think Pragg is going to go for the black king. The black king won't have too many safe places to hide long term. Drawing chances here, do you think, guys, or minimal?
No. Minimal.
Okay, Liem trying to seek safety in a queenless endgame, but even that one shouldn't be enough to hold.
Wow. I mean, Praggnanandhaa. The first game ended with a draw. This is the second game. Pragg about to take the lead. Both of the first 2 matches he's won in only 3 games, and he could do the same today if he wins this one and the next one. Someone is just on fire. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's so mature as a person, but also as a chess player. I mean, just some of the decisions he's been taking, transforming his advantages into kind of these safer positions. And, OK, the queens do come off. And, yeah, as soon as the white king starts to activate itself, I don't think the black pawns are going to last for too long. If all of the pawns disappear, then it's a draw. Rook against the knight with no pawns. But, yeah, with 2 versus 2 here, it should be difficult for black.
And especially because the f-pawn that white has is unchallenged as well. You know, you can create a pass pawn. I think the situation might be a bit harder if the pawns were completely symmetrical. Then it would be a very long game. But here, great chances.
Yeah, and the good thing for Pragg now, after the queens have come off, is he can just make kind of 10, 20 random moves with his rook, gain some time on the clock, gaining 10 seconds after each move, and then he can start pushing a pawn. There's no need to rush to push the king forward and win this game. I mean, most likely he will bring the king forward now. There we go. But at some point, if he needs, if he's nervous about the clock situation, he can just make a few quick moves. Just don't put your king and rook too near each other. That's the other kind of bad thing that could happen for Pragg here as white. You don't want to walk into any nasty knight forks. But he's got enough time, 35 seconds, in a relatively simple position. And the good thing here is, as well, at the right moment, he can kind of offer to sacrifice his rook for the black knight, and as long as he can get the white king in. So black has to kind of maintain this blockade on the third, kind of on the 6th rank, and hope that there's no way through. So Pragg's going to retreat now with his king and bring it back towards the centre. Liem fighting hard.
Yeah, we have seen that actually. Liem is very resourceful. He's been in lots of shaky positions, but somehow he finds tactical chances to keep him alive. But here, I think it's asking a little bit too much from the position. It's now just a question of how Praggnanandhaa is going to improve his pawns and coordinate his pieces.
Yeah, and it's funny there on Liem's screen, he just pre-moved king takes his own knight, just in case white plays rook takes knight. He's ready for that change in the position. I don't think that was the right moment to give the rook for the knight. Yes, white's king could have broken forward, but then the black king could have defended. So Pragg just waits. Again, really mature move there from the 16-year-old, just pushing a pawn 1 square forward. The black king has to step back, not much else to do. And now, can he push another pawn? Okay, he reroutes his king. He's taking the slow approach, but still winning.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. The tortoise and the hare. It's a king starts manoeuvring around. I think Pragg is going to go for one of the ideas that you mentioned, David, quite a few moves ago, just centralise the king.
Yeah, and the good thing is you don't really have to worry about black doing too much. If the black pawns push further forward, they just become even more weak. Okay, Liem rerouting the black knight, just making it maybe difficult for the white king to enter the position. Okay, there we go. The knight tries to stop the advance of white's king, keeping an eye on some of white's pawns as well. Is Pragg going to advance a pawn now? Is he going to just wait with his rook a few more moves? I think maybe the practical idea here, the best practical chance is just move your rook back and forth 3 or 4 times. Don't repeat the position, but then, yeah, just gain a bit of time on the clock to calculate what to do.
This is one of those 100 moves kind of games.
Yes, I would love to have this position as white. Less so with black. But...
Yeah, I mean, I think white just has to avoid exchanging pawns. That's the only thing. I mean, you're probably going to get there in the end. In this case, the more pawns you exchange, if you get to rook and knight, it's a draw. So you just got to try to get your king in front of the pawns, get your king into the position, and eventually win one of black's pawns rather than exchanging pawns. But I mean, there's some chances here. I mean, he's defending incredibly well, and he's you know, Liem Lee, and he's making it as hard as he can.
It looks better for black than it did a few moves ago. It's got to be said.
Don't go king e3 here. Okay, he didn't. No, okay.
Yeah, so keep the king and rook as far away from each other as possible. Don't walk into any knight forks, knight checks.
He can advance the king now, so that was a crafty little check that he flicked in.
But then I guess the black knight would come back, maybe give a check. I'm not sure Pragg is so happy with what he's done with the pawn structure, because it's now difficult for the white king to advance. Meanwhile, we see Mamedyarov walk off.
He is walking off. He's made a comeback against Hansen, winning game 2. They are now tied after 2 games. All right, and a bunch of moves here. We're getting closer to move 100. Will we get there?
Personally, I hope so, but I think Pragg wants to win it before that.
Yeah.
What is it with you and your long games, David?
I don't know.
Why do you like them so much? It's just wrong. There's just something really wrong about it, you know? The torture aspect of it.
Sadistic.
You know? So, you just like getting your opponent and I'm going to make you sweat forever.
If they want their half point, if they want a draw or a win, then they have to work for it, you know? Sweat, blood and tears.
I did love it in the England against Sweden match when David played Niels, where poor Askild was commentating on this game. And there were quite a few long games.
You should have negotiated to be paid by the move.
Yes.
That's actually, if you're commentating any David's games, paid by the move. That's the way to go, yeah, definitely.
Or by the hour.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, White hasn't made any progress here over the last 20 moves or so, has he? So I mean,
starting to doubt my evaluation of it still being winning. But
I'm not so sure. Because if you have to play G4, I mean that's great drawing chances there. Surely, might still be a win, but you know.
You need to have
I'm not sure.
But yeah, at least Black. The more pawns that disappear, you're right, the happier you get. I just don't understand why he put his pawn on F3, because the pawn on F2 and G3, they protected each other. Then you easily bring your king into the game. So yeah, actually, when he first pushed the white pawn forward to the F3 square, I still said it was winning. But then Liem's idea of putting his knight on this square now, making it difficult for white to improve, it's very, very clever.
And the problem is the G pawn is so weak, right? Because you need to move the king away from that G pawn. But how do you actually achieve that? So I don't know how he's going to do this actually at the moment. He needs to get his king to a better square or play this pawn exchange.
Yeah, so okay, just waiting with his rook, forcing the king or knight to show their hand, to show their intentions. Liem, I'm expecting him to move the knight here maybe. Okay, he goes to the middle of the board, attacking one of white's pawns, and Pragg still needs to decide, does he push one of those pawns forward or does he just go back and defend it? But yeah, he hasn't done anything really for the last 15, 20 moves now, Pragg. He hasn't improved his position at all, so have we written him off too soon, Liem?
I think so. I mean, he's doing a very good defensive job, right? So.
He is doing a great defensive job, and then on the other hand, I mean, can he just push a pawn forward? I'm just thinking of the F pawn, give a check, and then I'm a bit of an impatient person. Get things going.
I'm not sure how that helps, though, if you push the F pawn forwards. I mean, you give away another square. I mean, maybe Black can make some pawn exchanges against that at some point. I mean, he needs to get his king right to E4, diagonally 2 squares. If he can do that, I think he's... But I don't know how he does that.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's the problem. Liem has defended so well that he's kind of found this amazing square for the knight, so it's
very
possible.
Clever.
What do you think's going through his head right now? We can see him, he still looks very calm, very focused.
He's shaking his head.
Slight shake of the head, yeah. He's also got to be careful not to walk into a 3-fold repetition. Remember, it doesn't have to be in a row, but if the position repeats itself 3 times, even if one of them's on move 50, one's on move 60, one's on move 70, it's a draw. So you've got to be careful where you put the rook now, because white's king's been on the same square for a long time. This is a pin, so black's knight could not jump forward with a check. Now the big threat was to jump forward with a knight fork, but Pragg jumping out of any potential checks. This is a nice pattern as well. A king diagonally opposite a knight, but with a square in between, means the opponent's knight cannot check you for a long time. It takes your opponent 3 moves to arrange a check with this pattern, with a king that far away from a knight. Okay, the knight drops back. And yeah, it's very...
So how do you win this? I mean, this is the thing. Maybe you have to play G4, because also the 50 move rule, maybe you just have to go for this with the idea of swapping some pawns off. So pushing the pawn, white's pawn, on the right-hand side, swapping some pawns off, but taking away that really important square from the black knight, that square that the black knight's just come from, and then trying to move your king forwards, then trying to advance and using your rook. Maybe this is what you have to try now.
But the big issue is, what pawn structure should you have when those pawns get traded? Should the pawns be opposite each other, or should they be on different lines?
I mean, I was thinking opposite, just to take away the square from the knight, because that square the knight keeps coming into is really well stabilised. And if you put your pawn on G4, the one in front of the king now, then the black knight can never find a stable square that's defended by the pawn. So that's my sort of logic, that I take away that square. But more pawns exchanged, you know, it's then you still have to break through and win that G pawn. So but you think that might be winning, David? I mean, again, my knowledge of endings, is not that great, but these ones especially.
I'm on the same side as you. Oh, okay, he does push his f-pawn forward. Is this just a concrete thing? I was going to say I'm on the same side as you, Simon. Push the g-pawn, not the f-pawn, but it all depends on the timing and whether white's king can get active. And maybe he thinks he can get his king active now. Maybe the white king is going to step forward on the next couple of moves. First, he gets his rook out of the way of any potential knight checks.
This is clever because the black knight can't get back to that square it's on right easily. So he looks like he's definitely made progress here.
I think if black could switch his king and knight around the placements, then it would have been a dead draw, or maybe not a dead draw, but holdable position. But suddenly it's not easy at all for Liem, because the black king kind of gets in the way of its own knight. The black knight wants to use the square the black king sits on. So, okay, Pragg hitting the black knight first.
And tempting Liem to give the white king a check, which would be a mistake because the knight would get cut off.
Yeah, you have to keep your king and knight within touching distance. Yeah.
Close to each other, definitely.
And the reason he hit the black knight is because he wants to give a check, but he doesn't want to allow the black king to retreat and replace the king with the knight. So, okay, how to make progress now? Maybe you bring your rook up to the top of the board, check from behind. If you check from the side, I don't know if you can still kind of kick your opponent's king away sufficiently. Okay, he does check from the side. Oh, still hard to win.
Yeah, I mean,
very hard to win.
The white king just needs to step one square diagonally, and that's probably enough to win, especially if black can't check the king then. But the white king at the moment can't step diagonally because of the black king. And you can see black's king is just keeping that square under control. So I think David's plan's right. You know, try to get that rook behind is the way to go about it.
Also, I was thinking maybe just do what Pragg is doing right now, just maneuver the king. Because the king right now is on the same, or is on the colour that's on the square, sorry, that the knight wants to be, and Liem playing a very crafty chess. I mean, the knights are crafty.
Yeah, they are, and it's still hard to win.
Yeah.
We're going to get to move 100, aren't we? David, you must be ecstatic.
We're 86 at the minute, and there has been a pawn move.
And look at Anish Giri in the background. I think that's Anish just watching Pragg's screen from behind.
He's probably waiting to start his next game, I'd imagine, because we're getting to when they normally start the next round. So I don't know what the rules are here.
Well, the others will start at the top of the hour in 1 minute. We're going to see players coming in here. Is it Anish in the background lurking? And Pragg and Liem, they will have a 10-minute break after this game before they start game 3.
Yeah, maybe you can win this one by putting your king in f3 and going f5 as well at the right moment, and then trying to bring your king in.
Okay, now the king is in, right?
Yeah,
now
you still have to calculate a little bit, but it does look like you can run in. I think black's just going to dodge with his king, though, and as soon as you march forward with the king, you get checked away, get checked back. But the evaluation bar, for the first time in a long time, has reacted. It's gone more in white's favour. So black's king does dodge. So if you go in with your king right now, you get checked. But this is the key. Knights are really bad at losing time, and you saw Pragg kind of make a motion there. I think it's because he's excited. I think he's found the winning plan. Black's knight, if it does step back, then I think Jovanka's plan of pushing this pawn forward, or Simon's plan, sorry, pushing one pawn forward might be winning now. Do you push your f-pawn, destabilize the black structure, trade one set? Yeah, there we go. Trade one set of pawns, but black's remaining pawn is going to be extremely weak there.
So he's playing this very maturely, isn't he, for a 16-year-old as well? I mean, he only pushed that pawn when he had to. He's playing around, he didn't rush, and he's found the winning plan. Yeah. So, quite incredible, actually. And this reminds me of Magnus Carlsen, actually. This is what Magnus was doing when he was 16, being very mature, winning these hard endings as well. And now that he's got a simple plan, he's going to get the rook behind the black pawn at the right time, win that pawn, and it's pretty easy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I can't see a single move that black can play without losing, and...
Yeah, I think Pragg, you can tell on his body language, he wants Liem to resign now. He knows he's winning. Yeah. The black king and knight just can't stand their ground. No matter which piece moves, the white king or rook will come towards that black pawn and win it.
And we do see the other players coming back to the Oslo Esports arena. Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri just started game 3. We're going to jump into that when this one finishes, probably with a win for the amazing Praggnanandhaa. It's getting close, even if the clocks are ticking.
Yeah, Liem there just taking a sip of his water. You can tell on Liem's body language as well. He knows it's over. He knows it's hopeless for Black. He defended like a lion there, but not quite enough. And maybe he'll let his clock run out. Maybe he'll just take this extra 45 seconds to kind of breathe, get over this defeat. But yeah,
it's actually
going to
pretty depressing, isn't it? Because he was clearly losing, and then he was just losing, and then he was kind of like, okay, you know, and he got his spirits up, but okay, it's over now, yeah.
And then he lost.
And then he lost, yeah. So.
It's a win for Praggnanandhaa. He takes the lead in the match against Liem. And if he wins the next one as well, game 3, then he will again win a match in only 3 games. The amazing Praggnanandhaa. Game 3 has, round 3 has started. And we're going to follow game 3 between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is in the lead. He won game 2, and Anish with the white pieces will be looking for a comeback.
Yeah, and look at the bar, Kaja, because White already, according to the computer, has a big advantage. That's not necessarily saying that White's winning. He's definitely not. But it's a dodgy opening from Magnus, to say the least. And I'm not even sure the name of this specific type of opening. It might later go into what we call the modern Benoni. But yeah, either way. Benoni.
Yeah, means son of sorrow.
Oh. Yeah. Son of sorrow.
That's how bad the opening is. No, but the Benoni, it's at the top level, it's regarded as very dodgy for Black, and computers don't like it. But yeah, it is playable. There are some ideas, and Magnus also used something very similar against Liem yesterday in his defeat. So, yep, this Benoni opening, Magnus can't have great memories of it, having lost that game yesterday to Liem. But maybe he's improved. Maybe he's got a different setup in mind. And okay, Black does develop the bishop to the long diagonal. This is the idea. Black's bishop now putting some pressure on some squares. And the reason this is good for White, according to computers at least, is because White has a very strong pawn in the center of the board. White's pawn structure is superior.
It's an interesting, I've actually never seen this position before with Black delaying the development of the knight. Usually you kind of make a very quick choice, you know, you move it and okay, it's now we're back into mainstream territory.
And the Benoni is over.
Yeah, the Benoni is over, and
sounds like baloney.
Well, no, it is still the Benoni, and the whole point is that White is going to be sitting on the extra space. And if you take a look at Black's light squared bishop there, that piece is, if you play it right, it's going to be the bane of Black's existence. It's not going to get out. It's not going to have a future. It's not going to do a single thing. And White is going to sit there with a big smile on their face. So this means that every pawn break that Black threatens to do, or pawn expansion, White goes, no, I'm not going to go for that. I'm not going to allow it. So if Black picks up the A pawn and pushes it 1 square, White goes, no, 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 you want to push your B pawn forward, not going to happen.
Yeah, and maybe we can show some of the ideas there, Jovanka. There are a few ideas here for Black. As you mentioned, this is one of them, pushing a pawn forward, trying to expand with your pawns. But White locks the door and says, no, I'm going to push my pawn forward. I control this square. I also open up my rook potentially, and nothing to be done. Black can never really get this pawn break in. You also mentioned this problem child. This piece has no safe squares. And, OK, therefore, Magnus brings his knight to the edge of the board. It's a positional mistake here, I think, to go and capture this knight, because now, despite these doubled pawns, Black does gain open lines in return. And there we go. Anish didn't capture. He opens up. This would only open up the Black rook. Instead, Anish castles his king. And in this position, after the rook move, we do see some pressure on White's center. Anish, though, the other key idea for White in these Benoni setups is to establish a knight on this square. The c4 square is a key one. At the moment, it's not possible because Black's knight would take a pawn. But if the knight gets to this square, the reason it's the son of sorrow, at least as far as I understand, is because this pawn, this weak Black pawn on the d6 square, is just eternally a target. It's eternally weak. The knight targets it. The bishop's soon going to come and target it. It's a backward pawn, and it's just an eternal weakness. I hate these positions for Black because it's so hard to keep this pawn intact. You have to really fight dynamically, often giving up pieces. That's what Magnus did yesterday against Liem. He gave up a rook for a knight. He gave up several pawns just to get activity.
So this must be just great news for Anish then, fighting for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is what not to do in the opening if you only need a draw for Magnus. But we see that Magnus likes to take these kind of creative approaches, and Anish still has a problem. He needs to defend this pawn before he gets this knight to the dream square.
All right, so we did promise you the Champions Challenge with Anish Giri after Game 2, but because Game 2 between Praggnanandhaa and Liem lasted for such a long time, we jumped straight into Game 3, and we're going to show you that Champions Challenge with Anish later on. Game 3 with Jordan van Foreest and Jan-Krzysztof Duda has also started. The situation in that matchup is that Duda is in the lead. He won Game 1. The second game was a draw. And Jordan van Foreest with the white pieces in Game 3 is definitely fighting for a comeback. Erik Hansen, he won Game 1 against Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, but Mamadjarov, he did make a comeback in Game 2. So they are tied now playing Game 3, and it is Mamadjarov with the white pieces in this game. Magnus Carlsen, if he wins Game 3 now against Anish Giri, he will be the winner of that match. But so far, I understand, it's looking good for Anish.
Yeah, there are some ideas behind Black's position, of course. The Benoni exists as an opening for a reason, but yeah, it's not a solid one for Black. And there we go, Anish playing that idea we mentioned, pushing his A pawn forward. Also, look how White's pawn structure, you'll love this one, Kaja, with the pawn structures. White's structure on the light squares, that pawn chain is so hard to break down. Often Black might need to even sacrifice a piece to break open the position later. And White's knight has found its dream square, and the Black bishop now going to try and exchange it. And I like what Magnus has done over the last couple of moves. Computer still loving White, but normally in the Benoni, if you can trade off one set of minor pieces, whether it's bishop for knight or one set of knights, usually that helps Black a lot. And there we go, the evaluation bar actually reacting. I think Magnus should just trade off his light squared bishop for the white knight as soon as he can. Do it now, and then think later. There we go. And one set of trades means that Black's position is far less cramped.
I mean,
few weaknesses now.
Even I can see that all the white pieces look super good.
Yeah, they do. And Black has to hope that he can slowly start to kick them back. I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of what Anish has done, to be honest, but OK, he still has full control. I'm expecting the white queen maybe to step up the board now. And still Magnus struggling for the pawn breaks.
It seems like a pretty typical Benoni position, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it might just be bad, but it's. I mean, if you're going to play this opening as Black,
you're a bit worse.
You have to expect to get this kind of position, right? So, so Magnus can't be that surprised to be in this. I mean, again, mentioning Mikhail Tau, just looking at his games, he played this knight maneuver on the queen side where Black's put his knight in many times and many games, and it can really come to life if you can, after Magnus's last move, get the B pawn going at the right moment. If you can just push that pawn at the right moment, the position can really explode into action. And with the black queen maybe coming forwards to support that, the black rook going over one square to support that, I don't know if it's that bad at all for Black, really. I mean, I would play this as Black.
Yeah. I mean, lots of players would love this position as Black. Anyone who's played the Benoni in their lives, I'm pretty sure they would take this. There are worse Benonis out there, but then again, still takes a while to support that pawn push, as you mentioned. That's the battle. If Black can push the pawn to the b5 square, then he's doing well. If not, then he might struggle. Anish, meanwhile, taking a bit of a timeout again. To me, it just feels like something's up with Anish. His first game, he took a draw as White very quickly when he didn't really need to. Second game, he played for a draw with Black. Just very passive, never got any chances, didn't work out, and he lost. Now he's playing very slowly again, losing a few moves here and there with his king now. I thought it was maybe time. You mentioned, Simon, Black wants to push on the queen side, on the left side. Maybe White should try and push in the centre as quickly as possible.
Yeah, because
Anish just hesitating.
Yeah, at least prepare it. Move the queen, connect the rooks. Definitely try to make Black struggle with his space deficit. But yeah, King moving to the corner, very safety first.
Feels like he's a bit not scared, but I don't know. He's just not trusting himself right now, not calculating at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scared move kind of makes some sense. It's like, okay, I'm going to play this piece super safe, but I'm not actually trying to do anything. I mean, White's still doing absolutely fine, but it's these pawn pushes here which are going to be key. Black's one on the queen side, and White's got to try and get this one in the middle. I mean, another plan Black has in these positions is to move the h-pawn and then retreat the knight to kick the bishop away. I mean, there's a lot of ideas here as well. So, but I mean, this is still a fairly typical middle game position, though, for the Benoni if you're going to play this.
Maybe I'm just being too harsh about this king move. It's the type of move I would play as well, but I'd hate myself for doing it just because it's maybe not the kind of most aggressive move out there.
Yeah.
So. Okay, still a lot of play left in this one.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, okay. I was just going to say I was going to share some selfies.
Ooh, yay!
Yeah. So whilst the players are waiting, well, thinking rather, not waiting. Well, we have a few selfies. Richard Harding says it's a lovely evening in Germany as watching great chess with his buddy Chicky Mickey.
Chicky Mickey?
Chicky Mickey, yeah.
That's cool.
It is a very cool. And we will soon bring up the selfie when we get the time. And there we see the pawn attacks the bishop.
Now, the bishop will step back. Anish, he's ready for that, of course. He's going to keep it on the diagonal, pinning the black knight, still eyeing up the black queen indirectly. And yeah, nothing much changing with that last move.
And while we are waiting for the selfie, Sverre is ready actually with the coach, the partner in crime for Anish Giri, Erwin Lemy, who's also here on site in Oslo.
Anish is currently playing his last white game of the day, and how are you prepared to get back into this match?
Well, with Magnus, you never know what to expect. So it was actually Magnus who sprung the first surprise. It was clear that Anish had to get a game going, but Magnus seemed to have done that for him, playing a very sharp opening. So I kind of like that, because I think that's what Anish needs to get back in the match. Perhaps Magnus is looking to maybe even try to decide it in this game already, but in general, I'm looking at the position behind us there now. And yeah, it looks like a sharp opening. Looks exactly like what we'll be aiming for.
Magnus also said that he's not quite as able to think far ahead because of his sickness right now as he would like to. So he plays on intuition. Is this something that Anish can exploit?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. I still think that despite him being a little bit under the weather, he's still able to play pretty decently, as we've seen. So now Anish will just have to throw everything at him to get back in this match. And yeah, I have to say, Magnus is still playing pretty well despite this. I mean, the way he converted the endgame in the previous game was quite impressive, I thought. And also how fast he did that without much thinking. But yeah, and he's still in it, so I'm still optimistic, actually.
Thank you for taking the time, Erwin.
Sure.
Erwin Lemy, he's feeling optimistic, knowing Anish Giri has to make a comeback at some point. And do you think he's going to do that in that game?
I think it'll all depend, as Owen said there, on whether he can throw everything at Magnus. So far, he hasn't had the opportunity, really, but he would love to. And I think he needs to start attacking at some point in the near future before Magnus gets that key break that Simon was talking about, the black pawns marching forward on that left flank. So, yeah, critical moments will come soon. Anish needs to speed up as well. He's been behind on time in both of the games so far.
And super critical moment right now in Game 3 between Jordan van Foreest and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda is in the lead in the match, and the bar is so far over to his side. And if he wins this game, the match will be over. That's going to be a loss for Jordan and 0 points. 3 points for Duda if he's able to win this game.
Wow, and I'd love to keep an eye on Jordan just for a second, because a massive opening blunder from him.
What?
He just walked into what is quite an elementary trap, and he's already under heavy fire. I think he's going to lose very quickly in that game. Just a disaster in the opening from Van Foreest.
A devastating start for Jordan van Foreest in the game. He could be about to lose the match. Game 3 with, oh, look at him. He's suffering. That's not nice to see. But great news for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, Duda looking good ever since his first day defeat to Magnus. I mean, yesterday he, of course, won that tiebreak against Anish, and he's doing the double Dutch, beating the 2 Dutch players maybe in a row.
The double Dutch, I like that. Now, game 3 with Liem and Praggnanandhaa has now started. It started 10 minutes late because they finished late in game 3. And if Pragg wins this game, he will be the winner of that match. So far, he's decided both his matches in the Oslo Esports Cup in 3 games. He could do the same in this one, but Liem with the white pieces, that's not easy. What do you, if you take a peek at that position, is it?
Still very early days.
Yeah.
Still well within opening theory there. So we'll keep you guys updated on Pragg's progress.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, a couple of moves. The White Queen stepping forward. We advocated for this a few moves ago, and now Magnus has planted his knight on the edge of the board. He also went for something similar against Liem yesterday. But the knight does have intentions to jump towards the White Queen, create some nuisance there.
Yeah, here it's quite thematic, actually, because the white bishop that's sitting on h4 feels a little bit misplaced. And the move that white would really love to do is actually deprive the knight of jumping into that square. But, you know, that comes with a lot of risk. And black's queen gets very, very active.
Yeah, and yeah, white would love to kind of control all the dark squares if possible, but that's the point of the Benoni. Black has a lot of dark square control. White's central pawns, you can push them forward, but as Jovanka said, that comes with downsides. Is Anish going to throw everything at him now, though? Is he going to push some pawns?
I feel like Anish is probably a bit uncomfortable in this position.
I mean, an Anish type of position, right?
He prefers it much more safe and controlled. You
logical,
know, making sure his opponent's pieces can't jump in. He can't get attacked, especially when he's playing with the white pieces. So this is kind of like, I really feel he's going to be like, you know, but especially as he's showing signs of being nervous anyway. You know, this could be it, this game as well. If Magnus wins, he wins the match. So it's a big game.
That is big. You know, you kind of forget that they are playing a match situation. And, well, the word in my ear is that the tweets are ready to read. And let's go back to Richard Harding's selfie, who was enjoying a lovely evening in Germany, watching our show and enjoying the chess with his buddy Chicky Mickey. There we go.
Chicky Mickey, I like that name.
Yes,
not as good, of course, as Charlie the chess cat.
Nowhere near, but it's still good. It's still good. We'll go with it. So, yeah.
And also Graham Trevor, who is saying, when your university assignment is due, but the Oslo Esports Chess Cup is on. Yes, we like distracting people, don't we? Yeah, absolutely. And Richard Harding also clarifies an issue for us. He says that rook, which we were discussing earlier, actually comes from the Persian term ruch, meaning chariot. So it wasn't tower like I thought it was, chariot.
Chariot?
Well, it would be so cool, though, if the pieces were chariots. You know, like zoom, like make special.
Because then there would be a song as well.
Chariots
of Fire. Actually, that's sometimes my workout music.
Ah.
How does it go? We need more singing today. That's it. Come on, you both. Hang me.
Actually, no.
You both don't sing. This is really unfair. I've sung. We need to hear more singing. Okay, so Hamit, 1, 2, 3.
No, I'm too shy.
Does anyone out there want to hear Jovanka sing?
No. People have heard me sing on Twitter. There's been a few videos out there.
Okay.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be trawling through your Twitter account now,
and
looking for those videos.
David himself has some videos of me singing as well.
I've heard David sing. You have a pretty good voice.
He has a very good voice.
Yeah. He's
only after a few.
What do you have in your cup?
Orange juice, unfortunately. Players, I do know a few of them who do like karaoke as well. A few of the players in this tournament. I'll let the viewers guess which players those are.
Seems to be a chess thing, actually. I've heard several chess players really enjoying karaoke. And Askill, that you all know, he is the karaoke expert. He knows. There's no song he doesn't know.
Yeah, Askill singing.
Yeah.
He's very good at rapping as well.
Oh, yes.
Gangster's Paradise.
We should get Askill in here for a live show of The Gangster's Paradise.
Joined with David. David also knows the lyrics off by heart.
Let's hear David.
Nope. But I'm not sure which player here is walking through the valley of the shadow of death.
Taking a look at his life, realising it best now.
I don't know any more of the lyrics, but it's a really good song. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Magnus having his first real think of the game. Look at the clock times as well. Anish down to 6 minutes, Magnus just under 11. I'm starting to feel like this is a dream position for black. The computer always hates the Benoni. But the fact that the computer's in the middle means that this is one of the best Benonis you'll ever see.
I think black's ready to break everywhere. I mean, that's a good thing about the
all sides of the
Benoni.
board.
Yeah, you can break on the king side, the knight can jump in, the pawns can come in the centre, on the queen side, and you can combine it all at the right time, and suddenly everything comes forwards. I'm not even sure what. Well, Nish has moved his rook, but how is that really helping?
Yeah, how is it helping? As you mentioned, Simon, black can play on both sides of the board. Black can prepare this pawn push. You can't really play it right now. Maybe you could consider it, but this square is covered sufficiently by white. It's covered once, twice, 3 times, and black's only defending that square twice after the pawn recapture. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes, and white wins a pawn, temporarily at least. But you can combine threats of this one, maybe with threats of pushing the f-pawn forward, very thematic. You could maybe push this pawn forward to control even more dark squares. Another move I would be looking at is something like dropping the bishop into the middle of the board, because now you do create a threat maybe of hitting this white bishop, which lacks escape squares. But yeah, Simon, as you mentioned, black doesn't even need to rush. Black can just prepare these pawn breaks. You can even make an argument for bringing the rook across, pushing this pawn forward. You would love to play this move, I guess, to prepare the pawn push b5, but the only question is whether white can get greedy and grab a pawn. And okay, Magnus goes for something similar, but he plants his bishop in the center instead. Interesting, controlling some dark squares, controlling this diagonal. And Anish, very quickly, I was going to say he needs to drop his bishop back because he needs to slowly take control of the dark squares by pushing this pawn forward and pushing the other pawn next. Now,
I mean, I guess it still is in the balance, David, I would say, but I mean, it seems like black's just more comfortable at the moment over the last series of moves.
Black's more flexible than white, I guess. As well.
Yeah, but I have to say, my experience is, even though sometimes black gets everything that they want from the Benoni, they still have to tread with caution. They still have to play very actively, because take a look at black's pawn on a d6, the one in front of the queen. That's so weak. And if you don't handle the position carefully, that is going to be the target for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if all the pieces disappear, this is still a target. It's hard to get at right now for white, but yeah, I just remember the words of English Grandmaster Nigel Short when I once played a Benoni type of structure with the white pieces, and I had basically similar to this, but an accelerated version, an even better version, and he said, even the worst Benoni is still a Benoni. So it's... no, even the best Benoni is still a Benoni, sorry. So yeah, Magnus, despite having everything he could want from a Benoni, still the computer hates his position. So it looks like he's preparing this move, but it's not clear whether it's a threat right now. For example, if white just makes a move, then pushing the pawn forward would result in a lot of trades. Rook takes rook, and white would still win a pawn temporarily at the end. I'm not sure this guy is so important. But okay, Magnus threatening, at least hinting at this pawn push. And Giri needs to spend time thinking about it.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that story, actually. I remember in the Olympiad 2018, I did everything wrong with the white pieces against the Benoni, and I showed my game, but somehow I played some resourceful moves, and I showed my game to David, and I remember David's words. Yeah, what do they say? That even the best Benoni is still really bad. And somehow, white is still alive, you know. White always has chances because the pawn structure is so dynamic.
Yeah, unless you give black literally everything he wants, unless you let black play on both sides of the board, then normally you can control things sufficiently.
Yeah.
Okay, Anish, look at his clock time, though. I'm really worried for Giri fans because under 5 minutes now, and still the real action hasn't happened yet. Still very much tiptoeing around each other. Kind of a mind battle right now. And to have 4.5 minutes against Carlsen's nearly 9 minutes, it shows he's not confident.
Yeah, I think he's just struggling to find a plan, isn't he? I mean, like, you want to sort of do something because you can see Magnus is improving bit by bit. And again, another move here, which is probably like a sensible-ish move, but it's not really doing anything, this move. I mean, he's trying to bring it over to a decent square, but again, what's he doing with this move? And Magnus's move, controlling dark squares, trying to push a pawn, they're all doing something.
Yeah, I have to say, I often use this particular rook maneuver if black has played a very committal move on the right side of the board, you know, pushed his g-pawn 2 squares forward. And I like this type of move because the rook, funnily enough, is actually getting ready at the right moment to swing across and join the fun on the right side. But here, I have to say, I'm not that impressed because black's pawn structure on the right side is stable.
I mean, I guess the golden question is here is, can black push the pawn he's been gearing up to push. If he can push that, then he's going to be doing very well, because it will win a piece even so. But can he go b5? I mean, that's critical here, right?
Yeah, that's critical. But Magnus, rather than think about whether he can push, he first got his Spotify in order. He got his Get Psyched mix on, and maybe he's getting ready to. Maybe he's listening to Chariots of Fire, pushing that pawn forward.
What workout music do you listen to, David?
I don't work out and I don't listen to music. So.
That's not true.
I've seen pictures of you down the gym.
Once a year, maybe.
No. David's very fit, actually.
Very, yeah.
Under all the... I tried to hide it, but...
You don't try to hide it, David.
OK, maybe we can jump in, Simon. You mentioned this one move for the viewers, and there we saw the screen. Magnus yet to click on any piece, and he's thinking about this one. And Simon, what would happen here? I guess a pawn trade?
I guess white wins a pawn. OK, he hasn't played it.
He started with this, but it's still relevant, the knight jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, my idea was, OK, white's going to win a pawn, but you go rook b8 at the end. A very sensible move, trying to get the rook down. That'd be...
So, for example, trading off all the pieces, and at the end, here, bringing the rook across.
Something like rook b8, I thought, because I don't see how b2 is going to be defended. And then black's pieces... The one thing with Benoni is that if you can get your pieces into the position, suddenly you get great tactical play. Yeah. And it's normally black's pieces which make the Benoni such a fun opening to play. I mean, it is one of the most fun openings to play. It's a pity that it is probably dubious, but you always get chances to attack with your pieces. So that's the point of it.
Yeah, even at the cost of a pawn, if you can open up lines for your pieces, you could also make an argument for maybe trading a set here and then trying to find a safe square for the queen. The rook's definitely going to come down to the second rank at some point and start hitting things. OK, wow, Giri didn't put his queen on the diagonal. I was going to say he had to, because keeping the queen on this diagonal makes it more difficult for black to break out. And
what on earth that's about? Has he just blundered a piece or not?
He's just... No, I don't think he's blundered a piece, but he's allowed black the perfect structure on the left side. Yeah. I avoid doing this type of stuff. I never let black do that.
Wow, OK.
Incredible.
But even a good Benoni is a bad Benoni. Still a Benoni.
Yeah, but it always feels a lot more dangerous when you've allowed that potential pawn structure, because somehow the long-term advantage has now suddenly gone all the way over to black.
Yeah, long-term black's doing great now. I mean, these two are going to beat this one in any endgame.
Yeah.
Look how strong black's bishop is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great for black. The only thing you have to watch out for Magnus Carlsen is white starting to expand on this side, pushing the knight back. Next move, once it retreats, pushing the bishop back. So white is getting ready to push forward pawns, but it looks like Carlsen is seized the moment.
A standard idea here for black would be to push the knight away and then bring his knight in to the centre. But you do give away squares. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, this is...
So you get squares, but you also give away squares, maybe to the white knight. So really complicated strategic battle right now. But Magnus ahead on the clock and with the momentum on his side. I wouldn't be surprised even if he pushes a pawn forward on this side, just to make it more difficult for white to expand, for example, to drop back. Suddenly it's hard for white to push pawns in. OK, he's done it. He's done it.
And remember, everyone, the Late Night Show podcast with Anish Giri comes out tomorrow. It's published on wherever you watch or listen, to your podcasts. But if you are a Chess24 premium member, you can exclusively see a video version of it on Chess24. If you go into chess24.com and click on collection, you'll find both the Late Night Show podcast video edition and the Chess Talks with Jovanka, the one with Liem, has been published today. So check that out. After today's games, it's half an hour, a very deep and nice talk with Liem. And we have some moves.
We have some moves, and just as expected, it's a fight now for this f4 move. So Anish Giri, if he gets another opportunity, if he gets one more turn, he's going to pick up the white f-pawn, push it forward one square, kicking black's bishop away from the centre. And if he can do that, then the kickback begins. Maybe he has some chances. It's not clear whose king is going to be weaker if the position opens up. Magnus, meanwhile, very sneaky move. His intention, if white pushes a pawn forward now to kick the black bishop, is maybe for the black bishop to even capture the white knight. And suddenly white's pawns in the centre of the board would all start falling like dominoes. So Magnus trying to spot Giri's plans and prevent them. There is a pawn up for grabs, though, and it's your idea, Simon. If the white knight goes and grabs black's b-pawn, then we would see a trade of pieces, and black's rook, as we showed in that previous variation, would just slide slide across to the b file and start infiltrating into white's camp. Really tense still in the balance, but the clock times might decide this one. Hard for white to keep control.
Yeah, and the queen is sort of heading around as well to go behind the bishop and improve that diagonal, hit some other things. So looks like a good idea.
White's position is full of weaknesses, actually.
Yeah.
So many holes.
And I'm just thinking back to that king move all the way back. You know, it's totally unnecessary. I mean, white could really have done with making an extra move here. But of course, like you say, now black is active, the position is full of holes, there's no plan of advance. Magnus's last move, so good.
Yeah.
If you see an opponent's plan, try and stop it if you can. And what is Anish going to do? And the clock is reflecting that. Just under 2.5 minutes, it's getting really dire for Anish.
I mean, I think one of the things that beginners make the biggest mistake doing is they only look at their own plans. And I've always said, like, chess is about, as we see in that last move, you have to do your own plans, but you have to stop your opponent's plans. And you know, lots of people, they just don't stop their own their opponent's plans. They're only thinking one-way traffic, and this is the first thing to improve. Look what your opponent's doing and try to stop their plans, and then you push your own plans at the same time. OK, well, Anish now trying to get in those light squares, David, with the bishop. OK, but I don't really see what that does, to be honest. So,
I mean, the bishop looks nice and pretty, but it's just hitting thin air, right? And bishops, even if it gets to a nice outpost, bishops on outposts aren't as strong as knights on outposts, and black is the one with knights. With a relatively blocked centre in the middle for now, the black knights could start creeping in at some point. So I like those ideas that you both mentioned. The black queen kind of sneaking in to the f6 square, attacking some loose pawns maybe. Black's pawns can start advancing already. That's where black has the majority, and you should push on the side you're stronger. Kick away the white knight with one of your pawns maybe.
And I was just going to say that bishop moving to the diagonal actually has some consequences, because once you've kicked away the white knight, suddenly the knight sitting on the c7 square, well, can actually jump back into the game.
And it's actually a much better time to do that, because white's manoeuvre previously was to bring the white knight around where the bishop is. So I think that's just a very simple way to play,
And look at Anish, he's expecting Magnus to push a pawn and hit his knight because he's highlighted his own knight. He's ready to retreat it. So that's the move he's expecting. That's the move Anish is assuming Magnus is going to play, the pawn to attack the white knight.
So why is he not pre-moving it?
Because he can't pre-move it just in case black doesn't do that. Black goes for something else. Then moving the knight might not be such a good idea. For example, if black's queen... OK, it does happen, actually, and he moves it very quickly. But if black's queen had attacked a loose pawn, then you need to take a time out to defend it. You couldn't have moved your knight.
He doesn't look happy as well. I mean, you can sort of see... It's always interesting when you're playing chess, the body language, and you can even do that here in the esports arena, that I know myself. I've been told that when I've got a good position, I'm like, I sort of lift up. But when I've got a bad position, I sort of just like, just sort of fold away into the chair. And I think you can see his face is down, his hand is there, and he's sort of, he is slumbered a bit.
And he highlighted the queen, and now he highlighted the bishop. So he's thinking about the potential and talking about this, another trait that you have, Simon. But maybe it's more when you were younger.
Do I want to hear this?
Yeah, it was when Simon was calculating. He always did.
Oh!
That's because I got excited, I had too much adrenaline, and I was like, that must be really off-putting. I was like, what's that dog, the Churchill dog? Those car dogs in the window at the back of the car. You just do that. I couldn't be that bad. Really?
It was very sweet. Well, I have one. When I'm in time trouble, I kind of arch my back, and I kind of sit there like this, get ready to pounce.
But one thing about Anish is when he doesn't like his position, he does cover his face quite a lot. He's normally just kind of more stoic if he's enjoying the position. OK, he changed his mind 3 or 4 times there. We were watching the screen. He clicked on his bishop, he clicked on his pawn, he clicked on his queen earlier, but then he went back to it eventually. And he's stopping the black knight jumping into this left side of the board. White's queen on a nice diagonal, but...
He really doesn't like his position, does he? Just this indecision, the kind of structure. And we have to remember, if Magnus wins this one, he wins. He does it, so it's over.
And one match is actually over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning Game 3 against Jordan van Voorst, has decided that match is over. It's 3 points for Duda. 0 points for Jordan in that matchup. Mamadjarov and Hansen have also finished game 3 with a draw, so they are still tied after 3 games. And Liem and Praggnanandhaa, they started 10 minutes late, and the bar is it roughly to the middle in that one. Remember, if Praggnanandhaa wins this game 3, he will be the winner of the match. It's almost a must-win situation for Liem. He needs a draw, and he has to win game 4 if it is a draw.
Yeah, and meanwhile, a really cool move from Magnus Carlsen there, sacrificing a knight temporarily. And just before we switched away, we saw Anish Giri shake his head because he missed this move, and suddenly it's all about black. That knight was black's worst piece, and now it's jumped in. And we have to show why this knight can't be taken. It looks like a beginner blunder, but there's a sneaky idea behind Magnus's move there. If the queen takes this black knight, which was just up for grabs for free, then not taking this pawn, queen takes pawn would be a mistake because white could block and attack the queen. But first, before that move, taking the white knight off the board, removing a defender, and actually putting white's rook on a loose square. It's all about loose pieces, and after queen takes pawn, check, you hit the rook, you hit the bishop, you hit everything, and you win. Next move, you just take the rook, and black's position is winning. So Anish Giri, instead of taking this knight after it jumped forward, he had to take a timeout to defend this pawn first. But still, maybe no threat of capturing this knight, because if it gets captured, then the black rook will still take white's knight. I'm expecting Magnus at some point to start jumping in with this piece. You can make an argument for this square, both look good.
This is disgusting for Anish. I mean, you know, everything's just going the wrong way. He's trying to crowd his king with all his pieces when he had this big space advantage that you mentioned earlier, this nice way of going forwards. It's gone the opposite way for him, and this is the thing with the opening. I mean, you know, we're saying, you know, white is better. The computer hates black's opening, but when black comes to life, it's like a jack in the box. When it comes to life, it is really, really dangerous with those pieces. They're just so well positioned, every single one, and I expect Magnus just to move the knight in somewhere now, jump that knight in and just play, and he has done, I think. He's moved the knight into the middle of the board. Fantastic knight. And
you don't want to trade it off, because then black is completely dominant on all the dark squares. Look at this bishop controlling everything, caging in this white knight. The knight's stable, right, Simon? This
Knight's Stable, that famous book. That, you
Chess
know,
and Fishing.
Chess and Fishing.
Just in case you forgot.
Just in case anyone forgot, go and you might not be able to Google it because it's so rare. It's incredibly rare, but yeah, I mean, that incredible domination of the knight.
And meanwhile, let's go back to the players, because Magnus was making some facial expressions there, widening his eyes, maybe not so sure about things. Maybe he had a plan and he realized it wasn't so effective. I mean, he could maybe go after this pawn at some point. He could maybe try to start pushing, harry the h-pawn when in doubt. That's often a good idea. What is Magnus going to go for? It looks very good for black, but maybe too much choice. And now Magnus, for the first time in the game, under 3 minutes, he needs to speed up.
The bar is loving it, though, for the world champion. Do you think he's winning this game, or what do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the trend is all in his favor. The last 10, 15 moves, Magnus is improving every move. Anish looked a bit, not clueless, but unsure of a plan. So it's definitely in black's favor, but you still need to be quite careful. You still need to find a plan, and okay, he does push Simon. You must be happy to see this move, because
yeah, it's very logical, isn't it? I mean, I mean, Magnus is now controlling the board, and he's just trying to make more weaknesses with this move, more
both flanks.
Yeah, both everywhere, to the centre as well, dominating everywhere.
And there's no way that white can initiate any form of chaos by pushing any pawns, because it's just not possible. It's just giving away material. And you mentioned the toy Jack in the Box. Hated that one. It's creepy, creepy
It was very creepy, yeah. There were some creepy little toys, weren't there, as a kid? I mean, Jack in the Box jumping out. I think that was the point. It was creepy, yeah. So
yeah.
And music boxes, I never got them as well, you know.
Yeah.
They're really creepy.
Meanwhile, a really desperate move. Not quite a creepy move, but a desperate one by Anish Giri. And after this trade of bishop for knight, white's pawns are just weak and dropping off.
Can you get a creepy move? Do you think there's such a thing as
creepy,
like
crawly move
you
where
can creep. You can creep forward.
But can you get a creepy, like scary, you know, creepy move?
Scary for your opponent.
Maybe, yeah.
And it's very scary for Anish Giri right now. 30 seconds and in a hopeless position. Look at the white pawns. White has double pawns on the f-file. One of them's about to drop. White's pawns on the left half of the board as well. Isolated and weak. Oh, he's weakening his position even more now just to keep his pawns alive.
Pawn takes pawn, though, and after pawn
the
takes
black queen's
pawn...
going to switch over, change her attention, her focus over towards the white king.
And also Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go Ivanka.
The rook can also step backwards onto the second row. The queen, can come across like you mentioned. I mean,
it's a beautiful game, isn't it? For
Yeah,
Magnus?
really
well
instructive
played.
actually,
Yeah.
and also a lesson actually, and a warning to the white players on the side of Benoni. Don't be complacent. Don't waste time.
Don't just trust the computer. You have to look for plans instead.
I mean, this is something that people do far too much nowadays. They look at a computer assessment and they say, I can't play the Benoni because the computer says it's bad. But the Benoni's been around longer than, it's been around for, I don't know how many years, but hundreds of years probably. So you've got to make your own judgments.
Yeah, and look at this. White has been forced to retreat because there was a checkmate threat on the board. The black queen and the black bishop combining to attack the pawn in front of white's king. So the bishop now, a sad piece, retreating. And this is complete domination. Look at white's pieces. Apart from the queen, they are all on the back rank. They're all pinned down, tied down, defending things. And Magnus can just win at leisure here. He can just move the black king. He can just move the black queen. There we go, attacking a pawn. White's queen stretched to the limit now. Anish about to slide her across to defend some pawns, but the white queen is having to defend 2 or 3 pawns. It's not an ideal situation. And okay, changing his mind again. Anish under 30 seconds. Magnus is on the brink of winning this match.
Yeah.
And he's looked, he's looked back to his best, Magnus, today.
19 seconds for Anish. He has to make a move if he wants to stay in the match, but it's such an uphill task to defend this. And so he just, now it's desperation, but perhaps a little bit too late. Pushing a pawn forward, queen jumps in, but, there's no danger.
He's only attacking with his queen. Every other piece is on the back rank, and if you just compare the pieces here, all the black's pieces have got a great role in the position. They can even improve, so it should be game over now.
Yeah.
I think really nice game though. I think, and against Liam Lee yesterday, that was incredibly exciting. The Benoni as well. Yeah.
Maybe Magnus should do a chessable course on the Benoni. He's making it interesting. It's a really fighting opening.
It is a fighting opening, not for those who don't like risk. And
Would you ever play the Benoni?
No, never.
Oh, do you want to think about that a little bit?
No, I love playing against it so much.
Right,
I don't think I could ever enjoy suffering with it on the
I might give the Benoni a whirl against you next time.
Go for it. I invite you.
Challenge accepted.
Okay.
I think Ivanka will play slightly differently to how Anish has played this game, though.
Yeah.
I've only played it myself a handful of times, I think, in my career as black. Maybe 5-6 times. Okay, meanwhile, black did retreat the knight. I'm not sure about that one. It feels like a bit of a slow move by Magnus.
He's getting greedy. He wants to maneuver his knight.
Okay, the other thing is when your opponent's in time trouble, sometimes it's best to play a move that is just a nothing move because your opponent is normally in a position to react against something, but when he doesn't have to react, he has to think. And he moves his king, allowing a rook check now. Yep. Maybe there's some other options as well, Hal.
Yeah, the black rook could check on the second rank, and white would be forced to block that. I guess we do have the saying as well, look at the black knight, the knight on f8, there is no mate. So Magnus just wanted to play a bit of a defensive role with that knight, but I think it's time to go after some of the white pawns.
There is a little tactical point to white's position, and there is... Nope, I was going to say bishop takes pawn, but that would not be possible because there's an attack on the h2's pawn. So, nope, not even that.
White's bishop purely a defensive piece.
I think here black can switch to the other side of the board, and this is a very typical idea to get a passed pawn. He could have gone c4. Okay, swapping queens, that's quite... sadistic's the right word.
But he's given a pawn to a check.
Yeah, so...
Why has he done that? That seems very peculiar to me.
So white could have taken the pawn next to the queen with a check. And
he's also getting short time, Magnus, as well. Why didn't he go c4? That's what I was thinking. C4 must have just won outright. And then you queen the b pawn. Simple.
He wants to win an endgame, Magnus, but it's not so easy. At least the white knight is activated. Maybe we've written off Giri too soon, but Giri, 5 seconds there. Oh, he did make a move, and the queens have departed.
You don't always have to win in the ending, right? You can win before the ending.
When your name is Mr. Carlsen, you like to win in the ending, I think.
Mate, he knows you're commentating. He wants to get to 100.
But okay, your move is on the board, Simon.
Okay, now he's played it. So this is...
This is convincing because the pawn will just simply run through to its destination. It's unstoppable.
Now, if this black pawn is captured, then it just gets replaced by another pawn. Black's B pawn is the one that wants to promote. And okay, a check from Giri. He's trying to fight, but it's just too slow. If the white knight jumps back now and captures the black bishop, black will ignore it. He'll just push his pawn forward, and that pawn is destined to become a queen. Magnus is going to get a new queen for the second time in this match, and he's going to win again for the second time in this match.
That's it, isn't it? I think.
Game over.
Yeah, and match over.
Yeah, evaluation bar says +7 for black now. That's because black is about to get a new queen. White can pick up a few pawns, pieces on the way maybe, but the queen will decide the game. And, okay, the knight is jumping back to try and stop this from happening, but the knight won't be able to stop the black pawn from promoting. Black's bishop as well can block off the knight's retreat.
What's gone so horribly wrong for Anish today?
He just didn't look confident. He was slow. He wasn't playing aggressively. Against Magnus, especially when Magnus isn't 100% healthy, you have to be aggressive. Because
he had that
way that you can beat him.
Because he had that perfect opportunity in game one, didn't he? Where he got the perfect opening to be aggressive, and instead he swapped everything off and offered a draw. And I think that was, as you mentioned at the time, David. He said he was very happy, but that was a terrible mistake. I mean, that was the golden opportunity in game one to go for a win and go for checkmate. Literally, just go for the kill. Very strange. Yeah.
A turning point already in game one, but that's when the momentum switched purely to Magnus. That's when Magnus realised Giri was afraid of him. So a few checks there from white. The black king, though, finding a safe square, and a queen coming on the board. Next move. Nothing else to be done. Giri is about to throw in the towel and resign.
Oh, it's over. Magnus Carlsen wins the match against Anish Giri in 3 games, gaining all 3 points. That's 0 points for Anish. A devastating day for the Dutch. A great day for Magnus, who has been feeling sick, but playing some great chess today, gaining all 3 points. He's going to be happy that it also wasn't the longest day today, Magnus. And we're obviously going to go straight out to the lounge, to Sverre, and maybe a happy Magnus after winning today's match.
He's coming in right now, so we'll have a chance to talk to him. But he definitely should be. I saw Anish passing by me right now, but now we have also Magnus coming in. And Magnus Carlsen, that was quite a devastating display of chess today.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I mean, the last game I should have probably won a lot cleaner. I just couldn't really calculate, but yeah, obviously it was good.
Do you get confidence that your instincts are on?
Yeah, it's okay. My instincts are usually good, but it's fine. Just happy to survive this day as well.
And is that what it's about right now, surviving the days?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was unfortunate, of course, but yeah, I mean, today getting a win, and hopefully I'll feel a little bit better day by day. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Good luck, Magnus.
Thank you.
So definitely a Magnus who wants to take this day by day. He's hoping that he's going to feel a little bit better for tomorrow, and quite upbeat.
Yeah. And 3 points for Magnus. Thank you, Sverre. And I bet Anish is feeling a little bit down after losing in 3 games to Magnus Carlsen. 1 game is still going on in this round 3. Praggnanandhaa against Liem. David just told me that's probably going to be a draw. So, yeah.
It's looking good for Le. Praggnanandhaa is fighting for the draw.
Okay. And that means they will play a game 4. So, that's why we're now going to show you something very cool. So Anish Giri, he might have lost to Magnus Carlsen today in the Oslo Esports Cup, but let's see how he does in our Champions Challenge. Anish Giri will now play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. And you just told me, Anish, you're a little nervous.
A little. I'm about to die here from the pressure and the anticipation of shame. The worst feeling is not shame. The worst feeling is the anticipation of shame.
And would it be devastating to you if you lost to Magnus 10? We know he's super tricky.
No, it wouldn't be devastating. But as I told you, right now I feel the worst because I feel it coming, and it's not yet there. And I know it's coming for me. I just watched Jordan play. Looking very bad for the mankind. Looking very bad for the mankind.
So what do you know about Magnus at 10 years old? How good was he as far as you know?
Yeah, it was good, I guess. I think he was one of the prodigies. He wasn't like exceptional compared to other prodigies, like Nepomniachtchi, Karyakin. You had many, Giuseppe, for example, and so on. But Tim Bakro, you have a few of these prodigies, and he was really good at 10. But I think a real Magnus at 10 is someone who could still be handled by a good modern grandmaster.
Yeah. And you're a few years younger than Magnus, born 4 years later than him. How old were you the first time you played Magnus?
It's a good question. The first time I played him, actually, it was the only game so far that I've beaten him in classical chess.
Really?
Yeah, I was 16 in Vaikanzee tournament in January. And yeah, that was our first very memorable encounter.
Very cool. Now, at 10 years old, who were you? What did you like to do at 10 years old?
Actually, 10 was quite a complicated period in terms of my chess, because I spent some time in Japan between the age of 8 and 12. And when I was in Japan, it was very different because there was very little practice. And there were periods where I almost forgot about chess.
Really?
There were periods where I played online a lot. I think when I was 10, probably I was already back into chess heavily. And I played a lot online, really. That really kept me going. And I was really into this online chess.
So was chess at that point, already at 10, sort of your main occupation, or did you have other interests and other things?
I had a lot of other interests, for sure, in Japan. I mean, I had a good friend, and we played a lot of sports, and we studied, and I had to also I had to study a lot because I had to study the Japanese stuff, but also, you know, try to keep up with my Russian studies because I was going back to Russia as well at the time. And yeah, it was a very different period in my life because now I live in Holland, and it's a different story altogether. But yeah, at the time, yeah, it was just a different life, and there was a lot of chess though. So
at 10 years old, how many languages were you able to speak actually?
Well, at the time, I didn't speak Dutch, obviously. That came later. My English was very weak.
Okay.
I don't think I could really speak English. It must have been Russian and Japanese, and I think I had already forgotten Nepali by that point. So probably I spoke Russian and Japanese. It's a weird combo.
Well, but impressive. And now you're about to play Magnus at 10 years old. So what's going to be your goal here? We know with only 2 minutes, it's hard to even win.
Yeah, I think the time pressure is the issue. If we played like you play on the, when I used to play on the app, it was without time back in the day. And my favorite thing to do when it comes to playing this Magnus app back in the day, I did it on the plane a lot because you don't have internet. And then there's not much to do but to use these apps that don't need internet. And so my favorite thing to do was to find like a very young age that would be like, that I could beat very nicely, you know? So I would put like Magnus 8 and then go for some weird attacks like go b3, bishop b2, then go somewhere g4, like Simon Williams, but then make it work. And you know, sometimes I would get so carried away that even like age 9 would still, 8 would be a problem because I was like throwing, and I was trying to find that ideal age, which is not too easy.
Creative ideas.
Yeah, exactly, which is not too easy, you know, which resists a bit, but like all his resistance is hopeless. So I was trying that age, and 10 is definitely not that. 10 is definitely too strong.
So will you go for something crazy, creative, weird now?
No. You have to kill the creativity at its core when you have just 2 minutes. So I'll try to play a scheme, sort of a setup that I can play quickly at first, and hopefully he will make some strategic mistakes, and maybe I will be able.
All right. Well, are you feeling ready?
Yeah.
All right. So Anish, he's going to have 2 minutes on the clock. The goal is for our grandmasters to win against Magnus 10 in as few moves as possible. If they lose, the goal is to last as many moves as possible. And we're now ready to see Anish kill creativity. So go ahead, Anish, make your first move. And here we go. The Champions Challenge.
And Anish goes for the London system. So he's really employing a system where the pieces just have very natural squares. And, well, knight in the centre of the board. That's always a good idea.
Yeah, you recommended this to him earlier, Jovanka, so the blame's definitely on you if this one goes wrong. But it's looking good for Anish so far. Very natural moves. Magnus doesn't really have a plan. Magnus being really slow so far.
Yeah, he's wasting time with his queen, you know, moving it in front of the king, moving it to the side, and
look at the focus on Anish's face as well. Look at that focus.
What's going through your head now, Anish?
Don't talk to me.
This is how much it means to him, right?
Yeah, this is prestigious, no doubt.
Good strategy so far, you know, advancing Harry the h-pawn as far up the board as possible. We like.
Okay, and all the pawns on dark squares. Anish now, okay, just moving his king, not castling. Don't think
Why
that was a
didn't you
mouse
castle,
slip.
Anish?
Talk to me.
Okay, black castling now. It's really tense though. It's a bit blocked up the position, but anything can still happen.
And
Ooh, what is that from Magnus? What kind of World Championship move is that with the rook? And okay, Anish getting his king to safety.
and now Magnus doing some very strange things, tucking his queen to the edge of the board.
Yeah, and wasting a lot of time with his queen. Anish is moving in for the kill here.
Okay, and then starts playing well. It's always the same.
Okay, the queens are off. You got this, Anish.
And 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Is it possible, Anish, to checkmate Magnus in that time?
Six, kind of a tactic.
Ooh, nice tactic there from Anish. So he's won 2 pieces for just a rook.
Oh, nice.
Still super tricky though.
Do you think Anish can win this in 1 minute and 25 seconds?
Okay, come on.
Well,
so annoying.
If you asked me 2 moves ago, Kaja, I would have said yes. Now it's going to be very tricky.
Hey.
Okay, still looking decent for Anish, especially after that move, winning a pawn. But a lot of work to do. Rook endgame's notoriously difficult.
And how strong is Magnus 10 in this game?
He's playing very, very well here. You know, he's doing all the right things, and now he's going to go for the H-pawn, and the rook just moves.
Yeah, and now that white's H-pawn has dropped, 3 pawns versus 3 pawns should be a draw. Anish.
He's trying, he's advancing his king. After all, teamwork makes the dream work.
Whatever.
And now Magnus just giving a few checks before he captures the pawn. Nope, he's going to go for a draw.
Looks like we might head for a draw. Okay, Anish doesn't want the draw.
The more moves, the better. And
Doesn't
still,
repeat moves.
more than 50 seconds left on the clock. Can you keep it going all the way until...
Until I lose on time.
Yeah.
No pressure, Anish. How's your endgame technique? Okay, pawn up. Still a dead draw. White's pawn not going anywhere, but some hope.
Yeah, it's actually the worst type of pawn to have in this particular endgame, because you can't really go wrong.
Easy to blockade.
Yep.
Anish trying his best, though. This is a lot of moves.
This is going to be so many moves.
The point is to have as many moves as possible, regardless of the result, right?
Exactly.
Unless you win, then it's as few as possible. So I'm not sure you should worry about as few as possible here. This is, I reckon we're closing in on 100 at some point.
Wow.
And
new record.
Well, Anish just simply moving his king around.
Yep, 30 seconds. Oh, what is Magnus doing?
Is Magnus blundering?
I think he might. Oh, this one's
It's still okay.
still okay, but playing with fire, Magnus there. Ooh, and what a move.
Oh, nice, nice.
Stalemate or no stalemate, Anish? Up to you.
Stalemate,
If you take the rook, it's a draw.
You've got to allow the creativity.
What a finish.
And there is a draw.
I relaxed there after he missed the tactic. I had rook h4 maybe was the most precise. So knight d4. I sort of thought I'll take knight d4, but yeah, I saw rook c5, but somehow I somehow didn't expect him to play all the best moves, and the rook endgame actually, it's objectively should be a draw, I guess. But I was hoping he would make a mistake somewhere. It wasn't easy.
It is a shocking result. We have a draw in the Champions Challenge, and if you press continue, Anish, let's see how many moves that was.
93 moves.
Oh, wow, a draw in 93 moves. How would you describe that, David? Are you impressed?
Impressed by Magnus? Anish, you tried your best.
Yeah.
I was,
but that was
decent, yeah. I mean, I think instead of knight takes d4, I think rook h4 looks very good. But yeah, got a bit relaxed there, I think.
Okay.
I thought I have him already.
Was the clock an issue there? Trying to play super fast?
Clock is always an issue,
Yeah.
of course. Clock, especially when you play these bullet type controls, clock is always an issue. You could see with some of his moves how terrible he is. But for example, a move f6 he made, you know, all the moves so far, they were really bad. And then he plays this move f6, which is very important.
Yeah.
And he made it. And then, you know, we got into an endgame, and then again it becomes a little bit less easy. So he's like, I think the level is like, sometimes there's a sequence of bad moves and a sequence of good moves. And yeah, this is, you know, how the 10-year-olds are.
Exactly. Now, you were super focused during the game, a little bit nervous before it started, a draw in 93 moves. How do you feel about it?
I think I'll be basically higher ranked. I'll be like the first guy under those who won.
Yeah.
So all the people who won will be ahead of me, and I'll be like the one under them.
Exactly.
But there are, as I saw already, some who lost. I heard David also, you know.
Oh, yes.
David is not without his own flaws.
I got crushed, I admit
David
it.
is not without his flaws. And yeah, okay, I guess it is fun to have a different result. I guess it's unlikely to have a draw with a Magnus 10.
Yeah.
But you know, if anybody would do it, I'd probably have to be me.
And it's, of course, the most important is to beat Magnus in the Oslo Esports Cup. And that's still possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Anish, and good job in our Champions Challenge.
Live quite soon.
A draw in 93 moves for Anish Giri, and it's not possible anymore for him to win in the Oslo Esports Cup against Magnus because he just lost that match in 3 games. And we just had some drama happening. It was looking like Praggnanandhaa and Liem would play a draw in game 3, but something dramatic happened. Praggnanandhaa won the game to again win a match in 3 games. Incredible, Sverre.
This is actually the 3rd match where Pragg wins in only 3 games, and he may be telling us that he's playing pretty decent, okay, but the way he's scoring, that's pretty amazing, because once again, Pragg, you do it in only 3 games.
Yeah, today it was difficult as the last 2 days, and first game I was winning, and then I played B3 quite quickly, and then he got this counterplay. In the second game, it was very complicated, and yeah, in time trouble, I don't know what was happening, but then somehow I won up on B5, then I won an exchange, and yeah, it was a long game, and I didn't have any time to. It was a long game, yeah, and so there was only 10 minutes, and then I looked at what he played in the first game, but he deviated with 1c4, and then okay, probably I was better out of the opening, but yeah, and then I probably misplayed somewhere.
Well, besides misplaying somewhere, it seems like your misplays are working out for the better. Is it so that when you're playing well, you have also more luck with what your opponents do?
I don't know. In the last game, definitely, I think I didn't play so well, but probably in time trouble he made some mistakes. Otherwise, I think the game was quite balanced, and I'm not really sure about the assessment, but I think it shouldn't be so bad for Black.
When you're scoring like this, and when you're gaining confidence against these great players by winning, are you having fun when you're playing now?
Yeah, as I said before, yeah, when you win, of course, you have a lot of fun. But in general, I am having a lot of fun playing these players. It's always a very good experience and fun experience as well. Rapid is always fun. So yeah, it's just an enjoyable experience.
And when you're here in Oslo, do you have time to do other things than chess? Do you get to see the city and extra experience anything?
No, we haven't. The first day we went for a boat trip, but nothing after that. Just preparing in the morning and then coming to the game.
And that's what life is like, is it? A lot of chess preparing and trying to focus on chess now and maybe do the fun things later. Is that a plan?
That's what I usually do. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
And how much does this tournament and these results mean for your evolvement as a chess player to the goals that you're looking to reach?
It definitely gives me confidence, and I think that's a very important thing. And yeah, I think that's the important thing. And also I can learn a lot from these games, what mistakes I'm making. And yeah, I think, as I said, it's just a great experience for me.
And you also have a lot of time now with only winning in 3 games to taste the sushi after you're done, right?
Yeah, I can probably. Probably I will do it. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a tough match, so I'm just probably going to prepare.
Good luck to you, Pragg.
Yeah, thank you.
So as we can hear, it's Pragg who's gaining confidence now, and he's yeah, pretty much playing everyone else off the board. It's only 9 games to win 3 matches. That is as good as it gets. Simple as that.
It's incredible, Sverre, to watch this young chess player at 16 crush all the opposition here in the Oslo Esports Cup. 3 wins in the matches, and he only needed 3 games in all those matches. Jovanka, how impressed are you with Praggnanandhaa?
I'm incredibly impressed.
Yeah.
You know, I have to say, it's like the stars are aligning for him.
Yeah.
You know, he's resourceful in tricky positions. He's turned around lost positions. He's come incredibly well prepared, and to beat 3 people in just 3 games per match, I mean, it's just sensational. Yeah. I mean, What a star.
What will his rating performance be right now? It's going to be even higher.
It's going to be way over 3,000 performance rating right now, and the tour ratings, he's going to be skyrocketing. I mean, 2,800 maybe next. Who knows? But most of all, I mean, for us, the best part is he faces Magnus Carlsen tomorrow.
Oh, that's true.
And yeah, that's going to be fireworks, no matter what happens there. Imagine if he beats Magnus. That would be the biggest sensation we've ever seen on the tour.
Wow. Yeah, just got to get ready for that match tomorrow. But first of all, we did miss the action of that Game 3 with Liem, because it was looking like a draw, but something dramatic must have happened because suddenly Pragg won it.
Yeah, that final game, it was looking balanced for a long, long time. Then suddenly Liem was actually winning just near the end. And just to show you guys the last few moves of this game, here Liem as white actually has a winning advantage against Praggnanandhaa, who had black. But he was too slow. In a pawn race, you have to accelerate. And Liem could have actually won the game by pushing his pawn forward. And actually, white is winning this race. White is only 3 squares away from promoting. The key point is that if black pushes his pawn, you still continue pushing. And yes, black can even take this pawn off, but then black loses the knight. So Liem was actually within touching distance of winning. But he was too slow. He moved his rook across, losing one valuable move. And just to show you guys what happened, if we quickly fast forward towards the end, it was this position that Liem lost control. The black knight suddenly came back, and the king lacking defenders. That was the key point. After one check, now Liem finally pushed this pawn, but it was too late. Suddenly, this move, queen to d2, was the winner, threatening checkmate by taking this bishop, joining up, teaming up with the knight. But after rook takes pawn, this was the key second blow. You can't take this bishop anymore because the rook actually defends. Pragg, meanwhile, master tactician already at 16. He played knight takes pawn, and this forced Liem to resign. This is a check after all, and you discover an attack against the white queen. And if white tries to defend both of those at the same time, running out of the check, defending the queen, then one more killer blow. Knight to this square with another double attack. A fork hitting the king, hitting the queen, and for example, this would have ended the game in checkmate. Liem resigned just before this, but what a win by Praggnanandhaa. Checkmate was about to be on the board.
And I think we have the reactions from the two players as it is finished. Game 3, Praggnanandhaa winning, shaking his head. And Liem, of course, disappointed. He won his match yesterday against Magnus, but today a loss against the impossible Praggnanandhaa. And 3 matches, you guys, have finished. Let's take a look at the results. So many decided games. Magnus Carlsen, after 3 games, won his match against Anish Giri, winning 2 games there, the world champion. Jan-Krzysztof winning 2 games also against Jordan van Forest to take all 3 points in that match, and Praggnanandhaa all 3 points in his match against Liem. But Shakhriyar and Mamdiar and Eric Hansen, they are still playing. They won 1 game each, a draw. That means they are tied. So if Game 4 has a winner, that player will be the winner of the match. If it is a draw, then they will head to tie breaks. And before we head into Game 4 between those two, let's hear from someone who won their match today, Jan-Krzysztof.
Jan-Krzysztof, congratulations on what was a knockout punch today.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just lucky, of course, in this third game. He just blundered terribly. That was extremely lucky because basically it was the only move in the position that could lose so fast. Yeah, sometimes we're just lucky. I mean, in games like I was.
But do you get more lucky when you're playing good chess than when you're playing bad chess?
Yeah, good chess helps in general because it also kind of puts pressure on your opponent, a part of being good in itself. But okay, this time, I mean, yeah, it was a terrible blunder, of course, by him.
You seemed a little frustrated after the first day of play here. Now you look very excited to continue this tournament. Does your playing style also reflect that?
Yeah, I don't know, but you're never too happy when you lose the match. So, and yeah, I lost in the first day, of course, and now I'm winning. So, yeah, I guess it's just very natural to be in better mood.
We wish you all the best for the next days as well.
Thank you.
Anish, it ended up being a quick day today, but it was unfortunately for your sake, it was Magnus who pulled away. How would you summarize the match?
Yeah, I didn't get going today. The games were very poor on my side. I think I had a fine position in the second game and then started going downhill at some point. I made a few inaccuracies and then got under pressure. And then I had chances in the end, but there was little time and it was not possible, unfortunately. And the last game, I had some sort of he tricked me a little bit in the early middle game. At some point, I should try to stop him from advancing on the queen side and get my queen to d3 earlier, I think, because the way it happened, he got a very good version of the things, and then he got the dream Benoni, and then it was, things were not going my way anymore. So I just didn't get going at all today.
You mentioned the second game here. You were eventually very short on time. It looked like you were trying to put up a fortress there at the end. Do you think you could have succeeded with that with more time on the clock?
Yeah, well, at the end I had some forced defense as well, so for sure. But it's okay. There was a reason why I didn't have time on the clock, and I imagine if I had more time on the clock, he would also not push and clarify the position so quickly. So it got unpleasant at some point. I should have been a bit more precise in the very early middle game. I think in both games I just gave him a very pleasant position towards the end of the game.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and I hope you enjoyed the sushi here now, for at least.
No, always. Sushi is great.
Take care, Anish.
Anish Giri, he is going to face his fellow Dutchman, Jordan van Forest, tomorrow. So a good night's sleep for Anish, and he should be ready to fight again tomorrow. One match is still going on. It's Shakhriyar Mamliarov against Erik Hansen. This is game 4. They are tied. If we have a winner in this game, then that player will win the match. If it is a draw, then tie breaks. And what does it look like right now, David?
It's still very early days. We are just towards the end of the Petrov defense, which is one of the most solid openings out there in chess. Mamliarov just trying to maybe lock this game down as black. That being said, Erik didn't go for any drawish lines. He's instead gone for a position that we see in front of us, where every piece is still on the board, a couple of open files in the middle, but roughly balanced right now. Any preference you guys have? I mean, do you think is better right now?
I mean, I was just thinking from Erik's situation. He's lost his first 2 matches, and you only get any money from this if you win or if you draw out the 4 games. So if I was in his position, that'd be on the back of my brain, because I'd be like, right, okay, if I draw this game as white, I'm guaranteed some cash. Take it into the playoffs. He's got the white pieces, and I think it is equal. I just hope he doesn't play it's not like Erik to play negatively, but he's just got to play normal moves. But I mean, even having those little thoughts in these last games can affect your play quite a lot, I feel.
Yeah, and I mean, it will be tough for Erik to go against his natural instincts and just play for the draw, but I completely understand there, Simon. I'd probably do the same, just safety first.
Yeah.
Don't take too much risk in this game, and tie breaks aren't the worst thing in the world. I think actually it'll be quite close in the Blitz tie breaks, because Erik is really good at that time format. So yeah, we'll see how this
I
game
was going to
progresses.
say Erik is well known for his speed prowess, whilst Shakhriyar Mamliarov, you know, he himself told me that up until recently he wasn't playing online chess, and now he's playing catch up. So I mean, but both these players, I mean, they're incredible tacticians. So yeah, it would be an exciting,
I'm definitely
tie
hoping
break.
for tie breaks. That would be super fun.
Yeah, I remember when COVID first came and it was locked down everywhere, and I played quite a lot online myself, and I faced Shak quite a few times, Mamliarov, and I could tell he was a bit rusty. He was a bit slower than most of the top grandmasters. The moves were still, of course, really good, but the speed wasn't there in the Blitz. But now, of course, he's probably has caught up, and that would be so dramatic. I mean, we never hope for draws, right? But this would be a fun tie-break to watch between these two. And meanwhile, it looks like Erik's about to retreat his bishop.
Yeah, I mean, very sensible play at the moment. It's a symmetrical kind of position. Both pieces are quite logical. I mean, I want to play rook takes bishop here, of course, but I probably shouldn't. So, you know, I have that a lot in life.
Why should you not take the bishop?
Well, I mean, basically rooks are better than bishops, but you know, but I want to try to get it on the light squares, because in these kind of openings, especially when you play e4, white's light square bishop is such a tremendous piece, and by taking the bishop, I would open up the light squares, but it's not ready, I feel, for that quite yet. I'd also like to say, just Pragg, I mean, I was just working out that he's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, he's playing Magnus tomorrow, start of the week on a Monday. That is going to be such a great match, because Magnus is going to try to show him who's boss. Pragg's going to be like, right, OK, I'm playing so well, I can't wait. And he's won $22,500 dollars already, yeah. So which is pretty impressive, right? So it's not bad for 3 days' work. So yeah, I mean,
Just got to set that alarm for tomorrow at 6 o'clock CET, when those two faces off in a big clash. What do you think it's going to be for Magnus? Will he sort of feel the pressure in that one?
For sure, especially if Magnus isn't feeling 100%, if he's still not feeling fully healthy. Remember, Pragg beat him 2 months ago in the tour, so he's definitely... I think Magnus would love to escape that that matchup with maybe tie breaks, and yeah, I was going to say escape that matchup with a draw, but we do find a winner at the end of every day. I think at this point, anyone taking Pragg to tie breaks is going to be a miracle. He just looks so good. So, yeah, just to catch up with this game, no rook takes bishop, which is a really nice kind of long-term strategic sacrifice to win all the light squares, but comes at the cost of a rook, of course, for a bishop. Instead, Erik takes the sensible way out and develops this piece. So both these 2 white bishops looking good. And next, he'll try and move his queen out the way, maybe connect the 2 white rooks. Yeah, just looking very balanced. I'm pretty sure at some point in the next few moves, Shak is going to push this pawn forward. One thing you can't really allow is the white knight to leap into your position and then continue its journey into the black camp. This square is actually a bit of a target now with the white knight and with the white bishop. So just push this pawn, maybe try and expand on this side. And yeah, a lot to play for, but still equal at the moment.
Yeah, and I agree. The position is going to hinge on who manoeuvres their pieces in the best possible way, because as you can see, there are pawns in the centre, so all the energy transfers to the pieces. And whilst Shakhriyar is pondering what to do, well, we have some selfies that I want to share, and the first one comes from Neil Young, who says, not quite the musician, but it says, me and Ricky are tuning in again. So big hello to you. Neil and Ricky. And Ashish Vegaraju says that they were enjoying the game between Magnus Carlsen and Anish from the Netherlands. And we can see a move from Mamedyarov, retreating the bishop, actually allowing the knight to just spring into the black side of the board.
Yeah. I think it's OK for now. That can just be kind of refuted by black's knight coming to the centre of the board, hitting white's dark square bishop, and the game would go on. So no real big threats here, but yeah, slightly surprising move from Mamedyarov.
I think we need more pet selfies.
I think so too.
This is like one thing we're lacking here. We're getting lots of selfies, but I want to see some pets in front.
I do like the pet selfies. I also really like it when the viewers multitask, and they try and combine watching our show with maybe watching the Alan Partridge show, or as JMR18 says, chess and NBA playoffs makes a great Sunday evening.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Also, can we have some extreme watching photos? What's the most extreme place that someone can take a selfie watching the show, even if it's on their phone, like on a roller coaster? David! Or maybe in the middle of a football match, climbing a mountain, abseiling maybe?
Sailing, you know, we've had a few from sailing. We've had a few on an oil rig.
That's pretty cool.
That's
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some of them, I think. You know, there should be a prize for that, the most extreme watching of
Who will go to the moon to watch chess is the question.
Elon, we need you to.
He's a chess fan, right?
Yeah, he is a chess fan, yeah.
I think he said it was a simple game in his last tweet about it, though. He said, it's an easy game or something.
Well.
So he doesn't really know anything about it, clearly. Like,
my dream is seeing Elon Musk take on Magnus H10.
Oh, yes. If you're watching, Elon, a challenge for you. Come on and play Magnus 10.
Yeah.
Could be interesting.
And meanwhile, the knight has moved to the centre of the board and is now attacking white's dark squared bishop. And whilst we're waiting for Erik to respond to this, I also have a question from Duncan Bailey, who asks, do all of the players in the Oslo Esports Cup have seconds with them, or are some attempting this without support?
Yeah,
well, Erik, actually, he's alone in Oslo.
It's very surprising, that, isn't it? Because he's got all his crew as well.
But they probably are working for him, right?
Well, there's a few people who are alone. So Liem, I haven't seen him with a second. Magnus doesn't have anyone physically here with him.
Yeah.
The rest of the players, we see Jordan, he's working with Johan Sebastian Christiansen.
Yep.
On site, Anish Giri, of course, we saw Erwin Lami. And
Praggnanandhaa
has Ramesh.
Yeah.
Duda has Robert Kempinski, strong Polish grandmaster.
Yeah. So half and half, actually.
Yeah. But I'm sure everyone is working behind the scenes
Yeah.
with someone. This is the beauty of chess these days. You know, you don't need someone physically present. You can also have a helper working remotely.
Yeah. And do you need, at the top level of chess now, do you need a second or a team of seconds in big tournaments?
I'm not sure you need it, but it definitely helps. It's a bit of a bonus. I mean, it's not just for the chess, right? It's for the psychological stuff, especially now they play so many games in one day. You need to recover quickly. You don't want to finish one game, go into your room, turn on the computer, and then kind of start from scratch every time. You want to come in and have someone, you know, put their arm around you or say, okay, this is your next opening. You'll love this position. You can do it. Yeah, it sounds like it's kind of maybe kind of a give or take. You can have a second or not, but I think it gives you the extra edge.
Because it must be very, for example, Anish is disappointed today. It didn't really go his way today. It would have been very lonely to bring all your negative thoughts back to your hotel and just be by yourself, right? It must be nice to have someone to just talk it out, get rid of the bad emotions.
It's one of the worst feelings, like losing a game of chess, and I think this is very hard to describe to people who don't play chess. I mean, if you've had relationships with non-chess players, it's you know, horrible for them to, when you lose a game and you have to go and see them because you're in such a bad mood. And it's very hard to understand that. Yeah. I don't know, maybe we've all had that at some point, but the feeling of losing is incredible. And they also say, like, you know, that feeling, it's not the same as winning. You know, the feeling of winning's great, but they don't really level out, you know, that it's horrible. I mean, David, I mean, I don't want to bring you up, but I'm going to, because you've been so close to qualifying for the candidates on a couple of occasions, and it must have been heartbreaking for you.
There've been many times in my life where I just felt extremely lonely, having lost a game in a foreign country, not home for a long time, and it's devastating. And earlier we mentioned this podcast we did with Anish Giri. Actually, we talked to Erik Hansen as well, and Erik talked a lot about mental health, and it's not talked about as much among the top chess players, but it's so important. That's why you bring seconds with you. That's why you have a support network. That's why Magnus, for example, is so good. He has his family. He has a set of coaches around him. That's maybe why Pragg's doing so well now with Ramesh. But Erik, he mentioned the reason he streams more than plays chess, kind of classical competitive chess these days, is because he finds it lonely. He finds it difficult, stressful, having to win just to earn money, and living out of a suitcase. It's a difficult lifestyle at the top level.
So at those occasions where you were very close to qualifying for the candidates, this fall was actually one of those occasions. Were you alone at that time, or did you have a second with you?
Yeah, I've never really brought a second with me. I think only maybe twice to any tournaments. But yeah, I've pretty much worked alone most of the time since I was 12 years old, just kind of self-taught. And my parents came with me, of course, when I was young, but yeah, it was tough. I mean, the second time I nearly qualified for the candidates, I was more kind of objective about it. I thought, okay, I wasn't ready. And Firouzja, Caruana, the only two players I lost to, I mean, it's because they're stronger than me. But the first time I didn't qualify, I was on my own, and I locked myself in my room. Just, I don't want to tell you what I was thinking there, but it was, difficult.
Do we simply not talk about it enough? I mean, it's become a big theme in other sports. We've seen it in tennis, in gymnastics, in the Olympics. More athletes talking about mental health. Are we not talking about it enough in chess, where it maybe is even a bigger issue? Because it is a mind sport.
I think it's definitely a conversation that, you know, doesn't come up enough, and it's a conversation to have. I mean, FIDE could talk about it, maybe put on some support for players. I know lots of former players, when they kind of stop and retire, or when their careers maybe don't go as far as they can, it's difficult for them. FIDE recently, they've been supporting, I think, chess players who are struggling financially, who things like that, but the mental side, that's a big part of it.
Yeah, it's definitely an important subject that I personally think that federations should be dealing with, especially when they're sending their elite players to events, and they know full well that often these elite players are dependent on that money, and they're dependent on winning, and everything is hanging on the edge. So I agree with David, it should be a conversation that we have. Measures should be taken, there should, you know, it should be budgeted for. And also, you know, chess players as well should also be not too proud and say, there is a problem. And we should admit to that. And like David says, often we're alone in the rooms and it can get a bit dark. But Yeah, I mean, hopefully things are changing. I mean, it really helps to have top players like Erik Hansen openly discussing this. And I mean, the same goes with women in chess as well. You know, top women are beginning to discuss some of the issues, and a lot of us are kind of saying, yeah, occasionally we are struggling with this. Help us, and it's great to have that conversation.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think mental health in general is something that's been not chatted about in life as much as it should be. The old way of looking at it was it's a weakness, which is clearly not the issue now. And chess is a mental game, so it needs to be. It's all in the mind. And I think even your performance, if you're mentally okay, you'll play a lot better. And you know, I've seen lots of chess players suffer from having been very affected from losses and just the lifestyle, which is exciting, but it's also you know, if you're playing to win your rent and it doesn't go right, you know, and I've seen players sleeping in the public toilets at chess tournaments, at big chess tournaments because they can't afford it. Not a very healthy lifestyle, but there's the other side. There is a glamorous side to it as well. But I think 100% it needs to be talked about more in general as well as in chess.
And there are even stories of former world champions who they turned to drink, they turned to other vices just because they couldn't cope with the pressures. And it's something to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, like Bobby Fischer is one of them.
Absolutely.
You know, he went a little bit, totally mad at the end, and
it feels like it's almost been joked about that the best chess players, it's going to affect their sanity because they're so in their head, but it's actually a very serious subject to not joke about.
No, definitely
also
not.
With Bobby Fischer.
I mean, especially when you kind of think about the nature of competition, you know, there is that shadow side, which, you know, it divides people into winners and losers. I mean, you have to address the mental side.
Absolutely. Such an important subject. And the podcast, the late night show with Erik Hansen, talking about this together with David and Askell, will be released later this upcoming week. So that's going to be interesting to listen to, and we're going to talk some more about it when that is released. Erik looking very focused right now. This is game 4 between himself and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. They are tied in their match. We could be heading to tie breaks. What do you think right now, David?
We could be, although I really like what Erik's been doing.
Okay.
So the position has changed slightly. It's still roughly a symmetrical pawn structure, but one big change now on the king side. So on the right half of the board, where the kings sit, there has been a trade, a knight for a bishop, and that means an imbalance. White also has a set of doubled pawns, which could be a strength, could be a weakness, but I prefer white purely because I'm biased towards the bishop pair. And white's bishop, especially the light squared bishop, which has no rival right now, it's got a lot of potential. I think Shak now, Mamedyarov has to be really careful. He has to be really energetic with his play just to balance out the effect of white's bishops. Okay, he just pushes a pawn there to cover some light squares around his king, but Erik now, he can bring a rook into the game, his rook asleep in the corner. Maybe you could make an argument for using white's dark squared bishop, attacking the black queen. Oof, lots of options for Erik.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing actually earlier on we were saying it's very equal, but one of the issues that black's had from, I don't know, move 6 or 7 is this pawn on c5. Maybe you can just highlight that. And often having a pawn here is a weakness because this pawn here, you can't move pawns backwards, so you leave a lot of holes and you leave the central square next to that open. I totally agree with David. Erik's got very good chances here. He couldn't really have asked for anything better. It's a safe way to play. That bishop that David has highlighted now can't be blocked by that pawn, and it's a fantastic bishop, and black doesn't have a bishop to try and act against it. So a perfect position, right, for Erik Jovanka, because he's got the bishops, he shouldn't lose this, and he can just play normal moves and try to nurture that advantage here.
I agree. I love the plans that you're suggesting, and like you say, you know, he has plenty of plans at his disposal. You know, probe the right side for some dark square weaknesses, or how has he done now? He's actually played
very interesting,
very nice movement. We saw how dreadful the pawn structure was. A double pawn structure was in the Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen game 2. And here, Erik is threatening to do more of the same.
win a piece as well.
Yeah, it's not just that. The white queen indirectly attacks this black knight, which is a bit loose. It's only defended by black's queen. And yeah, as mentioned, if black just makes a kind of careless move, bishop takes knight not only ruins the black pawn structure, but after it's captured, this knight falls off as well. So white's queen is kind of using her x-ray vision on both sides of the board. This queen now super strong, eyeing up this knight and this knight. And I think black needs to move this guy. It's just too vulnerable on this square. It's on a great attacking square, but nothing to attack. And it's fighting a lone battle on its own in white's half. I think it needs to step back and retreat otherwise. Ooh, even here, actually. Does this lose a pawn? OK, I was going to say this move, but maybe white can capture here and some complications ahead. So, OK, instead, Shak insists on keeping his knight in white's half. But this does allow Eric, if he wants, to maybe just capture this knight and ruin the black pawn structure. Looking very good for Eric suddenly.
Wow. Definitely. I mean, he can capture the other knight first. He wants to keep it very simple, I think.
True.
And just start grabbing some pawns.
For example, here, I mean, I'm not sure which way black takes. Does he take with the bishop, maybe? And then after this move, black can't even take with the queen because black has to keep guarding his bishop. And suddenly, pawn takes. Ooh, look at these guys over here. They're just going to drop one by one. You can even take one of them right now.
It seems like white's knight is incredibly strong at stopping any threats. OK, he's done the other way in the game. The only reason I want to play that exchange from white, I know I'm giving up my bishop, is the black knight looks a bit scary to me. It has some tactical ideas, so why not just get rid of your opponent's most scariest piece? Very simply, get rid of that piece that's scary. I'm safe, and I've got targets to pick up. So this is going to be one of Eric's best chances to get a brilliant win against a brilliant player, I feel.
He's played an amazing game so far, Eric, but only 2.5 minutes, so he needs to keep the pace. And I agree with you, Simon. Just get this knight off the board. Don't take any risks of it, for example, jumping in to deliver a nasty check. Just get rid of your opponent's best attacking piece, and he does it.
Yeah.
Very logical. And once Shak retakes with the queen or with the bishop, Eric can start maybe feasting on some of those weak pawns.
He's going to take with the queen, and yep, on the board.
Even this endgame, even trading the queens off looks fantastic for white.
Very nice, safe way to play. If you take the queens off, get your knight to c4 at some point and win. But can you grab a pawn first? I mean,
yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Vanka.
I gave a big smile.
Come on, you've got to sing it though, Ivanka. I've got to get you to sing once. You've got a much better voice than me.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
No. I was just saying, okay, look at the move. It's on the board. He's grabbed the pawn.
So sing it. Come on.
No.
Oh, so hard to get any singing done here. So.
Are we on a singing show or a chess show?
You sound like a lot of people in the chat sometimes. I don't know.
I was trying to do Catherine Tate. You know, she's like, oh, are we doing this? Anyway, okay.
So there has been a bit of a transformation of the position. Eric did go and grab some of those pawns, so Ivanka was right. No more endgames. It's time to get greedy. And one downside to this is that the queens remain on the board, so your king now as white doesn't feel entirely safe. And the other downside is that black does have a pawn majority now on the king side, so you have to be a bit careful. Eric, he wants to trade off rooks, that's why he brought his queen back. He maybe wants to bring his rook to the top of the board, give a check, trade some rooks off, and queen and knight against queen and bishop should be a winning endgame.
Also centralising the queen looks
as well.
Very, because I guess Mamedyarev's idea is to push the g-pawn. What else can you do? You want to try to get rid of that very strong knight. So then maybe Eric just brings his queen back. You can see on his face, look at Eric's face, he's really determined. He realises this is a chance to win $7,500, which is incredible, an incredible amount. So I think he's in the zone now.
Beating one of the world's best players, a several-time candidate, Mamedyarov. Yeah, I mean, this would be a huge win for Eric, and he's very close. He doesn't want those tie breaks.
He looks so focused. You know, it's almost like chess is like some kind of meditation for him right now. He's just concentrating on the next move, and not that much that Shakhriyar can do. And so he steps his king forward. Do you think Eric will go for his plan, trade queens? Or...
Looks like he's about to play it, Ivanka. You can see his screen right now.
Okay.
He's clicked the queen, and he brought her back to offer that trade. very safe position.
And then start pushing your pass pawns, I guess. I mean, there's that word, you've got pass pawn, you need to push them, get another queen. So
now's the time, right?
Yeah, why not? There's no threats. You could even go G3, King G2 if you want to be
nice.
totally,
He's going to do it. Look at his screen, he's about
Is he going to do it? I think he's in the zone. He's finding brilliant moves here, isn't he? Such a safe way to blunt the bishop, get your king safe, and he has played it. I mean, that's just a really nice way to play, actually.
So smooth. Yeah. And I remember the first time I heard Erik Hansen's name was years and years ago. I was playing a lot online at the time, and I just played against this guy who just kept outplaying me. Sometimes I would trick him when he had no time, but every game he would outplay me strategically, and that nearly never happens. And then I was like, who's this guy? Canadian flag next to him. I found out a year or two later it was Erik Hansen. And yeah, ever since, I mean, he was 2 years younger than me. Just ever since then, I've just realised he's just great understanding of chess.
Yeah,
so talented.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing everything perfectly here at the moment. So, you know, very good game so far. Very good game.
And we should mention that this is a really nice strategy, putting the white king on a light square away from the black bishop, and also making sure there are no back rank checkmates later on. And this is desperate from Mamedyarov.
It is.
Putting a pawn on a dark square, but now there are light square weaknesses around the black king.
Here it comes. You've got to push him. Ari.
Alice. But
one move threat here from Mamedyarov attacking the white queen, but the white queen can move. The white rook at the bottom of the board is actually defended by the knight. So this isn't a skewer, or it's nothing too scary here for Erik. He just needs to find a safe square for the white queen.
Yeah. His position is Erik's position is just safe as houses.
It's
Nothing
so safe.
can go wrong.
No. Something can always go wrong.
Maybe there's one trap in the position. If you move your queen to the wrong square, then the black pawn can come down and attack the white knight. So you need to keep an eye on that black G pawn pushing forward. That's why Erik kept his queen on the 4th rank, controlling every important square.
Yeah.
Queen on the light square. Nice outpost there.
Yeah.
Erik with 2 minutes should be enough.
So Erik he's turning 30 this year, right?
Yeah, in a couple of months, I think.
Yeah. But we're just now starting to see him in these big competitions with the best chess players in the world. Are we seeing the start of Erik Hansen, even if he is reaching 30 years old?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always been a very strong player, kind of a very strong grandmaster, but I've experienced it myself. When you're in the kind of 2,600 rating range, you don't get the invitations to these top tournaments. So Erik, he got an invitation here, struck gold and performed really well. Yeah. He's been a fan favourite his whole career. So especially now that chess is becoming more of an e-sport, which suits him. Now it's becoming more of a kind of spectator sport. I think that suits him.
Sort of chess coming to him.
Exactly.
The format that suits him, the very best, is now invented.
I mean, I think one very important thing, I think he needs to be invited to more events, just for the fact that he's entertaining, and he's an entertaining player. I've seen so many top tournaments where they invite the same players over and over again, and let's be honest, they're really boring to watch. They might be much stronger player than Erik, but I don't want to watch them because it's draw. Oh my God, you know, I want to see Erik fighting, and this is the new generation as well of players who are making chess popular. So yeah, so let's hope he continues with that.
I wholeheartedly agree with Simon. You know, it makes a big difference when you invite the right players. You know, we saw then the Air Things Masters as well. You know, there was like a bunch of young talents, and Erik, of course, did really, really well. And it was exciting. They fought to the end. You know, there were no 13 moves draws. You know, in fact, I think it was only Magnus and Ding who were guilty of that.
And that was a sensible moment to the end.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just one time. And now you see another fight to the end.
Yeah, and I did see him shake his head though.
He's getting nervous. He's getting nervous. He realises that he's probably winning, and he realises he's very close, and that's the worst time. It's like that thing they say when everyone has accidents in their car. It's like when you get into your road and you're near your home. You could do a 200-mile journey. It's the last 1 mile where everyone has an accident because they relax.
Really?
And I think you know, he's just got to keep that concentration up here.
Yeah, and okay, very solid move there, protecting his pawns. He's still 1 pawn up, Erik, but it's more about the queen and knight combo, the domination of the light squares, everything in his favour. And okay, is he about to push a pawn forward? This black bishop now attacking one of white's pawns. If you block up the pawn structure, though, on that left side, it does make it slightly more difficult to make progress. So Erik reluctant to play this next move, keeping his pawn safe. It's the nerves. You can see it on his body language, shaking his head. He was so focused. Now, suddenly, a bit of hesitation.
Yeah. He's under a minute. He's under a minute. I mean, I know things can't go wrong, it was said, but like I say, they can always go wrong when you get nervous. Anything can go wrong. You know, it really...
Yeah.
Ooh, he was about to play a very kind of passive move there, bringing his rook to defend the white pawns. Yeah, it's definitely nerves. 30 seconds now.
Yeah, this is still...
And also, Shakhriyar has a reputation as being one of the most dangerous players there is. You know, he's so tactically alert. And, yeah, he's moved his rook. Thankfully, not to a passive square. Instead, he's going on the counter-attack.
Always go active if you have the option. You never want to put your pieces in purely defensive roles. That white rook worth 5 in the middle of the board now. Look how active it is, attacking pawns on open files. He was about to put it on a really bad square where it really wouldn't have been worth 5. So, OK, great decision from Eric. He invested a lot of time in that move, and 35 seconds. Shak, at some point, will try to set a trap. So it's just about whether Eric can dodge his nerves, minimise the effect of them, and also dodge any traps. I think White's knight as well needs to reroute itself at some point.
I agree. Maybe H2, I was thinking, is a good way. You can maybe change targets towards the Black King, because the Black King is a little bit weak, and it's when you're in a stressful situation, it's actually quite easy to attack rather than sort of defend your opponent's little threats. Just get attacking. But you know, as long as he keeps his cool, he will win this game.
Yeah, and especially while the Black Queen and Black Rook are kind of sidelined, distracted over there, dealing with White's pawns, switching your attention to the Black King, I mean, that would be the most logical thing in the world. So is now the moment to reroute the White Knight? Do you have to take a timeout to...
Under 20 seconds, David.
Yeah, he has to
20
move.
seconds, come on. You know,
I also think it's tempting to manoeuvre the White Knight, but at the same time, you might be thinking it's a little bit passive.
He's shaking his 10 seconds.
Okay, he's pushed his pawn forward. That does mean that those pawns on the left, they're not going to be that easy to advance.
They're fixed now, and that's why he's shaking his head. But he still has so many other advantages. It's not just about the number of pawns, it's about the domination of the light squares. So if he can reroute his knight, if he can pick up the White Knight and plonk it on the F5 square, Knight and F5 will thrive. That's just going to be game over. He should be loving this position, but it's just the nerves.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible, yeah. Well, it's actually really exciting as well at the same time. He is used to playing under 20 seconds, but I don't think he's used to being in these positions where it's the only game. We're all watching him.
Yeah, it must be lonely out there in the arena.
Yeah.
It's just the two of them with all the bright lights, all the cameras.
10 seconds,
all the pressure.
okay.
10 seconds, whoa, come on.
And Shak responding really quickly, activating his rook.
Here we go.
And here we go.
Yes, the knight remanoeuvres.
And he plays it, and it's a mistake. Is that right?
Is it a
No,
mistake?
I don't think it's a mistake.
Okay, oh, okay.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Maybe there was something even better, but...
No, this looks like completely the right plan. The knight going for the square David mentioned, which would be a fantastic square. If he gets it there, that should be the game over, I feel.
Right.
Look out for that F5 square. If the knight ever arrives there, I think it's going to be game over.
Is it time for Mamedyarov just simply to improve the dark square bishop?
No.
Put it on the D4 square?
I think he's got to try. The good thing about Eric's position as well is that his rook and queen are dominating the centre of the board. And when you dominate the centre, you stop your opponent's pieces coming in. So he's just got to keep them there, dominating all the way. And
if you're fighting against one bishop, then occupy the opposite colour complex. Okay, Shakhriyar, I don't think that's a good move, but it's a scary move for Eric to face because suddenly the rook is in his camp. It's penetrated to the first rank, and he's about to kick it away with his knight, but
he's gone back.
Needed to.
Oh no, is that?
Oh, but hang on a second. Now the black rook doesn't have to stay on the E line. It can actually manoeuvre itself to a different square. I'm thinking primarily the C1 square, and it's on the board.
Suddenly
so now's a big.
Now
there's a big threat. The rook is going to lift itself 2 squares backwards and attack the queen and the pawn. And if that B3 pawn drops,
well, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Okay.
But this is Eric to strike first, and the rook on the 7th rank is where you want the rook. And there's a major target right next to Black's king. So this is where Eric might be able to transfer one advantage into an attack, where I think he'd be happy. But he's got 22 seconds. By the way, hello to Harry the pet there as well.
I saw that,
notice that. So hi, Harry. But yeah, is Eric going to do it, guys?
He's still the big favourite here, despite having 22 seconds on the clock. It's just the momentum. It's changed slightly, maybe.
Can you just go Queen D5 to
trade the queens off?
If you get a bit worried, you can play safe. Go Queen D5, get the queens off. You're a pawn up at the ending, and you can calm down a little bit there, I would have thought.
That being said, if the queens disappear, Black does have a bishop, which is maybe superior to a knight when pawns on both sides of the board in an endgame. And yeah, White's knight currently, at least for now, dominated by that black bishop. It can't jump forward anywhere. So that's the big decision. And I think, oh, wow, Shak under 1 minute as well, 40 seconds. Yeah. I think that's what they're both calculating. Shak wants to move his queen, of course. He has to. It's attacked. But he's calculating any potential queen trade.
He's gone for it. He has to go for it, I think. And, well, Eric did not change the queens.
I prefer this.
Yeah, this is a much more ultimate kind of solution, but it's much more complicated. And, yeah, 30 seconds each.
Definitely, the stakes are getting higher, and I really like this move that Shakhriyar has just played. You know, retreating the queen, that's true, but there are some potential ideas of the queen diving in along the e2 square.
I mean, Eric's got to surely come in with his queen now, hasn't he?
He has to do that. 12 seconds, 11
Black
seconds.
bishop.
Yeah, start creating threats, bring the queen in. But
7 seconds. Oh.
Oh, what's he done? He's gone passive.
Retreating.
Oh.
Onto a dark square as well. The white queen loves those light squares.
It might be a good move, but it is a little bit negative. You know, if black does get the queen over into the position as well, then Eric's going to come under some attack.
I'm a little bit afraid of moves like the rook sliding to the b1 square, attacking a pawn, and then, you know, a move that David highlighted, just attacking the knight away.
He's gone for it. He's gone for it, trying to get the rook onto the 7th rank.
Eric has to be really careful now. Some big threats coming up against
7 seconds. He's taken this. What's he done?
Wow, is that genius? Is that madness? He's given up his rook for a bishop. If the black king comes out into the open and takes it, Eric has got some checks lined up.
Wow, he's got a very clever check on c3,
wow.
I think.
Maybe this is just...
This could be a brilliant move.
Yeah,
but he can run.
How did he see? I mean, now Shak is down to 5 seconds as well.
If Shak has to move, he has to take that rook.
He hasn't taken it.
No, he hasn't taken it. Okay, but then it's just a piece down.
That's suicide. He's just given up the game. He's a knight down.
And Eric, 9 seconds, about to make a huge...
He's going to win this game.
Yeah, he's going to win.
Yeah.
Now, the black pawn attacking the white knight, but the white knight can just park itself on the side of the board.
Or go forwards.
Or go straight forwards.
in.
Yeah, that's
Go
even
for the
stronger,
kill.
Simon.
Keep attacking.
Move forward. Park yourself next to that white rook.
Find it. 14,
Yeah,
but
he goes to the edge. That's fine.
It's all right.
Be
Still okay.
Black's queen can now deliver a check at least.
Okay.
I mean, black's going to get checkmate threat, though, with the rook coming in, which is all scary.
A knight is a king's best friend. That beautiful knight can... Oh, no, not yet.
Oh.
Okay.
Shak is threatening checkmate.
Okay. Oh!
10 seconds on the board.
The black rook and black queen want to get into the corner of the board, so you have to block the queen's diagonal. Still winning for
It's a bit
Eric.
scary, though. The white king is now exposed. He's winning, but it's a little bit scary.
At least now he has a knight check coming in. White's knight was threatening to come and check the black king, so Mamedyarov had to lose a move, retreating his king.
He's going for the final kill.
He's got it.
Has he got it? He's got it. Well done, Eric.
And it's a celebration from Eric Hansen, the chess streamer, and a handshake. He beats world number 10. That's a huge performance by the Canadian. And look at him. He's exhausting. He must be bursting with joy inside. David, how impressed and happy are you for Eric?
I'm super happy for him. I mean, of course, commiserations to Mamedyarov. He put up a great fight as well in that match, kept us entertained. But Eric, I mean, he was at the bottom of the table before today, struggling. He's the lowest seed by a significant margin, and what a win. Chessborough fans going crazy right now, I imagine.
Yeah, time to hit that techno club, I feel. And, I mean, it was great, though, because now he's going to get some money, and he played really well. You know, unfortunate for Shak. I'm hoping Shak's going to bounce back because he's a great player as well.
All 3 points there for Eric Hansen. Mamedyarov, as always, putting up such an entertaining fight. Are you getting some reactions out there, Sverre?
Not yet, because it seems like Mamedyarov has not shown up yet. But I'm still waiting here, trying to get a hold of him when he passes by. It's been an exciting game to watch. I was watching it together with Mamedyarov second here as well, and it was an interesting game. But so far, I'm still waiting for Shakhriyar to come in.
All right. Thanks, Sverre. So maybe we should do a little bit of an analysis then, David, of what happened in the end of this game. That was super tense.
Yeah, and there was just this one move, this one moment where Eric had us kind of lifting off our seats, and it was an amazing sacrifice here. We thought that suddenly black was getting fighting chances. Black's rook really active, the black queen coming into the position, but Eric's winning move, this incredible rook takes bishop, trying to lure out the black king. Mamedyarov didn't go for this, but if the king had captured, then Eric had calculated that he can actually trap the black rook. The queen slides across, and this rook has nowhere safe to go. It has no squares. If it goes to the corner, then suddenly this check would win the game. winning a check and a double attack against the black rook. A really nice blow to secure the win.
And I have the winner in the corner here with me, Eric. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What emotions are you going through right now?
Well, as David was just mentioning, I gave black a lot of counterplay, so I'm just very relieved to have won it in the end.
I was a little bit scared if you were even breathing in the final minutes of that game. That was so tense. Can you take us through the final minutes there?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game I was a bit more focused and playing a bit better than... I was in like a state of trance. I wasn't moving as much. I was pretty focused, but then you get the winning position and then you get a little too excited and start making some small inaccuracies, start second-guessing yourself, and that's pretty much what happened. But I was really happy right before the end to find that rook takes f6 move because I was down to 10 seconds and I have a bad habit. It's already happened a few times this tournament. I think I lost a few games just because I unnecessarily got low on time. So there I needed to find a move that would simplify things because it was trending towards a position that I was going to lose or something. Like the blunder was coming. I could feel it. If I played another 20 moves, I probably would have blundered. So I was looking for a way to simplify things, and fortunately, Shak probably felt that. He was trying to maybe trick me, and that allowed me to find this rook takes f6, which is a good shot because otherwise I was already kicking myself and pretty upset. I was having like deja vu from other rounds this event where I've messed up promising positions. So I was already getting a bit frustrated there, but fortunately I had one final move to get the win.
Yeah, and we see you shaking your head just frantically in the end of the game there, and sort of expecting that blunder that you say you are.
Yeah.
How are you working with yourself there to stay focused and make the right moves and don't make that blunder?
Well, in today's match, I took the lead for the first time this event, and then I lost a very stupid game in round 2 where I just got in time trouble in a drawn position, and I was so upset that I did try to focus for the final 2 games to play quickly. And I did play quickly, round 3 and 4, until I got the winning position there. But it was, I felt like it was a matter of time. I'm still making a lot of unforced errors. But today, in the end, finally all came together for me. I've had mixed results here. Like I've lost both matches, but I've won a couple of games. I've had a couple decent moments, but hasn't translated into any result until now. So I mean, one thing I've been telling myself is I'm here for experience. I'm the lowest rated, and I feel like I'll get stronger as it goes on because it's a new experience for me, playing top players, 4 games a day for 7 days. That's more intense than the other formats we've done so far. So I'd like to think I'm getting better no matter what happens result-wise, that the experience is going to be very beneficial for me and I can build on that experience each day and try to be better.
And you beat her in a match, world number 10, Eric. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I've had decent results against Shak and Rapid. I mean, we have fighting games. Part of that is due to his style. He plays exciting chess, and so I don't mind that. It actually, I don't know what it does, but it gets me more focused, and the adrenaline is there, and I play a bit better, I feel like. But winning in the Rapid portion was nice because when I started the game, I was like, oh, I haven't won any matches. Even a tiebreak's better than a loss. So it was in my head like, am I trying to play for a win, or am I trying to just build the confidence, go to the tie breaks? Sometimes I'm better at faster time controls. But as the game went on, it started telling myself, no, you have white. You're here for the experience, for trying to maximize. And then there was some confidence that came in during the game where it's like, no, you got to play for a win and try to win it in the match format because that's the kind of confidence I'll need for the other days.
Absolutely.
Can't count on tie breaks.
And David, I mean, Eric, a huge fan favorite, but it felt like this was coming, right? Because he's been playing such great chess.
Yeah, and Eric, I've got to commend you on your decision in the last game to kind of play for the win, keep the tension, and it really rewarded you. How about if it did go to playoffs? You mentioned you did fancy your chances?
I fancied my chances better than in Rapid because I've been overthinking and getting in time trouble in Rapid. And Blitz, you can't do that. So I'd like to think to myself, my clock management would have been better. But I don't think anybody here in the event is like a pushover in blitz. So I was just thinking, okay, it's maybe a 50-50 or I'm a slight underdog. But, you know, I would secure some prize money and some confidence getting the tiebreakers. But in the end, just decided to do it in the rapid.
And Eric, I also got to ask, how are you preparing, and also how are you going to celebrate after this win?
How am I preparing? That's a great question.
Helping you?
I don't have anybody helping me. You could say I have a lot of Norwegian friends here that are helping me, but maybe not the best influences. I've been exploring the city. People have been really relaxing. You know, going out for dinners, meeting people that I haven't seen for a long time. So for me, it's been like, I choose to relax and socialize, and that's a way to just like reset for the next day, because last couple of days I lost and I didn't really change anything. It's just just relax, and I'm having a really good time. So that always contributes to how I'm feeling each day, and I feel like I won't change anything. So tonight, probably dinner and socializing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to hear that.
Yeah.
Now, Eric, we were talking about it a little bit in the studio today. So you're turning 30 in a couple of months, but now finally...
Yeah, 1 month.
In
that's
1
coming.
month.
It's
a big day.
It's I don't want to think about it, but you're right. You're right. This is my last tournament as a 29-year-old.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's going quite good for you right now, right? And with online chess now becoming a big thing in the Champions Chess Tour, where you are really showing some amazing chess, do you feel like sort of your chess career at now almost 30 years old is sort of skyrocketing?
I'd like to feel that, but honestly, when I was first invited this year for the Air Things Masters, I mean, I was telling myself, I don't play well here. I don't really deserve to be playing these events. There's a lot of really, really good players. So getting wins like today or doing well in the events, that would give me motivation and be like, okay, I am getting better. But it only comes with the results. I mean, the invitations are the first part, which I'm super grateful for, but I don't want to just be the guy in last place. Don't want to just be invited as a streamer, let's say. I mean, I can compete with the guys, but I really need to, I feel like, show that I belong here, and I'm hoping that the games I'm playing are going towards that, and so it still remains to be seen, but yeah, for me, I definitely do put a lot of pressure on the results in terms of figuring out, is this going well for me or not? Because I'm still very competitive, and these are all the strongest events I've ever played in. So I had a lot of mixed thoughts. Today, winning this match was good because it's such a strong tournament. I mean, even if I lose every match, 2.5, 1.5, I'll have 0 points. And I've never finished, with such bad scores. And so I wanted to be competitive. That's what I would like. As soon as I'm not competitive in chess, I'll stop playing. So that's a very important benchmark for me, and I'm feeling like I am being competitive. So far, so good.
Absolutely. Now you do have 3 points, and you definitely deserve the spot here, Eric. Thanks so much for the entertainment, and congratulations again.
Thanks, Kaja.
All right, we're going to also hear from Shakhriyar. Magnus losing the match today too, Eric.
I'm here with Magnus. It was a game that got slightly away from you there, Shakhriyar.
I just played a very bad game. I mean, a very bad game. I mean, I was from middle game. It was a very bad position.
It was a match that seemed to swing back and forth today, where you both had some good games and some poor games. How was there parts of today that you're happy with?
Okay, I mean, I just miss him in every game. I mean, for this reason, to lose is normal. I played just a bad match and I lost.
But you're still inspired for tomorrow?
Of course, yeah. It's a new day and new games.
Thank you, Shakhriyar.
Thanks.
The day is finished. Round 3, ending up with all winners in the rapid portion. Magnus Carlsen, 3 points against Anish Giri. Jan-Krzysztof 3 points against Jordan van Voorhees. Eric Hansen, as we saw, 3 points against Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, and Praggnanandhaa 3 points against Liem, giving us these standings in the Oslo Esports Cup after 3 out of 7 rounds. Praggnanandhaa in sole lead with 9 points. Magnus Carlsen is now in second with 6 points. We have Duda on 5 points. Giri on 4. And the rest of the players, they all have 3 points. So all the players are actually gaining points, showing us how tough of a lineup it is here.
Yeah, everyone's so strong and the margins are so small, and everyone's got a win so far.
Yeah.
And long may that continue. Lots of decisive games.
A word on Praggnanandhaa, Simon. He is in sole lead. His performance rating right now is like 3,020. It's incredible what he's doing.
That's not bad, is it? 3,020, and tomorrow he's playing Magnus. I mean, that's going to be the one. I mean, he's on fire. He's playing the world champion. The world champion's got to prove that he's the world champion, and I can't wait until tomorrow. It's going to be the matchup I think everyone wants to see.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the matchups tomorrow. The big one will be world champion Magnus Carlsen against 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa, who is on fire in the Oslo Esports Cup. That will be such a cool matchup, and we're going to follow as many moves as we can in that matchup. Hansen tomorrow is up against Liem. Eric feeling super confident after winning today. Liem coming from a loss today against Praggnanandhaa. Duda against Mamedyarov. Duda won his match today. Mamedyarov lost his match. So will Duda feel confident? And Anish Giri against Jordan van Voorhees. The all Dutch matchup. Such a cool lineup, many cool matches, but tomorrow it's going to be so much about Carlsen, Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, that is the match that we are all screaming for. And we would have been excited about this match anyhow, but the fact that it's Praggnanandhaa who's leading the tournament with 100%, winning all his matches in 3 games, and now he has to meet the champ. I mean, Twitter has gone crazy when it comes to Praggnanandhaa's success, and we're all rooting for him. We can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be brilliant.
What kind of matches is going to be, David?
I think it's actually going to be very, very close. It all depends on who gets the first win. Imagine if Pragg gets the first win, the confidence he'll be riding on. But if Magnus strikes first, he's very difficult to beat, so he'll be the favourite. I think it's going to be a roller coaster. Hopefully, it will be in the same vein as some of the games we saw earlier in the tour, where Pragg even beat Magnus.
Ooh, it's coming up tomorrow, everyone. Magnus Carlsen against Praggnanandhaa. We start at 5:45 CET. Get a good night's sleep and buckle up, because that's going to be an explosive and entertaining day of chess. Thanks for being with us today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.